Our story begins in a serene estate, where autumn leaves fall like crimson snow. A lone figure walks through the courtyard, his presence calm and commanding. He stoops to pick up a single maple leaf, lost in a moment of quiet contemplation. But his peace is broken when he hears a sound and turns to see who's there. It's a young servant girl, panting and trying to catch her breath after a grueling task. His unwavering gaze falls upon her, and she immediately freezes up. Startled, she lets out a small yelp, realizing she's in the presence of someone important. She bows her head in embarrassment, admitting she got worn out just from fetching water. With deep respect, she formally greets him as the honored warrior leader of the Red Bow, Jangray. Jangray, however, is more concerned with the massive water bucket, thinking that's an impossible load for one person. Jangray effortlessly lifts the bucket, telling the flustered girl she should split the load next time. Embarrassed by his kindness, she can only apologize for causing him trouble. But our boy simply starts walking with her, carrying the bucket himself like it's nothing. He even praises her enthusiasm, saying that her dedication will surely be rewarded one day. Completely taken aback by his kind words, a bright, genuine smile blossoms on her face. The two walk together down the path, a high-ranking warrior and a lowly servant. Breaking the comfortable silence, Jangray suddenly turns and asks for her name. She shyly introduces herself as Seolan, a trainee attendant from Cheongjong Hall. The name seems to resonate with him, and he gives a slight, thoughtful hum. He quietly muses on the meaning of her name, an orchid that blooms in the dead of winter. He then looks at her properly and remarks that she's quite beautiful. The words barely leave his mouth before he himself is struck dumb, blushing furiously. Seolan lets out a shocked squeak, and our boy can't believe he just said that out loud. The scene abruptly shifts to a brutal battle, where a young man faces a massive, bloodied boar. Covered in wounds himself, the fighter just grins, thrilled to have finally met a worthy rival. He acknowledges the beast's desperate will to survive, seeing its raw power. With a determined look, he prepares to offer it a true fight on the edge of life and death. The boar senses the change and charges forward with everything it has left. With a guttural roar, the warrior meets the charge head-on, a brutal collision of flesh and will. He lands a solid blow, smirking at the beast's resilience, but knows the fight is far from over. Suddenly, a savage roar and a sickening thud echo from nearby, startling both Jangray and Seolan. The sound travels across the palace grounds, leaving onlookers to wonder who on earth that guy could be. Turns out, the fight is already over, with the demonic boar lying lifeless in a pool of its own blood. Our battle-crazed boy wipes his brow, a huge grin on his face as he declares it was a worthy fight. Now for the hard part, he thinks to himself, getting ready to haul the massive carcass away. But as he turns, he freezes, realizing he's got an audience. The very two people from before. He immediately recognizes the official, respectfully greeting him as the warrior leader of the Red Bow, Jangray. The young fighter quickly apologizes for his blood-soaked, messy appearance, looking a bit sheepish. He cheerfully explains he was just hunting a boar that snuck in, all under orders from an elder Baxian. Jangray just closes his eyes, his expression unreadable as he skeptically asks if that's really the case. Our boy admits he's a mess and should be more respectful, but Jangray just tells him to go on ahead. With a cheeky grin, the fighter gives them a thumbs up, saying he won't tell anyone they were sneaking off to a grave for a private moment. The comment completely flusters both Jangray and Seolan, who insist that's not what was happening at all. He just laughs it off, telling them to enjoy their chat as he effortlessly drags the massive boar carcass away. Jangray and the girl are left standing there, dumbfounded and speechless, staring at the bloody aftermath. As our boy walks away, he starts thinking about the two he just left behind. He only caught a quick glimpse of their interaction, but it was enough to piece things together. From his perspective, those two are a perfect match for each other. He knows this because he's seen the story play out. Warrior leader Jangray meets the heroine Seolan and falls for her. But Seolan, with her thoughtful personality, navigates a sea of handsome men and rises to rule the palace, because this is the plot of a novel he knows. Our boy has to admit, even he thinks Jangray is seriously handsome, but it's a damn shame he's just the second male lead. But what can you do when the crown prince is the main character? In this world, rank is everything. He suddenly stops in his tracks, the weight of his strange existence finally settling in. It's already been a full 10 years since he woke up inside this half-read novel from his past life. He gives a silent thank you to Seolan, his sister, for always playing along and pretending not to notice how weird he is. After all, his name is Seol Tapyong, an extra character who never even existed in the original story. With a new fire in his eyes, he decides it's finally time to kick his own plans into motion. He remembers how he was reincarnated as the older brother of the heroine, Seolan, in a novel called Song of the Celestial Dragon. The story is set in the Grand Palace of Cheongdoguk, a nation that dominates the world, and it's supposed to be a classic love story. But as the original leads look on cluelessly, our boy knows the brutal truth. This story has absolutely nothing to do with romance. With his resolve hardened, Our boy begins the grueling task of dragging the massive boar carcass through the woods. He finally throws the dead beast down, its body thudding against the stone floor. Looking at his blood-stained hands, he reflects on the 10 long years he's been trapped in this world since his late 20s. He was so busy just trying to survive and adjust that he never had a moment to think about trivial things like romance. Suddenly, a worried old man he calls Elder Nagum rushes over, panicking at the sight of him covered in blood. Seol Tapyong calmly explains the blood isn't his and that he just took care of the boar roaming the palace, cheekily asking the elder to report it for him. He then casually brings up another favor he'd asked for earlier, and the elder confirms he had someone prepare it. Thrilled, our boy thanks him profusely before grabbing the boar again, ready to haul it off. The elder just looks on, dumbfounded, and tells him to at least make sure he cleans up and gets some rest. As Seol Tapyong leaves, the old man lets out a deep sigh, clearly exhausted by our boy's chaotic energy. Our boy explains he's stationed at the Palace of the White Sage, home to the Taoists who handle spiritual matters. He gets to work slicing up the boar meat, a task he seems surprisingly good at. Turns out, his official title is a martial officer assisting the Baekseon elder. He hums to himself, thinking it's a pretty sweet gig with easy pay for what it is. But his peace is shattered when he suddenly senses a presence behind him. His hand instinctively tightens around the knife, ready for a fight. Hez on high alert, wondering who it could be since Hez supposed to be the only one on kitchen duty. A familiar voice calls his name, and a girl peeks around the corner with a worried look. Dumbfounded, he realizes it's his sister, Solon. She rushes to his side, frantic with worry about his wounds and revealing she brought ointment from the headmaid. Our boy tries to play it cool, telling her he's fine, and warning her that a concubine's attendant shouldn't be wandering around here. But Soyolan isn't listening. She declares that of course she'd come running for her injured little brother and grabs his arm to treat it. She gently applies the ointment to a nasty-looking burn on his arm, reminding him how strict the palace rules are. To ease his worries, she quickly lies, claiming she was just running an errand nearby anyway. He can't help but be impressed, thinking to himself that this is exactly the kind of reckless courage you'd expect from a romance fantasy protagonist. As she finishes up, she asks if it stings, and he can only give a little nod, the tough act momentarily forgotten. His thoughts then drift to their dark past, recalling how their clan, Hwayong Seol, was utterly destroyed under suspicion of treason. He remembers that night of fire and chaos, with a young Seolon holding him tight, protecting him from the flames. She was only 7 years old when she was forced to watch their family get executed, barely escaping with his tiny hand in hers. The two of them were left with nothing, forced to beg on the streets of the capital just to survive. He remembers they lived like that for a few years, always on the run. Eventually, their luck ran out, and they were caught by the palace guards. Because they were illegitimate children, they narrowly escaped execution by the mercy of the Heavenly Maiden. Instead, they were sentenced to a life of servitude in the palace, him as a warrior, her as an attendant. Back in the present, our boy is just amazed at how his sister stays so calm and steady after everything they've been through. She finishes treating his arm and hands him the ointment, telling him to make sure he uses it again tomorrow. With a bright smile, she insists he tell her immediately if anything else happens. She then gets a bit cheeky, asking if there's anyone he's interested in, but he bluntly shuts her down. Seolin just sighs, wondering how her little brother ended up with the soul of a grumpy old man. But he flips the script on her, asking what's going on with that warrior leader from the Red Bow she met earlier. Seolin gets totally flustered, insisting there's nothing going on with Yongre, but our boy just smirks, knowing the crown prince is next in line to fall for her. Changing the subject, he offers her a bowl of soup, suggesting she stay and eat with him. She has to refuse, explaining she made an excuse to be here, but casually mentions that Jangre wants to see him at sunrise tomorrow. Seol Tapyong is completely blindsided. Why on earth would the novel's second male lead want to meet him? His sister figures it's because Jangre saw him go full battle maniac on that demonic boar, and is probably just curious. He internally curses his luck. So much for his grand plan of trying to lay low and not stand out. Having delivered the message, she wishes him well and heads for the door. Now alone, Hez already dreading the meeting, hoping this doesn't spiral into some bigger hassle. He stares down at the bowl of soup, trying to push the annoying thoughts out of his head. Deciding not to overthink it, he picks up his spoon and digs in, figuring he'll just deal with whatever comes tomorrow. Our boy just wanted a simple life. Lay low, work a bit, and enjoy some good soup. After a peaceful night, the dreaded morning finally arrives. But the meeting starts with a bang, as an unexpected voice startles him. It's Jangre, who asks what's got him so surprised. He cuts right to the chase, asking if Seol Tapyong is interested in joining the Red Bow, leaving our boy dumbfounded. Seol Tapyong can't believe it. Why would the second male lead suddenly scout him? The story then rewinds a few hours to show how we got here. Our boy arrived at the Red Bow headquarters, announcing himself as a trainee warrior from Baekyeongbung. The guard on duty, looking a little bothered, just tells him to wait there for a moment. Seol Tapyong happily agrees, completely oblivious to the bombshell that's about to be dropped on him. Turns out, the red bow has a simple philosophy. A powerful voice is the truest sign of a warrior's spirit. Our boy, however, is just internally groaning about how hard it is to be polite, especially so early in the day. The guard finally lets him in, and Seol Tapyong is just praying that whatever this is, it's not serious. Hez led into a room where Jangray's voice cuts through the silence, immediately bringing up the demonic boar incident. The warrior leader gets straight to the point, acknowledging that Seol Tapyong took down the beast without a scratch and has impressive strength. He then eyes our boy suspiciously, asking him if he trains on a regular basis. Seol Tapyong puts on his best trainee face, claiming that of course he trains daily to become a palace warrior. But Jangray sees right through the textbook answer, stating that the red bow values substance over appearances and wants the truth. Cornered, Seol Tapyong stammers for a moment before admitting that his strength is more of an acquired ability. The word acquired immediately piques Jangray's interest. This isn't some talent the kid was born with. Our boy spins a convincing lie, claiming that as a 7-year-old, he almost died from something called a divine fever. He explains this fever is a legendary process where a person's body absorbs divine energy. It's a life or death gamble, but those who survive the ordeal gain extraordinary abilities. This trial is known as the most painful of the 3 calamities, a truly hellish experience. Sufferers are forced to endure the agonizing pain in complete isolation, but for the few who manage to pull through the absolute torment, they are reborn with power beyond imagination, a sign they've been chosen by the Heavenly Emperor himself. Jangray listens to this incredible story, then asks why such a gifted individual is wasting his talent in a trash-tier position. He suggests joining the Red Bow, but Seol Tapyong humbly insists that true strength requires wisdom and virtue, not just raw power. This unexpectedly profound answer leaves the warrior leader completely dumbfounded and genuinely impressed. Jangray smirks, noting that at least our boy knows his own limits, while Seol Tapyong is internally begging to get out of this situation. Suddenly, a vase shatters as the warrior leader's voice booms through the room, asking what's so shocking. He reminds Seol Tapyong that he'd already offered him a position in the Red Bow. Our boy's brain goes into overdrive, desperately trying to cook up a believable excuse on the spot. He starts rambling about being from the Wayangseol clan, and only being there by the Heavenly Maiden's mercy, but Jangray cuts him off. The warrior leader calls him out, saying he's pretty good at making excuses, and demands a real, unavoidable reason. Seol Tapyong nervously admits his reason isn't exactly a noble one, but Jangray just tells him to spit it out. Cornered, our boy finally reveals his life's motto: to do the least amount of work for the most amount of pay. A moment of silence hangs in the air before a small chuckle escapes the warrior leader. The chuckle erupts into a massive roar of laughter, leaving the guard outside completely dumbfounded and wondering what's going on. Seol Tapyong is completely baffled, thinking he'd be mad, but Jangray just says he totally gets his practical mindset. The warrior leader laughs, agreeing our boy is definitely not Red Bow material, before asking to see his sword. Our boy gets cagey, explaining the sword is just a prop that comes with the uniform. He admits has never even used it, but Jangray's hand shoots out, questioning why he's so hesitant. With no other choice, Seol Tapyong reluctantly hands over his blade. Jangray unsheathes it with a swift motion and immediately calls out its terrible condition. He hands it back with a sharp reminder that a warrior's weapon reflects their skill, telling him to take better care of it. With that out of the way, Jangray slyly brings up the attendant from earlier, and our boy instantly knows he means Seolan. Seol Tapyong tries to brush it off as a coincidence, but Jangray just teases him, saying that's how fate often starts. The warrior leader promises to keep his little secret, leaving a flustered Seol Tapyong behind as he departs into the night. Jangray recalls the moment he held the sword, realizing our boy's grip was anything but typical. He noticed the calluses, the kind only formed by wielding heavy black iron swords for years on end. Not only that, Seol Tapyong had deliberately used a novice grip to hide his true, monstrous skill level, and his eyes they held a depth that didn't match his carefree act at all. Standing alone, Jangray smirks to himself, realizing Seol Tapyong is far more interesting than he let on. His thoughts drift to the royal palace, wondering just what secrets the elder Nagam is hiding within its walls. Meanwhile, back at Seol Tapyong's residence, a lively atmosphere is brewing. A cheerful maid comes humming into the courtyard, clearly excited about something. Turns out she's Baekseonggung's maid, Yeonril, and she's thrilled to hear our boy caught a boar, offering to cook it for him. But it seems someone beat her to it, as we find Seol Tapyong stuffing his face while an old man calls out to him. But Yeonril's excitement turns to pure horror as she realizes she's too late. She absolutely loses it, screaming that she was going to make a fancy dish, but our boy just made pork soup instead. Yeonril fumes that he turns every single high-quality ingredient into a trash-tier soup. Desperate, she begs the elder Nagam, a man named Lee Chaolin, to talk some sense into him. But the elder just calmly gives Seol Tapyong a mission: check the defensive ward at the concubine's quarters and take Yeonril along. Our boy tries to play dumb, asking why the elder, a formation expert, isn't going himself. The elder brushes it off, saying he's busy and that Seol Tapyong might be more useful for the concubine's condition anyway. He cryptically tells him he'll understand once he reaches the ominous Cheongdae Gung Palace, and it looks like something is seriously wrong there as we see a group of maids trembling in absolute fear. A dark, bloody energy fills the room as they plead for whatever's happening to just stop. Inside, the concubine, Lady Sukbi, is in pure agony, begging for someone to end her suffering. Meanwhile, Yeonril teases Seol Tapyong on their way, suggesting his sister Seolan would be happy to see him. She then gets serious, asking if Lady Sukbi's illness could be connected to the warding formation. Our boy starts thinking, and something feels off. If the ward was the problem, the elder should have come himself. It makes no sense to send a mere trainee like him for such a critical task, and he knows it. Arriving at the palace, he checks the talismans one by one and finds the formation is perfectly fine. He reports back to Yeonril that the ward has nothing to do with the concubine's condition. He internally groans about the size of the place, but Yeonril trusts his judgment completely. Yeonril's face darkens as she relays the rumors every night is a close call, and the maids look more terrified by the day. Seol Tapyong listens intently, realizing the problem isn't magical, it's something far more sinister. With the ward cleared, Seol Tapyong decides to check on Lady Sukbi's condition himself before leaving. He and Yeonril arrive at the residence, announcing they're there under the elder Nagam's orders. They're met by the head maid, Hwine, who was already informed a warrior would be coming. Our boy cuts straight to the chase, asking what the physician found, but Hwine just tells him he needs to see it for himself. That cryptic answer immediately sets off alarms in his head. It sounds like no physician has been here in a long time. As Hwine leads them down the long corridor, the other maids start whispering about the warrior from Baekseonggung. The gossip spreads like wildfire. They all know he's here to see the tormented Lady Sukbi. They can't help but notice how young he is, yet he's carrying a sword, making them wonder what he's planning to do. The atmosphere grows heavier and more oppressive with every step they take deeper into the residence. Seol Tapyong feels a definite chill in the air, realizing something is seriously wrong the closer he gets to the central quarters. The closer they get, the more our boy realizes how unnaturally silent the residence is. A place like this should be bustling with maids. Hwine stops right before the door, telling him Lady Sukbi is just inside, but she herself won't be entering with them. Seol Tapyong turns to Yeonril, asking if she's coming, and she confidently says she'll go in first. She gives him a reassuring look, as if telling him to trust her and be ready for what's inside. But just as they're about to enter, a young maid throws herself in front of them, screaming for them to stop. She introduces herself as an apprentice attendant, her voice trembling as she begs them not to go any further. To everyone's shock, the girl drops to her knees, pleading for them to just turn around and leave. Yeonril and the other maids rush to pull her back, scolding her for making things difficult for the warrior. Ignoring them completely, the apprentice maid looks at Seol Tapyong with tear-filled eyes, begging him for his sword. Our boy is left dumbfounded by the request, while Yeonril apologizes profusely for the maid's unhinged behavior. But our boy's instincts are screaming, telling Yeonril he's got a bad feeling and she should head back. Yeonril isn't having it, retorting that if she bails now, Elder Nagam will have her head. Ignoring the frantic maid's pleas, Seol Tapyong makes his decision and slides the door open. The second the door cracks open, a putrid stench hits them, and he instantly covers both their mouths. Inside, they find a gruesome scene. Lady Sukbi lying motionless in a pool of her own blood. Seol Tapyong is floored, wondering how in the hell this could happen with so many maids on duty. From the laddie's perspective, it's a living nightmare of unending pain, her body completely paralyzed. Her mind is screaming for release, begging for someone, anyone, to just end her suffering. Suddenly, our boy clutches his head as he recognizes the dark energy. It's a forbidden bewitching spell. The spell immediately tries to latch onto him, a ghostly voice whispering pleas for death right into his ear. He bites his lip hard, the sharp pain just barely enough to fight off the spell's mental assault. Thankfully, he remembers Elder Nagam's lessons on how to resist these exact bewitching spells. Shaken, he realizes his hand instinctively went for his sword that was way too close. But as he turns his attention back to the victim, a horrifying detail finally clicks into place. The black spots spreading across her chest, he recognizes it instantly as the dreaded divine fever. It all makes sense now. This is why the Elder specifically sent him to investigate this place. Lost in thought, he doesn't even realize his own blade is being slowly drawn from its sheath. Turns out, the maid Yeonril has been completely taken over by the spell's influence. Our boy snaps back to reality, grabbing her wrist and desperately trying to break her out of the trance. But her mind is gone, replaced with a single, chilling command. She has to kill Lady Sukbi. With dead eyes, Yeonril whispers that they have to kill Lady Sukbi right now. Our boy is dumbfounded, realizing she's completely under the spell's control. Without a second thought, he decides he has to get her away from the room's influence. He practically drags her outside, where the spell finally breaks. leaving her sick and disoriented. Snapping back to her senses, Yeonril is horrified that she almost committed murder. She thanks him, explaining it felt like she was trapped in a terrible nightmare. Tapyeong asks what she saw, and she mentions a strange detail: wild thistle shoots. He tells her not to worry as long as she's okay, but she's clearly still shaken. But our boy isn't letting that clue go. His mind is already racing, connecting the dots. Just then, the head maid Hwine and her entourage arrive, drawn by all the commotion. Hwine immediately questions why our boy was allowed to enter armed, her tone dripping with accusation. But Taepyeong flips the script, roaring back at them, asking if they were trying to use him to murder Lady Sukbi. His mind flashes back to a dark time, his sister Seolon begging him to survive no matter what. He remembers the feeling of helplessness, suffering from the divine fever as a child. Her voice echoes in his memory, telling him to never give up on life, to believe he could make it. The weight of his accusation hangs heavy over the silent palace grounds. Yeonril is completely floored, unable to believe the attendants would ever harbor such dark intentions. But then, in a move that shocks everyone, Hwine drops to the ground, admitting she's committed an unforgivable sin. Her maids just stand there, utterly speechless at their leader's sudden confession. Yeonril can't process it. The head maid just admitted to a conspiracy they all thought was the right thing to do. Hwine begins her tragic tale, explaining how they devotedly cared for Lady Sukbi every single day. But when they discovered she had the incurable divine fever, they fell into despair as her condition only worsened. The poor woman's suffering grew so immense, she began begging for death, even using a bewitching spell on them. Our boy Seol Tapyeong is having none of it, roaring that if they wanted to handle it, they should have done it themselves. Hwine reveals their twisted logic. They plan to use him as a witness, figuring his testimony would justify their actions. Yeonril is absolutely floored by this madness, grabbing Seol Taepyeong and insisting they report this immediately. But he just calmly touches his chin, saying he finally gets the full picture. Then, in a move no one saw coming, he clenches his fist and screams that he'll forgive her. Yeonril is completely dumbfounded, unable to process what he's just said. With the palace as their backdrop, he begins to explain his unbelievable decision to his stunned companion. He starts explaining to the baffled Yeonril that the maids never actually needed their help to kill Lady Sukbi. All they had to do was report her divine fever to the palace, and the system would have taken care of the rest. But he turns to Hwine, pointing out they chose to hide the truth, pretending it was just some simple illness. Our boy's eyes narrow as he pieces together the grim political reality. The palace officials only care about the crown prince. Turns out Lady Sukbi had just been named crown princess, and getting this disease immediately was seen as an unacceptable flaw. He lays it out plain and simple. Being deposed with divine fever is a death sentence, as they'd just replace her before the prince grew attached. A savvy woman like the headmaid would have seen this brutal outcome coming, which is why she desperately kept it a secret. But an illness this potent doesn't just destroy the patient, it was slowly poisoning the morale and future of the entire residence. He sits down with them, offering a truce based on their shared hardship, but Hwine admits she still tried to turn him into a murderer. Seol Tapyeong smirks, telling her she'll absolutely pay for that. But first things first, they're going to work together to save Lady Sukbi. And we see just how bad it got for Lady Sukbi, her room stained with the evidence of her suffering. The divine fever racked her body, leaving her collapsed on the floor, coughing up blood in agony. Suddenly, her desperate eyes lock onto a nearby sword, and a dark idea begins to form. With what little strength she has left, she crawls towards the blade, seeing it as her only salvation. She catches her reflection in a mirror, barely recognizing the gaunt, sickly person staring back. Her mind flashes back to the promises of her past, a future that was supposed to be bright. She was meant to be the most beautiful flower of the palace, destined for a life of splendor. But this disease had reduced her to what she felt was nothing more than a filthy sewer rat. Grasping the hilt, she decides that a quick death would be a mercy compared to this endless struggle. With a look of grim resolve, she prepares to take her own life. Just as she's about to end it all, our boy Seol Tapyeong walks in, completely dumbfounded by the scene. He screams and lunges forward, realizing he's only got a split second to stop a tragedy. With lightning speed, he snatches the sword away, his hand stopping just shy of her neck. He holds the blade, a dark thought crossing his mind. He almost forgot to bring a sword. But this will do just fine. A grim aura surrounds him, as he realizes he needed someone to wield a sword for him anyway. He can practically hear her thoughts screaming at him, begging for him to just kill her and end it. But instead, he presses the cold steel against his own throat, ready to end a life filled with pain. With his eyes shut tight, he commits to the insane act. He slices open his own hand, blood flying as he lets out a guttural scream of agony. Gritting his teeth through the pain, a look of pure, unadulterated determination burns in his eyes. He flashes back to his past, remembering his sister Seolin screaming words of encouragement with all her might. As a child, he lay dying from the same fever, her voice being the only thing keeping him going. Snapping back to the present, our boy gives Lady Sukbi a fiery pep talk, insisting that with enough passion, they can overcome anything. Lady Sukbi can only stare back, utterly bewildered by his sudden, almost insane, burst of energy. To prove he gets it, he shows her his leg, revealing the telltale scars left behind by the divine fever he survived as a kid. He gently takes her hand, telling her he knows her pain, but there's always a reason to fight, even if the odds are trashed here. Using his own freshly bleeding hand as an example, he insists that she must never stop fighting to survive. He looks her dead in the eye, telling her that no matter how foolish or meaningless it seems, giving up is never an option. He then predicts her future, saying she will survive to become the mistress of the palace and a master of Taoist arts. Her eyes widen in pure shock. That was her secret ambition, and she's left wondering how this man could possibly know her deepest desire. He tells her he knows this because he believes it to be true, but she's heard countless empty promises just like that before. But for the first time in a long, long time, a tiny spark of hope ignites within her. Maybe, just maybe, she can actually survive this. With his job done for now, our boy leaves the quarters as the sun begins to set. Suddenly, the headmaid Huine and the attendant Bunryong are seen rushing through the palace grounds in a complete panic. Turns out, Seol Tapyong realized he needs advice from someone who's cared for a divine fever patient, and there's only one person he knows with that experience. Bunryong bursts through a door, desperately shouting for his sister, Seolon. A young woman, Seolon herself, looks up, startled and confused by the sudden commotion. Seol Tapyong pulls his sister aside, reminding her how he saved her life with rare elixirs and immortal spring water when she was sick. Her eyes widen as she connects the dots, asking if the noble Lady Sukbi is suffering from the same fever she once had. He confirms her suspicions, entrusting his sister with this dangerous secret and leaving her to process the painful reality of the situation. Our boy tells his sister that the advanced bewilderment arts mean Lady Sukbi's suffering is nearly over, but she can't control it, just like he once struggled with his own power. Seolon listens with a worried heart, reminding him that getting close to a high-ranking noble is a dangerous game in itself. But as he turns to leave, she suddenly grabs his wrist, sensing that something is terribly wrong. Her face pales as she reveals the fresh, bloody cuts covering his arm, the grim price of his secret mission. With tears in her eyes, she scolds him for his recklessness, but he just tries to play it cool, saying a nap will fix everything. He gently explains that his physical wounds are nothing compared to the spiritual torment the other maids are enduring from the curse. He asks her to join him after work to check on the other attendants, knowing he can't do this alone. The scene shifts, showing Yeonril and Bunryong filled with a desperate hope that Lady Sukbi must survive, no matter the odds. We see a vision of what he's fighting for, him carefully feeding the recovering lady, urging her to never stop fighting for her life. His resolve is clear as he feeds her, believing that no matter how bleak things get, giving up is never an option. Our boy stands firm in his conviction, his mind set on one thing. Lady Sukbi must survive this. He rallies the despairing maids, telling them to never doubt that fact for a second. Later, as Seolon quietly bandages his shredded arm, the weight of his dangerous mission hangs in the air. Trying to lighten the mood, he starts talking about soup, of all things. He muses about how a simple bowl of spicy broth can feel like the meaning of life. But then he recalls how Yeonril has nightmares about it, a grim reminder of the trauma they've all endured. Seeing him so battered, Solon finally asks him why he's going to such insane lengths for strangers. He just clenches his bandaged fist, thinking that when it comes to helping others, who has time for reasons? Calculating personal gain before lending a hand, he scoffs, is what small-minded trash-tier people do. With a fire in his eyes, he declares that this is simply what a true man does. End of story. Seolon is left completely speechless by his over-the-top declaration of manliness. With a soft laugh, she thinks about what a ridiculous man her brother is before finally falling asleep. Later that night, our boy finally emerges from the concubine's quarters, mission accomplished. A lone guard on patrol spots him and is immediately confused by his blood-soaked state. The guard completely panics, demanding to know what kind of catastrophe just happened inside. But Seol Tapyong, dead serious, just claims he fell down, an excuse so lame the guard is dumbfounded. Leaving the guard sputtering, he makes his way through the quiet palace grounds. He knows he has to be careful. Lady Sukbi's divine fever must remain a secret at all costs. He's done all he can for now, and his next move is to report everything to Elder Baixian. But just as he's planning his next step, the accumulated damage hits him all at once, and he stumbles in agony. He finally slumps onto a rock, wondering if he went too far this time. But before he can even catch his breath, a familiar voice scolds him. It's his sister, Seolon. Our boy looks up, utterly spent, to see her standing there with a worried but stern expression. While helping him, she sighs that at least someone patched him up, but he just weakly tells her she shouldn't be wandering around the harem. She snaps back that if he didn't want her to worry, he shouldn't have gotten himself into such a state in the first place. She asks why he always has to be so reckless, insisting that just giving the lady medicine would have been enough. He looks at his bandaged arm and explains that people who look like they want to die are the ones who need a reason to live the most. Seolin reminds him of when she was sick with a fever, and how he stayed by her side every single night. She recalls how he would tell her stories about distant lands and beautiful flowers just to get her through the pain. It was his joyful storytelling, she says, that gave her the will to keep fighting, proving she understands his motives better than anyone. Our boy smiles gently, telling his sister that he knows from experience what it's like to cling to life. He explains that sometimes, even the smallest, most pointless things can give someone the will to live on. Things like seeing a beautiful flower or a breathtaking night sky can be just enough to hold on. Even if it seems pointless to others, he muses, it's those simple moments that truly matter. The scene shifts to the next morning, as sunlight streams into the concubine's quarters. A small bird lands on a desk, chirping as if heralding a new day. And just like that, Lady Sukbi's eyes flutter open, the haze of the curse finally gone. She sits up, no longer a prisoner in her own body, and watches the little bird on her windowsill. The heavy, oppressive atmosphere in her room has completely vanished with the morning sun. With newfound strength, Lady Sukbi's feet touch the floor, standing on her own for the first time in ages. But her body, weakened by the long illness, betrays her, and she stumbles forward. She collapses to the ground, the simple act of standing proving to be a monumental task. Yet, her spirit is unbreakable. She pushes herself up and continues her shaky walk towards the door. With a final effort, she slides open the door to her quarters, revealing the world outside. A group of her maids, likely on their way for their morning duties, freeze in utter shock. Her personal attendant, Bunryong, is so stunned to see her mistress standing that she drops to her knees. The maids are completely dumbfounded, unable to process that the bedridden Lady Sukbi is right in front of them. With a faint but clear smile, Lady Sukbi just says that she's hungry. That one simple, human request is enough to shatter Bunryong's composure, and tears of joy stream down her face. Overcome with relief, she rushes to embrace her lady, promising to bring her anything she wants to eat. Bunryong, still crying, promises to bring her lady absolutely anything she desires. For the first time in ages, a genuine, radiant smile lights up Lady Sukbi's face. Elsewhere, our boy Seol Taepyeong can't help but grin, knowing he pulled off the impossible. All the recovering lady wants is some warm soup, a simple request that echoes through the now hopeful palace. But news of this miracle travels fast, reaching the archery grounds of another powerful figure. An arrow splits the air and lands dead center, a perfect, almost menacing, bullseye. The head maid of Jujak Palace reports to her mistress that Lady Sukbi has miraculously recovered. Turns out, the master archer is the noble consort, In Heian, and she looks anything but pleased. She coolly states that such a recovery deserves a gift, though her eyes tell a much darker story. Her maids whisper that the selection for the next concubine rank is about to conclude, hinting that the political games are just heating up. Her maid suggests preparing a gift for the next concubine to enter the harem, but noble consort In Heian pivots, deciding they should first send Lady Sukbi a gift symbolizing good health, a subtly threatening gesture. Just as they decide, her maid adds that there's one more critical piece of intel. She reports that a warrior from Baekseon Palace was the one who single-handedly saved Lady Sukbi, the final nail in the coffin. This warrior is from the Wyeongseol family. The name stops Heian dead in her tracks, a flicker of disbelief in her eyes. Her maid confirms it, reminding her that this is the same rebellious clan that killed her uncle. And Heian's expression turns to pure rage. Elsewhere, Yeonril is practically begging our boy Taepyeong, saying she really doesn't want to have to kill him. He looks absolutely defeated, admitting that maybe, just maybe, he went a little too far this time. Turns out our battle maniac tried to pass off rice and salt water as broth, and Yeonril is justifiably losing her mind. Yeonril finally snaps, bursting into tears because she just can't take his god-awful cooking anymore. Our boy Taepyeong tries to play it off, claiming he used some legendary heavenly fire salt, but even he has to admit it's just salt. As they eat, Elder Nagum casually asks if anyone has seen Elder Baekseon around the palace today. He explains that ever since Taepyeong's little adventure, the elder has been running around non-stop, meeting with high-ranking officials. Yeonril chimes in, noting that his room is always spotless, meaning the old man probably isn't even sleeping there anymore. Suddenly, Taepyeong's senses tingle. He feels a presence outside and calls out to see who's there. The door slides open, and the three of them look up from their meal, completely surprised by their visitor. It's not an enemy, but someone bearing gifts, here to express their profound gratitude and apologize for their prior behavior. In a shocking turn of events, Hwine, the head maid of Cheongdogung Palace, bows deeply to them. Elder Nagum is absolutely flabbergasted, telling her she can't bow to mere servants, as the other officials would lose their minds if they saw this. Hwine explains she came here precisely to avoid prying eyes, but the elder still frets about palace rules. She insists that, considering how badly things could have gone, a simple apology just doesn't cut it. It seems she heard someone was interested in cooking and decided to bring a little something. She's packed a huge variety of ingredients for them to try out, hoping they'll put them to good use. Yeonril is so touched by this act of kindness that she suddenly grabs the headmaid's hands. With her eyes sparkling, she asks if it would be alright to start calling her sister. Fane's generosity has completely won her over, and Yeonril can't stop gushing about her new big sis. To honor this new bond, she promises to whip up some beef pancakes for dinner. Hwine clarifies that the ingredients are a personal gift from the maids, but Lady Sukbi sent an official token too. She then presents a stunned Taepyeong with a small jewelry box and a letter, which he cautiously accepts. Later that night, our boy Taepyeong is lost in thought when he hears a familiar voice. It's his sister, Seolan, who has come to check up on him. The two siblings sit under the moonlight, and Taepyeong asks how she's settling into her duties in the harem. Seolan says it's fine, but she's more worried about him constantly getting into fights and getting hurt. Taepyeong cheekily changes the subject, asking if she's made any progress with Lord Jangray. She gets completely flustered, telling him to find his own partner and stop meddling in her affairs. To escape the awkward topic, she eagerly suggests they open the gift from Lady Sukbi. The two of them lean in to open the jewelry box, curious about what's inside. They're both dumbfounded to find a set of ornate hairpins, a rather strange gift for a man. Without a second thought, Taepyeong picks out a pretty one and offers it to his sister, who can't believe he'd give her his reward. Solon is absolutely delighted with the hairpin, and our boy just knows she'd love it. But wait, he spots something else in the box, a neatly tied scroll. The moment he unrolls it, his face pales. This is definitely not a simple thank you note. Seeing his reaction, a nervous Seolan suggests they read the beautifully embroidered letter together. It's a full-blown love poem, talking about how he was a pillar of strength for her in her weakest moments. And it's signed by none other than Lady Sukbi, the crown princess herself. The two siblings are left in a dead, awkward silence, the weight of the confession hanging in the air. Seolan snaps out of it first, snatching the letter and reminding him that getting involved with royalty means execution. She's completely losing it, wondering why the lady would send something so dangerous. Her mind races, trying to figure out the motive behind this incredibly risky move. Without a moment's hesitation, Seolan hurls the treasonous love letter straight into the fireplace. Our boy can only watch, dumbfounded, as the evidence of his royal affair turns to ash. Meanwhile, back at her palace, Lady Sukbi is lost in thought, clearly daydreaming about her savior. She's completely smitten, blushing as she wonders if she'll get another chance to see his handsome face. Back in the present, Seolan grabs her brother, frantically telling him this is a life-or-death situation. She reminds him that getting tangled with the crown princess is a one-way ticket to the execution block. The next day, a concerned Yeonril finds Taepyeong looking completely exhausted. She cuts right to the chase, asking if Lady Sukbi has feelings for him as she gestures to a mountain of gifts. Taepyeong just sighs, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of presents that have suddenly appeared. Yeonril admits he's somewhat good-looking, but even she thinks this level of affection is just insane. Yeonril doesn't pull any punches, telling Taepyeong his old man mannerisms make it impossible for Lady Sukbi to like him. Seolan tries to defend him, saying he doesn't always act old before admitting that, well, he usually does. Our boy explains he thought her crush would just fade, but it's been 2 months, and the gifts, including potatoes, keep coming. He grabs a potato, declaring that they've waited long enough and it's time for action. Seolan reminds him that with the prince's birthday coming up, they can't afford to just sit around and do nothing. Suddenly fired up, Taepyeong decides he needs to be manly and confident to solve this mess once and for all. Yeonril, completely unfazed, calmly asks him what his brilliant plan for telling her off actually is. He boldly declares he'll just tell her straight up that a future crown princess has no business liking a trash-tier apprentice warrior. While munching on a potato, Yeonril dryly remarks that his plan sounds just like him, but then asks about the next step. Taepyeong is confused by her question, while Yeonril chokes on her food, absolutely dumbfounded by his simple-minded plan. Yeonril scoffs, telling our boy that his simple rejection plan will only make things a whole lot worse. She explains that he needs to listen carefully, because only a young girl truly understands the heart of another. With a dreamy look, she lectures him on the thrill of forbidden love, saying it makes girls feel like tragic heroines, intensifying their feelings. Seolan, who had been listening quietly, wonders aloud if there's any truth to that wild theory. The horrifying realization dawns on her it actually makes perfect, terrifying sense. She nods in agreement, admitting that Yeonril's story about rebellion shouldn't be taken lightly, which gets Taepyeong's attention. Yeonril concludes that the best approach isn't a direct rejection, but to make Lady Sukbi naturally lose interest. Seolan then hatches a plan. They'll ask headmaid Hwine to spread some nasty rumors, thinking it'll be more effective coming from someone close to her. But just then, Fine appears, looking absolutely defeated, and apologizes, explaining the plan completely backfired. Turns out, Lady Sukbi was so furious to hear slander about her hero that Hwine was forced to confess it was all a lie. The group is left dumbfounded as Hwine explains she can't possibly scheme against her own lady. Taepyeong can't believe it, asking if she really confessed everything, while Yeonril reminds him this is a life or death situation for our boy. Foyne explains that not only is it impossible to go against Lady Sukbi's will, but continuing to slander her savior would look suspicious anyway. Our boy is at his wit's end, realizing the best plan is ruined, and their difference in social status could lead to a royal protocol nightmare. He mutters that if only someone of equal status to Lady Sukbi could speak negatively about him, this whole mess would be over. Foyne acknowledges her great debt to him, and promises to cooperate as best she can, but her hands are tied when it comes to her lady's wishes. Taepyeong sighs, understanding her difficult position, knowing that the person caught in the middle always suffers the most. She then mentions she'll be busy, preparing for an upcoming birthday celebration, and Taepyeong agrees they'll just have to be careful. But the words birthday celebration spark a sudden, brilliant idea in our boy's mind. He shoots up, startling Yeonril, and declares that he's just figured out the perfect plan. He lets out a triumphant roar, leaving both Yeonril and Fine completely dumbfounded by his sudden outburst. His brilliant idea flashes back to a legendary duel, where a sword clatters to the ground in defeat. Turns out, it was Jangre, the warrior leader of the Red Bow, who was forced to surrender. He looks completely flustered when his opponent, the noble consort in Heian, asks if he was even trying. She is the infamous Red Archer, a woman whose presence alone is intimidating. Jangre admits he held back, worried he might accidentally harm a member of the royal family. Heian understands his loyalty, but her expression reveals she's not entirely satisfied with the excuse. Hess just in awe, thinking how Hes dedicated his life to the sword, while she had to master countless other arts. Yet, her skill is so refined that she could probably take down most warriors from his unit in just a few moves. She sheathes her blade, acknowledging that the rumors of his strength were true, and that warriors like him are the nation's future. Jangre humbly tells the noble consort she's flattering him with her praise, but she clarifies she's not here for sword lessons, she's looking for a good warrior. Turns out, she needs a sparring partner for a birthday celebration, and asks him for recommendations. Jangre strokes his chin, and a certain battle maniac immediately pops into his head. He tells her there's one promising candidate, though his true level is a mystery, which gets her attention. He names the warrior, an apprentice named Seol Tapyeong, from Baekseongung. The moment he mentions our boy is from the Wayang Seol clan, the entire mood shifts. Jangre flinches, realizing he's just made a massive political blunder. Heian dismisses his worry, saying it's a forgivable mistake for someone focused on training, not politics. But Jangre is left dumbfounded, thinking our boy is now hated by a woman like a heavenly fairy, and will never be forgiven. But our boy is actually thrilled, thinking it's a blessing that a powerful noble now despises him. He figures a royal of her stature can't just slander him without a good reason, so he decides to cook one up. The plan is simple. Stage a fake demon attack during the prince's upcoming birthday party. In the ensuing chaos, his sister Seolin will swoop in to save the prince, kickstarting their fated romance. Meanwhile, Hel act like a pitiful, useless guard, making sure noble consort's opinion of him hits rock bottom. Back in reality, he crouches by the fire, smugly thinking his setup is absolutely flawless. Just as he's convinced everything will go according to plan, Yeonril bursts through the door screaming his name. She's in a total panic, announcing that Lady Sukbi has just arrived at Baekseongung. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, having no idea what's going on. His grand scheme is already falling apart as he wonders why the crown princess is suddenly at his residence. Yeonril clarifies that Lady Sukbi isn't here for him, but to seek guidance from Elder Baekseon. She figures it's probably to prepare a talent showcase for the crown prince's upcoming birthday festival. Our boy remembers hearing that the noble consort, in Heian, was also seeking martial training. It all clicks into place when Yeonril mentions Lady Sukbi is skilled in Taoist techniques, making the elder a perfect teacher. Seol Taepyeong decides his best move is to just lay low and avoid the crown princess entirely. But as he turns to leave, Yeonril stops him with a dead serious look on her face. She suddenly whips out a sharp-looking hairpin, a glint of madness in her eyes. With a terrifyingly calm voice, she demands he give her his arm, leaving him utterly baffled. Before he can even react, she grabs him, and he completely freaks out, having no idea what's happening. Yeonril tells him to hold still. Her plan is to make him look so sloppy and crude that the refined Lady Sukbi will be disgusted on sight. Yeonril clarifies the plan. This is their one shot to leave a horrible, lasting impression, but our boy is worried they'll go too far. She tells him to just trust her, act like he doesn't know who Lady Sukbi is, though he's seriously doubting this will fool anyone. She reminds him of the crown princess's insane glow-up, from a sickly mess to a completely different, radiant person. To prepare him, Yeonril tells him to hypnotize himself, to become an unfeeling rock. Our boy closes his eyes and gets into character, muttering that he is an object completely devoid of emotion. But in her haste to make him look disheveled, Yeonril rips his sleeve way too much, leaving them both dumbfounded. He absolutely loses it, shouting that this isn't just sloppy. He looks like a straight-up beggar, As he panics about what to do, she just tells him to stick to the plan, right as they hear someone arriving. The scene shifts inside, where a calm voice explains she wishes to learn from Elder Baekseon to please his majesty. It's Lady Sukbi herself, and Elder Baekseon humbly agrees, saying he could never refuse a request from her. Elder Baekseon praises Lady Sukbi, believing her natural energy could create a Taoist performance that would stun even high-ranking officials. But there's a catch. He tells her that time is unfortunately short. He explains that Baekak Mountain has become unstable, and as the palace sage, he must address this urgent matter first, forcing him to postpone her lessons. Lady Sukbi gracefully accepts, saying she wouldn't want to take up his valuable time. The elder then offers his guards to escort her back to the inner court. He can't help but notice how pleasant she is, though he wonders if his speech bored her to sleep. Just then, the door slides open as Elder Baekseon calls for assistance. Our boy, Seol Taepyeong, looking like he just got into a brawl, answers the summons. The elder orders him to escort their guest out, and Seol Taepyeong locks eyes with the very person he was trying to avoid. The stage is set as they prepare to walk down the long, empty palace corridor. As they walk, Seol Taepyeong feels an intense gaze burning into the back of his head. He's sweating bullets, realizing it feels less like a look and more like her fists are aimed right at him. Lady Sukbi is practically vibrating with puppy dog energy, mentally begging him to look at her. But our boy is panicking, thinking they're both gonna die if this continues. He clenches his fist, deciding to just power through this awkward escort mission. With a grim resolve, he starts leading her through the palace grounds. But he suddenly stops short, realizing she's walking uncomfortably close behind him. Lady Sukbi blushes, wondering if he doesn't recognize her at all and if their fateful encounter was just a dream to him. Her eyes suddenly widen as she notices something familiar. It's a small, decorative tassel hanging from his waist, a piece of the gift she sent him. A wave of relief washes over her. He isn't ignoring her because he forgot he remembers her perfectly. Lady Sukbi is in agony, feeling like he's so close yet completely untouchable. Her maid, Bunrying, watches this train wreck unfold with a deadpan look of disapproval. She knows that at this rate, our boy is just repaying the crown princess's kindness with pure betrayal. Turns out, this was all part of Seol Taepyeong's genius plan, and he's feeling pretty proud of himself. He tells his accomplice, Yeonril, that if this makes Lady Sukbi avoid him, then it's a total win. Yeonril agrees, but she's clearly not convinced this was the right move at all. She forces a smile, trying to hype them both up by saying they pulled it off. But Seol Taepyeong isn't dumb and immediately asks why she looks so uneasy. She admits to having a bad feeling, like they made a huge mistake, but he just scoffs, saying it was handled perfectly. Our boy, completely oblivious, just tells her to get ready for the upcoming birthday festival. Seol Taepyeong thinks to himself that with the festival so close, his grand plan is finally in motion. He gleefully imagines framing the noble consort's maids for theft to make himself look like a pathetic scoundrel. Just as he's basking in his own genius, Elder Baekseon's voice cuts through his thoughts, calling his name. Our boy turns around, a strange feeling of déjà vu hitting him as he asks what the elder wants. The elder calmly explains that he forgot to mention Seol Taepyeong needs to bring his cold iron-heavy sword to the festival. Before he can even process that, the elder drops the real bombshell. Hell be the noble consort's dance partner. The scene shifts to the grand festival procession, where a cheerful minister is having the time of his life. In the same procession, the warrior leader of the Red Bow, Jang Gray, looks on with a grim, unreadable expression. Seol Taepyeong watches them pass, thinking with a sigh that this is exactly the kind of grand spectacle he'd imagined. Jang Gray finds it unsettling, thinking how a 14-year-old's eyes could hold such a dark and empty void. We're thrown into a flashback revealing the crown prince, Hyunwon, has been colorblind since birth. His entire life has been a colorless, emotionless existence, living like a puppet without purpose. That is, until Seolin came along and miraculously brought color back into his world. He remembers her showing him the beauty of the capital from a rooftop, a sight he'd never truly appreciated before. She even saved his life during a festival, keeping him alive for 3 days after they were trapped by a landslide. Though he never knew her name, the memory of the kind courtmaid was forever etched into his mind. Back in the present, our boy Seol Taepyeong listens to the festival music and is struck by how familiar it sounds. He gets completely flustered, desperately trying to shake the weird connection out of his head. Just as he's lost in thought, Lady Hundang snaps our boy back to reality, handing him his outer robe. She informs him that the sword dance performance is about to begin. The rules are simple and brutal. They'll be using real swords, and the first to cut their opponent's collar wins. Seol Taepyeong worries about the noble consort's elaborate dress, but Lady Hundang coolly states that it won't matter much at all. He figures his plan is simple. Just showcase the sword dance, exchange about 20 moves, and then let the noble consort win. But as he grips the hilt of his sword, a deeply unsettling feeling starts to creep into his gut. His mind is suddenly thrown back to a dark memory, a vow echoing in his head that he would never wield a real sword against another person. The memory shows a grim-faced elder Baekseon arriving at a horrifying scene. It's a bloodbath. With bodies strewn across the ground, the source of our boy's trauma is laid bare. In the flashback, a younger Seolan gasps in horror, realizing the elder is looking right at them. She's desperately trying to comfort a trembling, blood-soaked Seol Taepyeong, telling him it's all going to be okay. But Elder Baekseon just stares down at them with an unnervingly calm, almost disappointed expression. Terrified, Seolan glares back at the old man, her eyes wide with fear and defiance. She screams at him to stay away from them, shielding her traumatized little brother. Through her tears, she tries to justify their actions, yelling that they had no other choice if they wanted to survive. Her desperate cries echo in the silence of the massacre they just endured. This is the moment that broke our boy, as the young Seol Taepyeong makes a solemn vow to himself. He swears he will never, ever wield a real sword against another person again, a promise made under the elder's silent gaze. Elder Baekseon observes the scene, noting that the blood soaking the child doesn't belong to him. He also sees strange marks, wondering if they're the remnants of a dangerously high fever. The old man concludes that from this day forward, the boy will either become a swordmaster or a murderous demon. This trauma solidifies the young Seol Taepyeong's resolve, making him swear to never use a real sword on a person again. Back in the present, our boy is still confused about why Elder Nagum insisted he bring a sword, but figures the old man usually has his reasons. Even so, a deep, unsettling feeling tells him that something is about to go horribly wrong. He snapped out of his thoughts when asked if he has any questions, leaving him momentarily speechless. But as he focuses on the headmaid, he realizes something is off. This isn't the person he knows from the original story. He recalls the maid in charge of the Celestial Dragon's ward had a different name and personality, leaving him to wonder who this imposter is. Still feeling that something is off, our boy decides to probe the headmaid, asking how long she's been working at Jujak Palace. She answers coolly that she's been serving here for over 20 years, ever since she was 9, and wants to know why he's asking. Seol Taepyeong quickly dismisses his own question, remembering that Jujak Palace has ridiculously high standards, so this woman has to be legitimate. Changing the subject, he asks why the noble consort specifically chose him to be put on display for the festival's martial arts performance. The maid admits she can't know the consort's true intentions, but she speculates it's a way for her to dispel some lingering doubts. She then gets right to the heart of the matter, pointing out that he is, after all, a member of the Hwayongseol family. Our boy is taken aback by her bluntness, recalling that everyone from Jujak Palace is known for their straightforward, no-nonsense attitude. She elaborates that the noble consort has a deep-seated hatred for the Hwayongseol clan, and wants to crush one of them in a formal duel to finally settle her grudge. Seol Taepyeong looks out at the festival preparations, but a gut feeling tells him this whole setup is just a little too convenient. He agrees with her assessment, thinking that a staged, ceremonial duel holds absolutely no meaning. With a wicked little grin, he decides he'll play along by losing in a way that will genuinely shock the noble consort. Our boy realizes that whether it's a consort in this era or a department head back in his old life, the power dynamics are exactly the same. He knows that people in her position despise blatant, cheap flattery, even as he imagines himself laying it on thick. A dark smirk crosses his face as he decides he's going to show her what real shameless flattery looks like. As the festival officially begins, the air fills with the sound of traditional music from the royal performers. The crowd roars with excitement, their cheers echoing through the palace grounds as the main event approaches. Seol Taepyeong stands ready, his expression turning serious as he waits for his cue to enter the stage. An announcer's voice booms across the venue, heralding the start of the talent showcase for the consorts of the 4 palaces. First up is the performance from the Baeko Palace, and the crowd goes absolutely wild. A stunning woman with ethereal white hair takes the stage, her beauty leaving everyone speechless. As the music begins, she gives a confident smirk, and the audience, including Yeonril, is already captivated. She begins a dance so graceful and otherworldly that it looks like something out of a legend. The entire venue is left dumbfounded, completely mesmerized by her every move. Even the palace officials are clapping like madmen, declaring her the undeniable treasure of the Baeko Palace. The crowd immediately starts whispering that poor Lady Sukbi doesn't stand a chance against a performance of this caliber. And sure enough, Lady Sukbi looks incredibly nervous, with everyone already writing her off for this year's competition. She steps forward and humbly thanks the audience, admitting she's not sure how to express her feelings. With a shaky voice, she asks them to watch her performance, even if it's just a mere daydream, as she prepares to begin. She begins, hoping her performance will bring joy to this day, and then unleashes a wave of power. Suddenly, the entire landscape transforms as winter trees burst into a vibrant spring bloom. The officials are completely stunned, demanding to know what in the world is happening. She reveals a breathtaking vision of the entire kingdom flourishing as a spring paradise under the king's rule. Lady Sukbi explains that this was just a small fragment of the future she envisions for them all. The entire audience is left speechless, their minds struggling to process the impossible sight. Just as quickly as it appeared, the beautiful illusion shatters, returning the world to its normal, dreary state. Our boy, Seol Taepyeong, watches from the crowd, his jaw practically on the floor. Hes dumbfounded, realizing it's impossible for enchantment magic to cover an entire mountain. He finally gets it and sighs, understanding that this insane display was a calculated move to crush the competition. With the previous performance over, noble consort in Heian turns to our boy and asks if he's ready for what's next. Seol Taepyeong just smirks back, telling her to bring it on. He grips his own sword, thinking he doesn't need to worry about her at all. After all, she's from a powerful noble family, basically the highest-ranking concubine here. In Heian then addresses the crowd, expressing her honor at being able to perform her sword dance for them. Seol Taepyeong notes how polished she is, as she prays her skills will ensure a peaceful future for the kingdom. He gives a respectful bow, acknowledging that they come from completely different worlds. But just as he straightens up, he notices something is seriously off with her. She draws her sword with a flourish, her face a mask of concentration. And that's when he sees it, her hand is trembling uncontrollably, betraying her confident act. Our boy realizes her expression is a perfect mask, but her trembling fingers give away her true feelings. Turns out, even as a 17-year-old prodigy surrounded by admiring maids, she was drowning in pressure. The most favored consort, the flower of the crown princess, was terrified of failing to meet expectations. It clicks for Seol Taepyeong. Now he understands why she's seen as a symbol of bravery. True courage isn't being fearless. It's pushing forward even when you're scared out of your mind. He of all people should know that, remembering his own past as a terrified kid gripping a sword for dear life. A wave of shame washes over him as he bows his head. He clenches his fist, disgusted with himself for ever thinking of using such a noble spirit for his own gains. After all, his own path was to survive by weaponizing his resentment, a far cry from her sincerity. He wonders if he's lost his respect for people who live earnestly, only to look up and see her staring right at him, completely puzzled. Heian is dumbfounded by his stillness, and just tells him to stop wasting time and attack already. With a quiet okay, our boy finally draws his blade, his moment of introspection now over. He lunges forward in a flash, and their swords meet with a deafening clang. The sheer force of the blow leaves Heian completely rattled, wondering what kind of monster she's facing. But Seol Taepyeong's face is dead serious. He's decided her noble spirit is worth a proper fight. He presses the attack, his blade work so precise that he thinks her swordsmanship is genuinely worth stopping. A smile creeps across her face as she realizes this attendant is a master swordsman, far beyond her expectations. Watching from the side, Jangre is utterly baffled, unable to even see the sword in Seol Taepyeong's hand. The warrior leader of the Red Bow can only stare in silence, recognizing a level of skill that defies logic. The sound of their duel rings out, turning what was supposed to be a simple performance into a legendary clash. Elsewhere, Seolin nearly drops a stack of bowls, startled by a sudden noise. A fellow maid asks what's wrong, but Seolin just brushes it off with a nervous smile. Internally, though, she's got a terrible feeling, wondering if her reckless brother is at it again. She tries to reassure herself he's busy with Lady Sukbi, praying he's not off on another rampage about the spirit of a man. The clash of steel triggers a memory for In Hyeon, seeing herself and her opponent as mere silhouettes. A voice from her past echoes in her mind, calling her name from a sunlit palace corridor. It's an older man, a mentor figure, telling a young Hyeon to always live looking up. The little girl looks up at him, listening intently to his words. He warns her that the heights she'll reach might one day make her hands shake with fear, but she just smiles innocently, asking if he's talking about climbing a mountain like she did recently. He chuckles, patting her head, and tells her to remember one thing. When the path gets high and fear arises, look up. If she looks up, she'll see countless people who are higher than her, yet stand proud and without trembling. He explains that seeing such people will naturally make her own fear disappear, a lesson he's lived by himself. Young Hyeon remembers the warmth of her uncle's hand as he spoke, hoping she'd remember him just like that. But the very next year, everything went to hell when the head of the Hwayongseol clan staged a rebellion, killing scores of high-ranking officials. Rain pours down from a bleak, gray sky. It was the day of the funeral, and a young, stoic Hyeon stands among the mourners, holding a lantern. That was the day a gaping hole was carved into her heart, leaving a wound that would never heal. Snapping back to the present, their blades clash with a deafening ring. In Hyeon is utterly dumbfounded, realizing this is not the power of some clumsy apprentice, this is something else entirely. Our boy unleashes a swift and powerful slash, putting the pressure on. In Hyeon barely manages to hold her ground, sweat beading on her brow. She's completely floored. His power is on another level, just like the warriors her uncle once described. Recalling his advice to watch the strong to conquer fear, she realizes her hands have finally stopped trembling. A wild, almost unhinged grin spreads across her face as she accepts that she's finally gone crazy. She thinks back on all her past duels, remembering how every single opponent always held back. It was an unspoken rule, no one dared risk injuring a high-ranking noble consort. This guy is holding back too, but she senses something entirely different in his restraint. It's not condescension. It's an invitation, a challenge daring her to try her best, and she decides to give him an answer. With a ferocious battle cry, she explodes forward, clashing blades with a newfound, terrifying resolve. Our boy, Seol Tapyeong, calmly meets her frenzied attack, not even breaking a sweat. In a flash of steel, she's dumbfounded to realize she actually managed to cut him. The impact rings out, and for a split second, she feels a rush of victory. But she grits her teeth, knowing this duel is far from over. She immediately pivots, pouring every last ounce of her strength into a follow-up strike. But he's already moved, closing the distance before her blade can even build momentum. He effortlessly blocks her desperate swing, their faces now just inches apart. The sheer force of his parry sends a shockwave up her arms, staggering her. With a single, fluid motion, he completely neutralizes her stance, leaving her wide open. And just like that, his blade is at her neck. She finally understands he's not a man she can just brush off. But Inhaeon isn't done yet, desperately trying to block his final, decisive strike. Their blades meet one last time, with a sharp clang that echoes through the courtyard. She's utterly dumbfounded, realizing she was completely outmatched from the very start. Suddenly, our boy casually lets his sword drop to the ground, ending the duel himself. The onlookers, especially the palace officials, are left speechless, unable to process what just happened. Seol Tapyeong then kneels, declaring his defeat and praising the noble consort's skill. Inhaeon is completely baffled. He had her dead to rights, so why is he forfeiting? Her maids, however, erupt in cheers, thinking he simply lost his grip on his weapon by mistake. But she knows better, her mind reeling as she realizes this wasn't an accident. He deliberately let go of the sword, throwing the match for reasons she can't possibly fathom. Inhaeon is seething, wondering if this guy is mocking her by throwing the match so blatantly. Her eyes then fall on the sword he dropped, and she realizes it's just a dull, trash-tier training weapon. Just then, a minister steps forward to bestow upon her the golden hairpin, the prize for her victory. The minister praises her commendable skill, but Inhaeon isn't buying any of it. She shocks everyone by declaring that she is not worthy of receiving the prize. The officials are dumbfounded as she calls the entire competition a shameful, unfair farce. Without warning, she kicks a real sword over to our boy and tells him to draw it. Seol Tapyeong is caught completely off guard as she orders him to fight her for real this time. He starts sweating bullets, realizing that ignoring a noble consort's order in front of everyone is a death sentence. But Inhaeon doesn't care about the prize. She just wants a serious match against this monster of a man. Inhaeon's arrogant smirk vanishes, replaced by pure terror as she feels an immense pressure. Our boy, forced into a corner, finally lets a fraction of his true killing intent leak out. The noble consort is frozen solid, her instincts screaming that if he draws that sword, she will die instantly. But her terrified scream isn't because of him, as a sudden commotion interrupts the duel. A palace guard, covered in blood, stumbles into the arena, screaming about demons invading the grounds. Both Seol Tapyeong and Inhaeon are completely blindsided by this insane turn of events. Just as the guard warned, a thick, unnatural fog begins to roll over the entire festival. The crowd finally realizes this is no joke and erupts into a full-blown panic. Out of the mist, a horrifying, pale demon with a single eye appears and grabs a victim. The guards immediately start shouting orders, forming a perimeter to protect the royal family from the demonic onslaught. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, thinking this entire situation is just insane. He realizes the palace's defensive formations were fully lit for a reason. This is a Night of 100 Demons level invasion. Shoving his questions aside, he decides saving lives is the only priority right now. A nearby soldier, drenched in blood, screams a warning that getting demon blood on you will corrupt your mind. Seol Tapyeong knows he can't fight barehanded, and remembers the cold iron-heavy sword is his only real option. But before he can even move, a deep rumbling sound echoes from the mountainside. A colossal shadow emerges from the mist, a mid-level demon, a whole different league from the grunts. Our boy looks up, his face pale with the sudden realization of this new, catastrophic threat. The demon's sheer presence triggers a massive landslide, sending tons of rock hurtling downwards. The avalanche of debris is heading straight for the festival grounds and the helpless crowd below. Elsewhere, in the chaotic aftermath, Lady Hundang desperately tries to wake her mistress, noble consort. Inhaeon finally opens her eyes, dazed and confused by the sudden darkness. Her loyal headmaid explains they were caught in the landslide and must escape the mountain immediately. But Inhaeon's first concern isn't for herself. She anxiously asks about the king and the crown prince. Hundang simply tells her to focus on standing first, offering her full support to get them moving. Just as they take a step, a shadowy blur lunges from the darkness, aiming straight for the noble consort. With lightning-fast reflexes, Hundang shoves Inhaeon to safety and draws a dagger to intercept the attack. She parries the blow, but a spray of dark, corrupted blood splatters right across her face. The demon's blood instantly begins to poison her mind, and she realizes she's losing consciousness. Using her body as a shield, her only thought is to protect her lady, wondering how long they can possibly survive this. In spots a small cave in the distance, a glimmer of hope in the chaos. The corrupted Hundang shoves her inside, telling her to stay hidden and quiet to survive. She then drops a bombshell. While the king is safe, the crown prince was swept away in the landslide. Hundang assures her that soldiers will come, but In senses something is terribly wrong with her plan. Her worst fears are confirmed when Hundang reveals she'll be a decoy, telling In to block the entrance after she runs out. In is horrified, asking why her loyal maid looks so prepared to throw her life away. Hundang coldly states that as a noble, she must learn to abandon people to survive and move forward. But In completely rejects that philosophy, wondering what's the point of surviving if she can't even protect her own people. With a final, heartbreaking bow, Hundang wishes her lady safety and turns to leave. In screams for her to stop, reaching out desperately as her most loyal protector runs to her death. As soon as she's outside, Hundang ignites her blade with a burst of energy, ready to face the darkness. She lets out a desperate roar, calling out to the demons and making herself the biggest target she can be. And just as she planned, shadowy tendrils immediately lash out, drawn to her like moths to a flame. She struggles against the demonic force, her only thought being to draw in just one more to keep her lady safe. Her vision blurs and she feels herself starting to black out, but she knows she can't fall yet. In an act of pure, insane willpower, she drives her sword straight into her own thigh to shock herself awake. Biting down hard, she pushes through the agony, her mind screaming for her to hold on for just one more. Her challenge is answered as a colossal demon shadow with a massive scythe looms over her. The sheer pressure slams her to the ground, but even then, the loyal maid tries to push herself back up. With a crazed, defiant glare, she stares death right in the face, completely out of options but not out of fight. With a final, desperate scream, Lady Hundang pushes back against the overwhelming demonic force. Her blade digs into the grotesque, multi-eyed creature, but she knows it's a futile effort. Her strength finally fails her as she closes her eyes, wondering if this is how she dies. But before the end can come, a flash of steel slices clean through the monster from out of nowhere. Lady Hundang's eyes snap open, completely dumbfounded by what just happened. She notices the demon's torso was frozen solid on impact, leaving no splatter of blood. She recognizes the technique. It's the legendary cold iron heavy sword, one of Baxion's treasured blades. That sword is notoriously heavy. Only 2 people in the entire Cheongdo Palace can even lift it. One is a famous general, and the other is none other than our boy, Seol Tapyong. He immediately rushes over to the stunned maid, his intense battle focus replaced with genuine concern as he asks if she's hurt. With blood streaming down his face, he gives a thumbs up, proudly announcing that Seol Tapyong has arrived. And then, our hero immediately collapses face first into the snow, looking completely dead. Lady Hundang is just frozen in shock, wondering if this was supposed to be her grand rescue. The scene shifts to a memory, where a young boy wakes up in a dark, damp place. It's the crown prince, Hyunwon, from long ago. Realizing he's trapped and injured under some rocks, he sees a young girl nearby, his future savior Solon, and wonders if she's the one who treated him. Looking at his bandaged arm, he reflects on how transient and useless his life feels. But the young Seolin urges his highness to endure, to hold on just a little longer. The prince, however, has lost all hope, questioning what he has to gain by clinging to this meaningless life. Just as that dark thought surfaces, the memory shatters, and back in the present, Seol Taepyeong jolts awake. Our boy snaps awake with a vengeance, his eyes burning as he lashes out at the nearest threat. The adrenaline quickly fades as he realizes he's lost a dangerous amount of blood, his immediate concern shifting to the headmaid. He spots Lady Hundang nearby, her back turned to him as she trembles, absolutely drenched in blood. Seol Taepyeong lunges forward, catching her just as her body gives out from exhaustion and her wounds. Holding her, he's dumbfounded by the sheer number of demon corpses, wondering if she really took them all down while he was out. He looks down at her with pure respect, realizing the insane battle she must have endured alone. With what little strength she has left, Lady Hundang tells him that her mistress, Lady In, is in the direction she came from. She urges him to follow her bloody footprints, explaining they'll lead him straight to a cave. She then pushes him away, insisting she's fine and that her only job is to keep distracting the demons. And it all clicks for Seol Taepyeong. It's no wonder so many demons were here. This woman has been acting as the ultimate decoy. A chilling thought hits Seol Taepyeong. In the original story, this girl was destined to die here. The pieces finally click into place. The headmaid from the novel wasn't Lady Hundang at all. He recalls the description of a brave but cold lady who had lost everything that was her mistress. In Heian, he grits his teeth, the sounds of demons echoing in his mind as he refuses to accept this outcome. Our boy clenches his jaw, thinking there's no way in hell just let her die on his watch. Meanwhile, In-haeyeon hides in the dark cave, realizing she can't just sit still and wait for death. She stumbles to her feet, her body weak from fear and exhaustion. Her eyes widen in terror as she hears something approaching the cave entrance. Footsteps echo as a figure blocks the light, and she's sure the demons have finally sniffed her out. But standing there is Seol Tapyong, carrying her loyal, unconscious maid on his back. In-haeyeon is completely dumbfounded, but our boy just tells her he found her maid. She rushes over, crying out for her head maid, who's unconscious and bleeding out. He bluntly states the maid will die without a healer, prompting a desperate In-haeyeon to beg for his help. Seol Tapyong tries to calm her, pointing out her own wounds, and proposes he'll clear a path if she can carry the maid. But she completely loses it, screaming that she can't bear to lose anyone else close to her. With tears in her eyes, she promises him anything he wants, pleading with him to save her loyal servant. Seeing her on the verge of a total breakdown, Seol Tapyong grabs her shoulders to snap her out of it. He looks her dead in the eyes and tells her the first thing she needs to do is calm down. The shock works. She apologizes, admitting she lost her mind for a moment, and notices his injuries too. He reassures her that anyone would react the same way, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. In-haeyeon is just dumbfounded, asking our boy how he can possibly remain so calm in this hellscape. He simply looks back, thinking that she's finally coming to her senses. He tells her it's okay to feel a bit of relief, but they still need to get her maid to a healer, and fast. As she holds her unconscious servant, he reasons that with this many demons, a powerhouse like Elder Baekseon must be making a move. While tying his bandages, he lays out the plan. The fog will clear soon, and they'll make a break for Taiwa Pavilion. His confidence comes from a key memory of the original novel. The Crown Prince survived for almost 3 days in a near-death state. He recalls the scene where his sister, Seolan, found the prince trapped under rubble, barely clinging to life. This knowledge allows him to state with certainty that they'll be stuck here for 3 days at the absolute most. But In-haeyeon's face falls. She knows her headmaid doesn't have 3 days. Seol Tapyong agrees they need to move the moment the fog lifts, but adds that there are still a few demons that need to be dealt with first. In-haeyeon offers to fight, but her expression is complicated. She can't believe the only person she can rely on is from the hated Hwayongseol clan. Our boy sees right through her, understanding the bitter irony of their situation. He tells her to stop overthinking and focus on the one thing that truly matters right now. When she asks what that is, he gives her the cold, hard truth. Their only goal is to survive. His simple words cut through all her noble pride and clan hatred, leaving her dumbfounded. He lets out a small laugh, and she finally concedes that he's absolutely right. With newfound resolve, she agrees that survival is all that matters. He then lays out the plan, explaining that the morning sun will be their signal to move. The strategy is simple. Elder Baekseon is likely obscuring the area, so they'll break through at dawn when visibility is best. He urges her to rest and conserve her strength, even though sleeping with demons outside is a terrifying thought. To ease her fears, our boy reveals he's already cast a spell to hide their scent from the demons, leaving her dumbfounded by his skills. He casually mentions that Elder Baekseon taught him the basics, but In-haeyeon is still too wired to sleep, and asks him to tell her his story instead. Seol Tapyong pauses for a moment, considering her unexpected request. He warns her that his backstory won't be a pleasant one, which makes her suddenly remember he's from the hated Hwayongseol family. He then drops a bombshell, revealing he's an illegitimate child of that clan, and readily admits he's ashamed of what they've done. In-haeyeon is completely taken aback, surprised at how easily he acknowledges his family's dark history. Now genuinely curious, she asks him how he managed to survive the downfall of his clan and what he's been doing since. He begins his story, recounting how he and his older sister wandered the capital as beggars after losing everything. It was a simple but tragic tale of 2 young siblings forced to stand on their own against the world. Surprisingly, as she listens to his grim past, In-haeyeon finds herself letting out a small laugh, a brief moment of connection in the dark cave. In-haeyeon reflects on his story, admitting that at times, she felt a genuine sense of pity for him. His life was the polar opposite of her noble upbringing, yet he lived with a strength that felt meaningful in itself. A sudden realization hits her as she processes his tragic past. She wonders if she's been listening to this grim tale for no reason at all, feeling a pang of regret. She recalls how he'd use his trash-tier family name as an excuse for having no ambition. But then he breaks the tension, declaring his motto is to work less and earn more, which makes her burst out laughing. As she looks at him, her entire perception begins to shift. This strange, unassuming man is somehow starting to seem incredibly dependable. She even finds herself worrying about his future, thinking his current job is beneath him. Our boy just calmly states his plan. He's staying at Baekseon Palace until the very end for the old elder. In-haeyeon pieces it together, asking if the old elder is basically a father figure to him. For the first time, a genuine, warm smile spreads across her face. She lets out a hearty laugh, the tension between them completely evaporating. It dawns on her that she's never had a conversation this fun, and the day's fatigue finally hits her. Her curiosity piqued, she gently touches his bandaged arm, asking what could have possibly kept him going. After all, she knows his life as an illegitimate son of the Wyeongseol clan must have been absolute hell. Our boy gives the most unexpected answer imaginable. Delicious rice soup. She's completely floored, stammering as she asks if there was anything else at all. He looks off into the distance, recalling the simple things, like the sky scene from an abandoned house, or the cool water his sister brought him. It was the small joys. He explains the satisfaction of training, seeing daffodils, or finding a single lucky coin that made it all worthwhile. Our boy concludes that it was the accumulation of all those little things that kept him alive. He then turns the question on In Haeyeon, asking what her reason for living was. She recalls how her family was always surrounded by people with grand, loud proclamations about their purpose in life. But she instinctively knew that those who lacked a reason had empty, hollow eyes. She remembers seeing those very eyes on the crown prince, Hyunwon, and they terrified her to her core. The possibility of ending up like that, completely devoid of life, became her greatest fear. This fear sent her on a desperate, endless search for her own purpose, walking through a metaphorical storm. But now, she realizes they're cut from the same cloth. She didn't find a grand destiny, she just lived. As she went on, she started noticing the little things that had been there all along. The loyalty of her maid, the scent of flowers, the sound of a flute. These simple moments became her reason to live. She realizes she'd gotten it all backward. She didn't find a reason to live, she just lived, and the reasons followed. Her deep thoughts are shattered as she snaps back to the grim reality of their situation. Our boy Seol Taepyeong reports that the headmaid Hundang's condition is worsening, and they have to move now. He notes that with the dawn breaking, the fog should lift, giving them a better chance to escape. Feeling her strength return, In Haeyeon declares she's recovered enough to wield a sword and fight alongside him. But he warns her that if she gets drenched in demon blood, she'll be in just as much danger, and he can't protect everyone alone. Without a word, she grabs his blood-soaked shirt with a look of pure determination. She tells him to take it off, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded by the sudden command. As they prepare to move out of the cave, she puts her plan into motion. Turns out, she used his shirt as a makeshift mask, a clever way to protect herself from the demon blood splatter. With her face protected, In Haeyeon feels a surge of confidence, believing she can cut down any demon and reach the Taiwa pavilion. She glances at our boy, her eyes glinting with resolve, stating that with him by her side, she's certain she can survive this hell. Her fierce declaration suddenly reminds Seol Taepyeong of someone else, his own sister, Seolan, who always had that same stubborn look. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes that this unyielding, battle-ready spirit must be hereditary. These two are cut from the same cloth. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a secondary palace, where someone notes that things have gotten a lot more chaotic than before. A young officer is startled to see a high-ranking official, asking what brings Deputy General Jong all the way out here. The man, Deputy General Jong Seotae, lets out a hearty laugh, explaining he got fed up with his officials and decided to visit a familiar old haunt. He casually brings up the demon incident, and the officer confirms it's mostly handled, though Jong Seotae remarks it must have been tough on the guards. Pouring a drink, the Deputy General muses that its unbelievable demons are spilling from Bexal Mountain. Wondering if the Heavenly Dragon's power is fading, he dismisses it as a problem for Princess Ahyeon. But the young officer's suspicion grows, questioning why a main palace general is really here. The officer's face hardens, sensing there's a hidden agenda behind this sudden visit. Jong Seotae finally gets to the point, admitting he's here to talk about that crazy guy from Baeksan Palace. He brings up the insane rumors spreading like wildfire that our boy single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of demons overnight. This sends the young officer spiraling back into a memory of that chaotic night, his unit desperately searching for the Crown Prince. Amidst the chaos, a blood-caked hand suddenly shot up from a ledge, stopping them in their tracks. The officer could only stare, completely dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. It was Seol Taepyeong, looking like he'd crawled out of hell itself, carrying an unconscious body on his back. As our boy finally collapses, the officer screams at the top of his lungs for a healer. But it wasn't just the rescue that left him shaken to his core. It was the aftermath of the battle. The dead demon wasn't just cut down, its corpse was grotesquely impaled by strange, growing crystals. Deputy General Jong Seotae muses that our boy is skilled but seems to be neglecting his duties since he's not in uniform. The young officer explains that he decided Seol Taepyeong's true calling was to protect the Baeksan Palace. He adds that he's sure our boy will emerge on his own when the time is right. After all, he says, Seol Taepyeong not only saved a lady but also cut down enough demons to speed up the Crown Prince's rescue. The officer had suggested a reward, but the palace officials were horrified, prompting Jong Seotae to ask if it's because of his Hwayongseol family name. Jong Seotae's face darkens as he recalls the family's unforgivable crime against the emperor, specifically mentioning their leader, Seol Imun. Turns out, Seol Taepyeong's monstrous swordsmanship gives the old guard chilling flashbacks of his ancestors' bloody rampage. The deputy general takes a drink, grimly stating that this is the price of being born into a traitor's lineage. But our boy's actual life motto is something else entirely: work less and earn more. The young officer is just left dumbfounded, thinking this absolute unit of a warrior has chosen a completely wrong-headed path in life. Meanwhile, our boy Seol Taepyeong asks if his sister, Seolan, is still recovering from her injuries. Yeonril confirms that according to the palace maids, her life isn't in danger, so she's going to be fine. She's a bit taken aback, pointing out that for someone whose only blood relative was hurt, he seems way too calm. But our boy just smirks, saying that after living with her for over 10 years, he knows his sister isn't the type to go down easily. He thinks back to the original novel, where Soyeon was recognized later because the Crown Prince had disappeared after she saved him. Turns out, Crown Prince Hyunwon was in a near-death state, so his memory of the girl who saved him was hazy at best. But once he finally pieces it all together, he's bound to feel an overwhelming sense of destiny and affection for her. From Seol Taepyeong's point of view, it's a bit cheesy, but it fits Seolan's personality perfectly, since she never acted expecting a reward. He muses that being the lady of the palace is no easy feat, then gets distracted by the legendary Taesung sword. Before he can even react, Yeonril tries to lift the massive blade, immediately struggling with its insane weight, leaving our boy speechless. Our boy warns Yeonril not to draw the sword, but she scoffs, thinking he's underestimating her strength. He deadpans that his real concern isn't her getting hurt, but that the sword is incredibly expensive. He then reminds her of that one time she broke a valuable jar in the main palace, triggering a traumatic memory. The thought of the potential repair bill sends a jolt of pure terror through her. She carefully sets the sword down, and the two sit in a moment of awkward silence. But then, a thought strikes Yeonril, and she suddenly gets worked up about something else entirely. She confronts him, pointing out how he treats his sister Seolan with so much respect, yet is so casual with her. She puffs out her chest, declaring that she's a whole year older than Seolan and deserves the same courtesy. Seol Taepyeong is just left completely dumbfounded by her sudden outburst. With a smug grin, she demands he start calling her Sister Yeon from now on. Our boy is completely lost as Yeonril insists he call her Sister Yeon. Defeated, she plops down beside him, admitting she lost and shouldn't have expected anything. She quickly changes the subject, saying she's going to fold blankets and to call her for dinner. As she walks off, Seol Taepyeong can't help but marvel at her abrupt mood swing. She dramatically slams the door, seemingly ending the conversation for good. But just as quickly, she peeks back in, her face pale with worry, asking why he's stressing her out again. He explains that he heard a certain lady had just arrived at the Baekseon Palace. The very mention of this place leaves him wondering what on earth she's so worked up about. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rings out. It's the noble consort, In Haeyeon, happy to see his recovered so well. The mood instantly shifts, as both Seol Taepyeong and a terrified Yeonril bow their heads to greet her highness. Yeonril is absolutely losing her mind, whispering Seol Taepyeong's name in pure disbelief. In Haeyeon remarks how the once brazen man has become so reserved, even offering to dismiss her maids if he's uncomfortable. Our boy looks up, dumbfounded, as she laughs and asks if he really thinks she needs an escort. She quickly apologizes for her unladylike laugh, but Seol Taepyeong tells her it's no big deal. Turning to her headmaid, In Haeyeon orders her and the others to wait outside while she speaks with their savior. Lady Hundang seems hesitant, but In Haeyeon insists it's fine since another maid is still present. As the maids leave, Yeonril frantically whispers if he has a death wish, but he tells her to be quiet so he can think. In Haeyeon explains she came to personally check on his recovery and thank him for saving her life. Our boy humbly replies that she shouldn't have wasted her precious steps on a third-rate warrior like him. His flattery works like a charm, and she admits that hearing such words isn't a bad feeling at all. Our boy insists it wasn't flattery, and she notes that he certainly has a silver tongue. Then, out of nowhere, In Haeyeon drops a bombshell, asking him to teach her swordsmanship. Seol Taepyeong is completely dumbfounded, but she explains the palace warriors fight with fear, while his sword has spirit. She promises him a hefty reward, knowing he has no desire for worldly success, though she needs time to figure out what. But our boy looks troubled, explaining that teaching a royal like her the sword might be a bit difficult. In Haeyeon is taken aback, clearly not expecting any pushback on her request. He glances at the nervous Yeonril, finally admitting he's been sensing something off for a while. With a sharp gaze, he tells In Haeyeon that they've both been hiding something important from her. She takes a firm step forward, her demeanor shifting from curious to dead serious. Getting right in his face, she demands he spill everything, asking how she's supposed to help if he keeps her in the dark. But instead of a serious confrontation, the entire mood just shatters. In Haeyeon bursts out laughing, completely misinterpreting his concern as a fear of her falling for him. Our boy tries to insist Hes being serious, but she's already lost in her own hilarious conclusion. Wiping a tear from her eye, she tries to compose herself, claiming she's not treating the situation lightly. She then gracefully rises to her feet, taking control of the conversation. Apologizing for her outburst, she admits the situation was just too amusing, leaving both him and Yanril completely baffled. Seeing them still kneeling, she realizes the status difference is making things awkward. She tells them to get up, saying there's no need for such formalities between them. It finally dawns on her why he was so hesitant, wrongly assuming he thought she lacked the discernment to not fall for her own instructor. With a smug grin, she teases him, saying he has an unexpectedly inflated sense of self. She casually dismisses his concerns, explaining that Lady Sukbi is just young and her judgment isn't perfect, admitting it's been ages since she laughed this hard. It finally hits our boy like a ton of bricks. He realizes his warning just sounded like an arrogant boast, and he's dumbfounded he didn't see it sooner. With a radiant smile, she promises to monitor the situation herself, and then slyly asks if he's finally ready to teach her swordsmanship. Seol Taepyeong is completely blinded by her sheer charisma, feeling like there's a literal halo behind her that's too bright to look at. He immediately bows low, desperately proclaiming that she's the one who saved their lives, which only makes her laugh at his earnestness. With the matter now settled on her terms, she makes a decisive gesture, solidifying their new arrangement. As she turns to leave, she glances back with a confident smirk, telling him she'll send someone to fetch him for their lessons. Our boy can only watch as the formidable noble consort and her entourage walk away, leaving him to process the absolute whirlwind of a conversation. The second they're out of sight, he and Yeonril grab each other in a hug of pure, unadulterated relief, celebrating their survival. Hez ecstatic, thinking to himself that all the crises are finally over, and has somehow managed to escape this political minefield completely unscathed. Later that day, as the sun sets, things in the palace finally seem to have calmed down. Night falls, and under the full moon, a completely different mood settles over the Jujak Palace. The seasons are changing, and with the promise of spring comes a moment of quiet reflection. In-haeyeon stands outside, musing to herself that she hopes the weather gets warmer soon. Her headmaid, Lady Hundang, gently reminds her that it's cold and she should come inside. But In-haeyeon is lost in thought, wondering if the simple reasons for being alive are enough. She questions if it's okay to feel happy just by gazing at the beautiful moon. Her mind drifts to our boy, Seol Taepyeong, figuring he must have felt the same way just to survive. The thought makes her blush, a flicker of unexpected emotion catching her completely off guard. When her maid calls out to her, she quickly brushes it off, claiming her toes were just cold before heading inside. In-haeyeon is completely flustered, her heart pounding over these strange new feelings. She tries to dismiss it as a simple delusion, just a trick of the beautiful moonlight. Elsewhere, our boy Seol Taepyeong approaches Elder Baekseon with some grim news. It's a crisis of epic proportions. They have completely run out of rice. Turns out, Yeonril is having a full-blown meltdown over the food situation. Seol Taepyeong explains that the maid can't cook to save her life, which is why she was seen menacingly holding a knife in the kitchen. For her little tantrum, Yeonril gets a light punishment, looking utterly defeated. With their cook out of commission, Seol Taepyeong realizes he'll have to buy rice from outside the palace. Without a second thought, he volunteers to go on the supply run himself. He mentions having some reward money, but the elder just tells him to grab some extra cash from the inner room. With his sword at his side, our boy finally steps out of the palace gates into the world outside. He takes a moment to look at the falling cherry blossoms, realizing that spring has arrived. It's a bittersweet feeling, marking the 16th spring he's welcomed in this life. But as he enters the bustling market, he lets out a heavy, world-weary sigh. Turns out, Yeonril tagged along, and she's already getting fed up with his moping. She tells him to knock it off, because his constant sighing is seriously bumming her out. Seol Taepyeong just turns to her, ready to explain the source of his profound suffering. He was just thinking about what a colossal pain it was to leave the palace an hour of security checks just to walk out. On top of that, he's dreading the thought of having to carry all that heavy rice on the way back. But after all his complaining, he admits it feels amazing to be out of that gilded cage for the first time in a while, asking her if she agrees. While Yeonril checks out the market stalls, our boy suddenly gets contemplative. He remarks how peaceful it's been since the big birthday celebration. Yeonril wonders if it's because the fiery In-haeyeon used her influence to shut down her rivals. She leans in, revealing she heard some juicy gossip from the maids about a certain delayed selection. Turns out, after a whole complicated process to pick the new owner of Hyunmu Palace, the chosen candidate just ran away. Yeonril can barely contain her laughter, imagining the dumbfounded looks on the officials' faces. She completely loses it, and Seol Taepyeong just smirks, saying her reaction makes him want to drag out the suspense. Calming down, Yeonril can't believe someone would actually turn down such a prestigious position. She admits she'd love to live in a palace like that, but Seol Taepyeong coldly reminds her not to envy the powerful. He then gives her a deadpan stare, telling her it's her own fault for getting so worked up, and she quickly apologizes. Our boy's mind drifts to the bigger picture. The queen's seat is still empty, and that's a huge problem for the story's timeline. He really doesn't want to get tangled up with the other concubines, especially the fiery In-haeyeon, but figures he can just have them watched. Walking with Yeonril, he mutters that things have been peaceful so far, but you can tell he knows it's the calm before the storm. For now, he's just enjoying the quiet days at Baekseon Palace, a rare moment of tranquility in his chaotic new life. Meanwhile, at that very palace, Elder Baekseon suddenly tells his student that he has nothing more to teach her. His student is none other than Lady Sukbi, who is left completely speechless by his abrupt declaration. She's utterly confused, thinking she hasn't even learned anything particularly amazing from him yet, but the elder bows deeply, sweating bullets as he insists he's not worthy to be her master because his own level is trash tier. Lady Sukbi is dumbfounded, asking if he isn't supposed to be the most skilled Taoist master in the entire region. Ignoring her, he just announces that he's leaving for Mount Manhua to continue his own training, basically ditching her on the spot. With her so-called master gone, Lady Sukbi watches the palace grounds, a new plan already brewing in her mind. She turns with a sudden spark of determination, not one to be defeated so easily. A moment later, she calls for her headmaid, Schwein, her voice filled with newfound purpose. She immediately asks when the next meeting between senior officials will be held. Hwine is a bit confused by the sudden question, but informs her there's one at the main palace next month. Lady Sukbi nods, deciding she'll just have to get permission from the minister to attend. She declares that if Baekseon won't come to her, then she will go to him to learn the art of Taoism. After all, he's so esteemed that even high-ranking officials can't treat him carelessly, so she'll just have to be persistent. She's already getting giddy, wondering what kind of hairpin she should wear for the occasion, but she quickly catches herself, blushing as she realizes she's getting way too excited before anything is even confirmed. Watching her lady act all flustered, Hwine can't help but feel a little secondhand embarrassment, but her expression darkens as she puts two and two together. She realizes Lady Sukbi is dead set on catching Seol Taepyeong. To anyone else, the crown princess just looks like a cute girl planning a little adventure, but Hwine knows better. If Seol Taepyeong saw that look, he'd see a grim reaper ready to claim his soul. The scene shifts to the bi-monthly tea party, where the crown prince's consorts gather for some high-stakes gossip. In-haeyeon kicks things off, mentioning the rumor that Lady Sukbi plans to visit Baekseon Palace twice a week. Lady Sukbi plays it cool, saying she was inspired by the recent celebration and wants to learn Taoism, asking for support in the next meeting. She then lays the flattery on thick, praising In-haeyeon's swordsmanship and saying she was completely mesmerized. The white-haired consort, Ha Deokbi, returns the favor, complimenting Lady Sukbi's enchanting dance. Lady Sukbi then points out In-haeyeon's hairpin, calling it a perfect fit, though In-haeyeon seems to think it's a bit too much. In-haeyeon internally admits her plan to lighten the mood is failing spectacularly. She glances over at the other two, realizing it's impossible to get comfortable with them. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife, and she decides she has to be the one to break the silence. Steeling herself, she finally addresses the crown princess. In-haeyeon cuts right to the chase, asking why she's heard rumors of Lady Sukbi training with a trash-tier Baekseon guard. Lady Sukbi seems taken aback by the directness of the question. She explains that she tried learning Taoism from a proper master, but he basically gave up on her. In-haeyeon presses on, but Lady Sukbi just claims the warrior is skilled enough for sparring and that's it. Trying to play it cool, In-haeyeon agrees that when it comes to swordsmanship, only skill should matter. But inside, she's desperately trying to convince herself that there are absolutely no ulterior motives behind it. In-haeyeon muses that Elder Baekseon is notoriously picky, so there's no way he'd teach Lady Sukbi, meaning she has to dig for the truth herself. A tense silence hangs in the air as the three consorts sit around the table, the political maneuvering palpable. Lady Sukbi finally breaks the silence, thanking In-haeyeon for her supposed concern. She then lays it on thick, giggling that In-haeyeon's kindness must be as vast as the sea. But In-haeyeon isn't buying it for a second, recognizing this as a classic hit-and-run tactic to dodge the real issue. She wonders how someone so clever could be so blind to the fact that her feelings could spell doom for Seol Taepyeong. In-haeyeon admits to herself that she also feels a strange pull towards our boy, but knows that fascination could become the very sword that ends him. She's been desperately suppressing her own feelings, so it infuriates her that Lady Sukbi seems to be acting so recklessly. When Lady Sukbi asks if something is wrong, In-haeyeon just brushes it off, thinking it's a shame but she's not done yet. A strange power seems to glow from within her, as she thinks with chilling certainty that she can see everything. Turns out, the Crown Prince has decided Lady Sukbi will learn Taoism from Elder Baekseon, and our boy is now her official escort. Lady Sukbi, of course, looks absolutely thrilled by this new arrangement, so begins their journey through the palace, with Seol Taepyeong stoically leading the way. But in her head, Lady Sukbi is already complaining about how far Baekseon Palace is from the concubines' quarters. She thinks about how boring the quiet walk is. Just the idea of it is making her feel incredibly tired before they've even arrived. Suddenly, our boy feels that intense gaze on his back again. She's got that starstruck look in her eyes once more. This seems to jog his memory, and he starts sweating, realizing something important. He awkwardly brings up the fact that he visited her palace back when she was on her sickbed. She confirms it, and he explains that he couldn't just casually greet her, wishing Shed at least pretended not to know him because of her royal status. But Lady Suckby completely misinterprets his awkwardness, thinking his loyalty is just so reassuring. Our boy, completely oblivious, just thinks she's feeling embarrassed and tries to fill the silence with small talk. Hess even patting himself on the back, thinking he's handling this delicate royal conversation perfectly. Just as he's getting comfortable, a strange sound catches him completely off guard. He freezes, his eyes widening as he realizes someone is sobbing right behind him. Whipping around, Hess shocked to see it's none other than the crown princess herself. And she's not just sniffling, she's full-on crying, looking absolutely devastated. Even her attendant, Bunryong, is dumbfounded, asking her lady what could possibly be wrong. Lady Suckby quickly tries to brush it off, saying it's nothing while giving him the saddest puppy dog eyes imaginable. She finally confesses that he seems so spirited back at her palace, but now he's acting so formal and distant. With tears in her eyes, she asks why he's being so particularly cold to her now. Her thoughts drift to another noble lady, remembering a promise she made to help her. Meanwhile, In-hyeon realizes that Lady Suckby must have just entered Baekseon Palace. She's filled with regret, thinking about a promise she made but was powerless to keep. Stealing her resolve, she calls out for her trusted headmaid, Hundang. When her maid appears, In-hyeon gives a simple command: get ready to go out. She has decided she has somewhere she absolutely must go: Baekseon Palace. Her maid is taken aback, reminding her that Lady Suckby is there, but In-hyeon cuts her off. Understanding the gravity in her lady's voice, Hundang bows and agrees to prepare immediately. But as she leaves, she can't help but feel flustered, knowing Her Highness is walking into a storm. And just like that, the stage is set for an absolute disaster, with two powerful rivals about to clash over our boy. Elsewhere, Seolin is having the time of her life, finally getting some fresh air and enjoying the beautiful weather. She reflects on how she's been cooped up and frustrated ever since the big year-end events, feeling completely stifled. She uses an ingredient mix-up as an excuse to head to the outer palace kitchen, promising a guard she'll be back before sunset. As she walks, her mind drifts back to the past. She remembers the huge stir last autumn when Lady Suckby developed feelings for her brother, causing a massive headache for everyone involved. Thankfully, a letter from Maedyeon confirmed everything was resolved, and she breathes a sigh of relief thinking Suckby has come to her senses. But her relief shatters when she turns a corner and comes face to face with both Lady Suckby and In-hyeon standing right there. Her blood runs cold as she realizes the two most powerful lady attendants in the entire palace are here, and it's about to be a war zone. Seolin is completely blindsided to see Yeonril there, demanding to know what in the world is happening. Yeonril stammers, confirming her worst fears. Both Lady Suckby and Lady In are at Baekseon Palace right now. Completely dumbfounded, Seolin reminds her that the last letter said the issue with Suckby was resolved. Yeonril gets cryptic, asking if she understands the old saying about using a thorn to remove a thorn. She leans in close, her expression turning dead serious as she prepares to reveal the real problem. The issue, she whispers, is the intense way Lady In looks at Taepyeong, and it's not good at all. Both girls are absolutely panicking, with Yeonril admitting she's just as confused and terrified as Seolin is. She explains that at first, she thought she could trust Lady In's offer to help deal with Suckby, but now she's not so sure. Turns out, Yeonril saw the completely love-struck look on In-hyeon's face during dinner, realizing they've just traded one massive problem for another. Seolin collapses in despair, wondering just what kind of trouble her brother has gotten himself into this time. But their panic is cut short when a cold voice from behind tells them to get out of the way. The two girls immediately scramble aside, startled by the sudden interruption. They look up in shock to see none other than Jang Gray, the warrior leader of the Red Bow, staring them down. Both Seolin and Yeonril are frozen in fear, trembling before such an imposing figure. But instead of being angry, Jang Gray just squints, realizing he recognizes Seolin from the back path of the palace. Seolin is completely dumbfounded that he remembers her, but she nervously confirms it was her. She quickly bows her head, flustered that a man of his stature would even notice a lowly attendant. Yeonril quickly steps in, apologizing profusely and explaining that a distinguished guest is currently inside. Jang Gray's interest is piqued by the mention of a distinguished person, and he demands to know who it is. Yeonril panics internally, realizing she can't possibly reveal that two high-ranking ladies are secretly visiting. Seeing how flustered they are, Jang Gray correctly deduces that the guest must be someone of immense importance. He then reveals his purpose. An imperial decree has been issued for a search operation, and each palace must contribute a soldier. Seolin's ears perk up at the words search operation, and she instinctively wonders if they're looking for Her Majesty. Her quiet murmur doesn't escape Jang Gray's sharp senses, and his eyes narrow with suspicion. Realizing her massive slip-up, Seolin immediately bows in a panic, apologizing for speaking out of turn. She's completely mortified, her mind going blank from the sheer embarrassment of the situation. For the first time, the stoic warrior leader seems caught off guard, clearing his throat as an awkward tension fills the air. Jangre explains the gravity of the situation. Her Majesty has been missing for over a week, so they can't just sit still. The plan, he says, is to mobilize a large number of warriors to conduct a massive search of the capital. Seolan nervously asks if he plans to take Taepyeong, prompting a sharp look from Jangre, who questions her connection to the warrior. Yeonril is absolutely floored, her mind screaming in disbelief. Is the great warrior leader actually jealous? Seolan quickly clarifies that Taepyeong is her younger brother who escaped the Hwayongseol clan with her. A wave of relief seems to wash over Jangre as he asks if they are truly blood-related siblings. Yeonril can't believe her eyes. He's totally relieved because he found out his potential rival is just her brother. Her mind races, thinking about how the brother charmed two ladies while the sister is now enchanting a warrior from an enemy palace. Turns out, Jangre is completely smitten, thinking to himself that with So-yeon's beauty and personality, it's no wonder she's so popular. Jangre can't wrap his head around it. Why on earth is this simpleton who thinks noodles are life itself so popular? He explains to Seolan that Deputy General Jong Seotae has taken a special interest in her brother and wants to scout him. Seolan's eyes sparkle with hope, realizing that if a deputy general is involved, Taepyeong might actually rise to prominence. Her pure, unadulterated joy completely catches Jangre off guard, leaving him a blushing, flustered mess. Yeonril watches from the side, thinking to herself that this warrior leader is just painfully obvious with his crush. After composing himself, Jangre declares that he'll be taking Taepyeong with him to meet the deputy general. But just then, another high-profile visitor arrives. It's the noble consort, Inhaeon, and she does not look pleased. She immediately confronts Jangre, recognizing him as the commander of an enemy palace's guards and wondering what he's doing here. Inhaeon announces she came to spar with Taepyeong, leaving Jangre dumbfounded and asking if she's also here to take him away. Caught red-handed, Inhaeon gets flustered and tries to deflect Jangre's accusation. She quickly changes the subject, revealing she's also here on official business to recruit Taepyeong for a special unit. Jangre calmly proposes that her business can wait until after his training session with Taepyeong is over. But Inhaeon isn't asking for permission. She tells them to hurry up, intent on taking our boy with her right now. Watching from the sidelines, Seolan and Yeonril are stunned as this high-stakes tug-of-war for Taepyeong unfolds. Seolan starts to panic, grabbing Yeonril and worrying about what will happen to her brother now. Yeonril, however, remains cool-headed, telling Soyeon not to worry because she sees a way out of this mess. She realizes that Jangre's offer is the real ticket to success, and she can't let Taepyeong get separated from that opportunity. Looking at a clueless Taepyeong, Yeonril makes a silent vow to ensure he doesn't refuse the warrior leader's offer. Meanwhile, Elder Baekseon begins a lesson, explaining that true mastery of Taoist arts comes from self-knowledge. He tells Lady Sukbi that she's barely scratched the surface of her own potential and needs to look inward. As she meditates under his guidance, she's blown away. His understanding of Taoist techniques is leagues beyond any other master she's known. She's found him a teacher finally worthy of unlocking her true power. After a while, the elder ends the session, satisfied with her newfound ability to manage her energy. Lady Sukbi thanks him profusely, but he just smiles, saying she'll learn more from herself than from him. As she and Hwine depart, Baekseon cryptically advises her to reflect on Warrior Seol to gain even more insight. His words hit home, and Sukbi suddenly feels a pang of guilt for her rude behavior toward our boy earlier. Just as she's lost in thought, Hwine points out that Taepyeong himself is waiting for them at the middle gate. Hwine's mind races, recalling that the fiery Lady Inhaeon had also barged into the palace and dragged Taepyeong off with her. Lady Sukbi is left utterly speechless, her mind replaying the elder's advice. Hwine stares at her, completely baffled by this sudden change in her lady's demeanor. She's absolutely floored, unable to comprehend what she's seeing. In all her years of service, this is the first time she's ever seen Lady Sukbi wear such an expression of pure guilt. It's a dark, unfamiliar side to the proud crown princess, and Hwine is shaken. Meanwhile, our boy Taepyeong is with the fiery Lady Inhaeon, looking deeply troubled. Hess worried that his lifespan is ticking away, but she tells him that while his concerns are valid, there's more to it. She gets a little flustered, explaining she had to keep a promise and couldn't just stand by. But more importantly, she tells him there's something serious they need to discuss right now. To prove her point, she dismisses her headmaid, Hundang, signaling that this conversation is for his ears only. With her maids in the background, Inhaeon begins, telling Taepyeong to listen carefully and not misunderstand her. She gets straight to the point, stating that this concerns his life and that it took a lot of courage for her to even say it. Then, in a stunning turn of events, she shyly confesses that she might have developed an infatuation for him. Our boy is completely floored, but she quickly clarifies that it's just a fleeting feeling, something natural for a woman. She looks away, blushing, asking him to understand how difficult it was for her to be so direct about her feelings. He's at a total loss for words, but she tells him to stay silent, admitting she needs time to sort out her own thoughts. Shifting back to business, she reaffirms her promise to step in if Lady Sukbi causes any trouble, and he thanks her. But she leans in close and warns him that when he's dealing with her, he shouldn't ever feel too at ease. Taepyeong is internally panicking, feeling like he's caught between two crossed swords in a no-win situation. Finally, she dismisses him, postponing his swordsmanship lessons until she's processed everything, leaving him dumbfounded. Our boy is so mortified by her confession that he feels like he's dying all over again. Haeyeon's maid tells him to head back to Baekseon Palace, since Lady Sukbi's lessons should be over soon. As she leads him away, Taepyeong is still trying to wrap his head around everything that just happened. He can't help but look back at the fiery concubine who just threw him for a loop. Haeyeon remains behind, completely overwhelmed by her own bold words. The usually stoic woman is blushing furiously, clearly not used to being so vulnerable. Taepyeong walks on, his mind a total mess, wondering how he's supposed to handle this situation. Suddenly, a voice calls out, recognizing him from his time at the concubine's quarters, and he freezes. He turns around, dumbfounded to see Lady Sukbi standing right there in front of him, and just his luck, she's looking at him with a shy, blushing expression that spells nothing but more trouble. Our boy is caught in the middle, with Lady Sukbi on one side and the fiery Haeyeon retreating in the background. Lady Sukbi cuts right to the chase, her voice soft but sharp, pointing out that he was just at Jujak Palace. Taepyeong tries to explain that it wasn't his fault, as Haeyeon basically dragged him there against his will. But Lady Sukbi's mood darkens, and she mutters about not realizing the lady of Jujak Palace was so quick on her feet. Taepyeong starts sweating, but she suddenly smiles, saying she's truly glad to have run into him by chance. She then apologizes for being rude, blaming her sensitive tear ducts, which only confuses him more. With a shy look, she asks him to just forget what he saw, but her eyes tell a completely different story. She then gives him the most confusing request ever, to forget it on the surface but remember it deep down. Before he can even process that, she says they'll talk later at Baekseon Palace and quickly scurries away. Taepyeong is left completely fried, admitting to himself that he has absolutely no idea what's going on anymore. Just as his brain is about to short-circuit, his sister Seolin appears, looking absolutely horrified and asking how things got so messy. Taepyeong is dumbfounded to see her there, and she explains she came to congratulate him but now just wants to know what the hell is going on. Yeonril immediately puts him on the spot, demanding to know what business he had at Jujak Palace with Lady In. Our boy just clams up, and the three of them are left in a silence so awkward it's practically a physical presence. Yeonril finally breaks, grabbing her head as she realizes the massive political minefield Taepyeong just tap-danced through. But just as our boy resigns himself to his fate, she tells him not to worry, because she has an idea. With a sudden burst of confidence, Yeonril declares that there is, in fact, a way out of this mess. Her plan hinges on the story of a legendary concubine, Hyunbi Po Hwaryong, who could supposedly read minds, and the influential scholar who supported her. This scholar, Sim Sang-gon, had recommended a complete nobody for the position, a commoner girl with zero connections or notable skills. The ministry officials were furious, but after a single private conversation with the girl, they all mysteriously changed their tune and backed her completely. Yeonril explains that the officials were left utterly speechless after their meeting with the commoner girl. Turns out, she didn't have any divine powers. She just straight up read their minds and exposed their deepest secrets. Meanwhile, over at the Red Palace, the elite guards of the Red Bow are busy with their training. Their leader, Yongre, is thinking about recruiting a certain someone, but realizes he can't bring the guard from Baekseon Palace. He pictures our boy, Seol Taepyeong, and figures he's probably enjoying his lazy life guarding the elder. Jangre sighs, thinking it's a total waste of talent, but you can't force a guy who has zero motivation. Suddenly, a loud commotion from the courtyard snaps him out of his thoughts. It's none other than Taepyeong himself, getting blocked by a guard and arguing that he needs to see Jangre immediately. Our boy is completely dumbfounded that the guard is just stonewalling him, but just as the guard turns his back, Taepyeong spots his target and starts yelling for Jangre at the top of his lungs. Our boy proudly announces his name, making sure everyone knows exactly who has arrived. The commotion finally reaches Jangre, who turns to see the source of the disturbance. He recognizes the kid from Baekseon Palace, who is now acting overjoyed to see him. The guard who tried to block him is absolutely petrified, suddenly recalling the rumors that this guy slayed hundreds of demons. Taepyeong cuts right to the chase, asking if there's still an opening on the special task force he heard about. He promises to show them what true passion is if they just give him the spot. With fire in his eyes, he swears his absolute loyalty to the Emperor, ready to prove his worth. Jangre is just dumbfounded. Wasn't this the same guy whose life goal was to be a professional slacker? Seeing his conviction, Jangre decides to brief him on the situation, telling him to listen carefully. He begins by explaining that their target, Hyunbi Po, is a master of improvisation and assessing situations on the fly. Jangre warns that this mission requires absolute stealth, because if they make one obvious move, their target will vanish for good. He orders his men to split into groups and discreetly gather information across the capital, making sure the Hyunbi never catches wind of them. Our boy Taepyeong immediately sees the problem. She wasn't a concubine for long before she fled, so the trail is already ice cold. Turns out, their target, Po Hwaryong, is a former mountain herbalist with insane agility and top-tier acting skills, making her a ghost. On top of that, she has a photographic memory for faces, meaning once she sees you, you're compromised, a truly trash-tier opponent to track. Taepyeong listens intently, but the most crucial question keeps nagging him. Why did a royal concubine run away in the first place? He digs through his memories of the novel, but this whole incident is a complete blank, making him wonder if he just never got to this part. Something feels off. The Hyunbi he remembers was a composed, graceful woman, not some parkour expert who just leap over palace walls. To motivate the troops, Jangre reveals that this mission comes with a pretty sweet incentive. He announces that the Minister of State himself will personally reward anyone who contributes to finding her, so they better get to work. The guards are absolutely hyped, screaming their heads off at the promise of a fat reward. With the briefing over, Seol Taepyeong heads out, thinking to himself that the real search begins now. But our boy isn't too stressed. He recalls from the novel that Hyunbi Po gets caught and returns to the palace on her own anyway. His real goal is just to use this mission as an excuse to get as far away from Baekseon Palace and its drama as possible. He lets out a sigh of relief, feeling like he's finally free from the watchful eyes of Yeonri and his sister, Seolin. Being part of this special unit feels like a vacation. For once, his life isn't in immediate danger, and he feels truly at peace. He thinks it feels like returning to the homeland of his heart, but little does he know, his target is chilling just nearby. The runaway concubine, Po Hwaryong, is just humming to herself, swinging her dirty feet without a care in the world. She takes a deep breath, just enjoying the refreshing spring breeze, completely oblivious to the massive manhunt for her. And as she soaks in the sun, she looks less like a fugitive, and more like someone who's finally found freedom. Without a moment's hesitation, Po Hwaryong steps off the high roof, beginning her descent. She plummets downwards with a surprising amount of grace, not a hint of fear on her face. Landing as light as a feather, it's clear this runaway concubine is no ordinary woman. Her feet are stained with dirt, a testament to her long journey on the run. She gives a smug little smile, absolutely reveling in her newfound freedom from the palace. With another effortless flip, she continues on her way, moving like a shadow. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Yeonril is startled by a sudden noise while cleaning. She breathes a sigh of relief, thinking she's finally managed to keep Taepyeong at a distance for his own good. But doubt immediately creeps in, and she can't help but wonder if sending him away was the right call. She tightens her grip on the broom, her expression hardening with resolve despite her inner conflict. She tries to sweep away her worries, but her mind is clearly elsewhere. Meanwhile, a new mission begins in Hwangdo, the capital city, a bustling hub of information. The warrior leader Jangre lays out the plan. The task force will split up to search the 4 major markets. He orders them to rendezvous at sunset, and to use different messengers to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. Watching them march off, our boy Seol Taepyeong is sarcastically impressed by their intense determination. He ironically thinks about how he's a proud member of this special task force, looking utterly bored. So, his first order of business is, naturally, to order a big bowl of pork rice soup. Hez posted up at a restaurant right near Hyunmu Palace, the concubine's last known location. But after all this time, he's found absolutely zero leads on the runaway Lady Po. Turns out his investigation for the past half-month has just been eating soup and sightseeing, and he's starting to wonder if this is a joke. Meanwhile, the other guards are running themselves ragged, feeling guilty that their young master seems so serious about the mission. They're at their wits' end, complaining about the trash-tier intel they were given on the runaway concubine. Their vice leader, Han Cheonseon, decides the only option left is to shake down every guest house in the market tomorrow. But our boy Seol Taepyeong knows this is all a waste of time. The mission has been a complete dead end from the start, and yet, despite the supposed urgency of the situation, his brilliant investigative technique is to order another bowl of pork rice soup. The shop owner is practically begging him to eat something else, but our boy is a man of focus. He justifies his slacking by remembering he occasionally gets dragged out for dawn patrols, which, of course, he performs with the utmost seriousness and dedication while searching the market. He even claims he's fulfilling his duty by becoming a conversation partner for the local palace maids. He muses that his days always end the same way, at his favorite restaurant ordering a bowl of bean sprout rice soup. The next day, the sun rises, and his grueling investigation begins anew. He starts with a single, unenthusiastic round through the market, barely paying attention. Then it's time to gather intel, which really just means bothering the local guards. He continues his hard work by wandering the streets and yawning his head off. And to cap it all off, he's back at the restaurant, ordering a bowl of pork rice soup. The day after that, not even a downpour can break his sacred routine. The owner thinks she's finally got his pattern down, but he switches to beans, and the day after that, the cycle of this trash tier investigation continues. Our boy is back again ordering pork rice soup, and the poor lady just stares, completely defeated. And so, another day passes in this so-called investigation. The restaurant owner, thinking she's finally cracked his code, asks if he's having the bean sprout soup today. But while our boy is busy with his food tour, the actual task force is pulling their hair out at night. The vice leader, Han Cheonseon, is absolutely losing it, wondering how someone can just vanish without a trace. He's fuming that she should have left some sign of daily life, like buying food or clothes. His subordinate suggests that after all this time, it's highly likely their target, Po Hwaryong, has changed her appearance. The officer confirms it's been a whole month since they started searching for Lady Hyunbi Po, and they've got nothing. Han Cheonseon asks about reinforcements, but is reminded that a bigger team would only complicate this stealth mission. He slumps in defeat, realizing they're completely stuck with no new leads. But then the officer drops a bombshell. The council has approved a legendary Taeseong sword as a reward for whoever finds her. The entire room erupts in whispers, the men dumbfounded by the news of such a legendary reward. Even our boy Seol Tapyong, sitting quietly in the corner, overhears the chatter about the Taeseong sword. But while everyone else is losing their minds, he seems completely unimpressed by the whole thing. He knows that sword well. It's the one kept under lock and key in the inner chamber of Baekseon Palace. Han Cheonseon tries to bring the meeting back to order, reminding everyone they've been away from their duties for too long. But the mention of Baekseon Palace suddenly piques Seol Taepyeong's interest for a different reason. He realizes it's been a while since he's heard any news from there, making him a bit uneasy. He reflects that his friend Wang Han is probably struggling to cover for him, but that's not his main concern. His thoughts drift to the real reason he was staying there. The sage, Elder Baekseon, is running out of time. He feels a deep debt to the old man and had planned to stay by his side to see him off peacefully. A heavy realization settles over our boy. No matter what, he is a man of Baekseon Palace. The scene shifts to a quiet restaurant, where a friendly owner cheerfully greets her regular customer. She already knows his order by heart, asking if he's having the bean sprout rice soup again today. Seol Tapyong enjoys these brief moments of peace, but decides this little routine has served its purpose. The owner happily brings him his food, thinking he must really be a fan of her cooking. But in truth, our boy thinks the soup is trashed here. He's not here for the food at all. He's been on this outing for quite some time, and the owner wonders if he needs anything else. His mind flashes to the intel he's been after. The runaway concubine, Po Hwaryong, misses a place called Chunhyang Pavilion. Suddenly, his head whips around as he spots the very same name on a nearby building. With a new lead in hand, he knows it's finally time to report back to Cheongdo Palace. Back at the palace, our boy's mind is solely focused on his target, the runaway concubine, Lady Po. He arrives at Cheongdo Palace, the sunset casting a warm glow over the residence. While hanging laundry, the maid Yeonril spots a familiar figure returning to the grounds. She's completely startled, realizing Seol Taepyeong is finally back from his long outing. Without a second thought, she drops everything and makes a mad dash to report his return. She finds Lady Sukbi and formally announces herself, a bit out of breath from her sprint. Lady Sukbi peeks out, her expression a mix of curiosity and anticipation. But before Yeonril can even get a word out, she's interrupted by a loud, booming voice. A new face, a scribe named Wang Han, passionately declares he will guard Lady Sukbi with all his might today. Lady Sukbi just stares back, completely unimpressed by this guy's over-the-top energy. Lady Sukbi is completely flustered, while Yeonril panics internally, thinking this is the worst time for him to return. But our boy is miles away, having a meal with none other than the runaway concubine, Po Hwaryong. She's a nervous wreck, admitting to herself that she knew she was being hunted but played dumb for a whole month. Seol Tapyong, on the other hand, is perfectly calm, thinking it was just inconvenient to go back to the palace early. He finally puts his spoon down, cutting to the chase and asking if there's a real reason she had to flee. She stammers, agreeing to tell him everything, but he just tells her to drop the formal titles. He casually sips his drink, telling her to just spit it out and not to worry about shocking him. Taking a deep breath, Po Hwaryong prepares to reveal the truth behind her escape from Cheongdo Palace. Seol Tapyong listens with a dead serious expression, ready for whatever bombshell she's about to drop. And then she blurts it out, the big reason for everything, leaving them both completely dumbfounded. Without another word, Po Hwaryong suddenly leaps from her seat, making a break for it. Our boy is left completely baffled, wondering what on earth just happened. She lands on the ground outside and immediately bolts, not even looking back. With incredible agility, she lands on a nearby rooftop, continuing her desperate escape. She pauses for a split second, thinking there's no way he could possibly follow her. But just then, a dark blur zips right past her face, shattering her confidence. It's Seol Tapyong, who has already landed silently in front of her, blocking her path. He stares her down, his expression making it clear he's not amused by this little game of tag. Po Hwaryong is completely stunned, her mind unable to process how he caught up so fast. Pure terror takes over as she lets out a shriek and tries to run away again. But our boy isn't having any of it and snatches her by the robe before she can make another move. In a panic, she flings a handful of small metallic spheres behind her as she leaps away. Seol Tapyong just looks on, dumbfounded, as he casually steps on her trash tier trap. Done playing games, he launches himself off the roof with enough force to shatter the tiles beneath him. A massive cloud of dust erupts from his takeoff, completely engulfing the rooftop behind him. Po Hwaryong looks back, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer power on display. She starts panicking, thinking he's gone too far and might need a physician for such a reckless move. The shockwave from his jump blasts past her, nearly knocking her off her feet. When the dust settles, Seol Tapyong is already standing there, looking like this was just a light warm-up. Her mind finally snaps, and she runs away screaming that he's not a man, but an absolute monster. Po Hwaryong glances back, her face a mask of pure terror. In her mind, our boy has transformed into a ravenous demon, ready to devour her whole. She screams apologies, begging him to stop as he effortlessly keeps pace right behind her. Landing on another roof, she realizes she needs to get serious to have any chance of escaping. With no other choice, she kicks off her shoes, deciding to go all out. Turns out, she's got a secret movement technique, letting her glide across the ground barefoot. She becomes a literal blur, zipping through the streets at an unbelievable speed. Seol Tapyong just watches from above, genuinely surprised by her sudden burst of agility. He simply hops down to the street level, continuing the chase like it's a casual jog. Po Hwaryong is dumbfounded, wondering how he's still chasing her when he should have collapsed ages ago. She's still convinced that at this speed, there's no way he can possibly catch up to her. But as she rounds a corner, she slams face first into a solid wall of a person and lets out a shriek. The impact sends her tumbling to the ground, completely disoriented from the sudden stop. Dazed and confused, she instinctively mumbles an apology, her head spinning. She looks up to see our boy, Seol Tapyong, standing there without a single scratch on him. Her mind races as she realizes he didn't chase her. He just took a shortcut and waited for her. He reaches down and grabs her hand, pulling her up before she can even process what's happening. He calmly addresses her as Hyunbi Po, and as she stammers another apology, he says he's sorry too. Po Hwaryong is completely dumbfounded, blushing from the sheer embarrassment of the situation. Instead of dragging her away, Seol Tapyong just casually suggests they should probably grab a meal first. True to his word, our boy finds the nearest restaurant and loudly orders 2 bowls of pork soup. They sit down in a tense silence, with Po Hwaryong just staring, completely baffled by this bizarre turn of events. He then calmly explains that as a humble warrior, he had no choice but to bind her hands, hoping she understands. She's so flustered she can barely speak, just stammering that it's fine while he stares back with his usual deadpan expression. Noticing he hasn't touched his food, she nervously asks if he isn't going to eat. He simply tells her that if she eats now, she won't be hungry later, which doesn't really explain anything. She presses him again, confused why he's just sitting there while a perfectly good meal gets cold. Her constant questioning finally breaks through, and he snaps, agreeing to eat just to get her to stop. And just like that, he's all smiles, happily digging into his soup like he wasn't just interrogating her. But as he takes a bite, a sudden, horrifying realization hits him like a ton of bricks. His mind flashes back to how she prepared the meal, meticulously skimming the oil from the broth. She seasoned it with chives and salt, then mixed in the perfect amount of rice. The final touch was pairing it with boiled pork, dipped in a rich soy sauce. He realizes she was following a precise ritual to achieve the ultimate flavor. And the taste is so divine it short-circuits his brain. This isn't just soup, it's the work of a master. Our boy has a full-blown spiritual awakening right at the dinner table, leaving Po Hwaryong completely baffled by his reaction. After his foodie meltdown, the mood finally shifts back to the matter at hand. Po Hwaryong seizes the opportunity, turning the tables and asking why he left the palace in the first place. He's totally caught off guard, his hand freezing mid-air as he searches for an answer. An awkward silence hangs between them as he struggles to explain his complicated situation. Seeing him clam up, Po Hwaryong tells him he doesn't have to explain if he doesn't want to. But our boy decides to open up, admitting he was just curious and wanted to say a proper goodbye. Turns out, they're cut from the same cloth. She reveals she was abandoned as a child and relied on others to survive. She had friends, an old woman and some herb gatherers who she considered family, but never got to say farewell to. Her move to the palace was so sudden there was no time, and hearing this, Seol Tapyong finally gets it. He imagines the life of a concubine, a gilded cage where even leaving the palace is a political nightmare. She confesses how much she missed the scent of cherry blossoms from her old home, a longing she couldn't shake. Her constant yearning gaze at the sky wasn't for nothing. It was the regret of leaving without a word. For a girl who was abandoned and had to fight for every connection, those bonds were her entire world. He finally understands the weight of a helping hand in the darkness and why she'd risk it all for one last goodbye. He knows that if she leaves now, the regret will torment her forever, a feeling he understands all too well. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching patrol startles Po Hwaryong, breaking the quiet moment. She tells him a month was enough, thanking him for pretending not to see her while she got her closure. She promises that once she's back in the palace, she will find a way to repay his kindness. But their time is up. A task force member spots them and screams that he's found Lady Hyunbi Po. With a heavy heart, Po Hwaryong bows her head, quietly thanking him for everything as she accepts her fate. But our boy's eyes snap open with fierce determination. This is far from over. He turns to her with a dead serious look and asks how many are left. She's completely dumbfounded, having no idea what he's talking about. He clarifies he means the people she needs to say goodbye to, just as the guards shouts close in. The approaching task force members grumble amongst themselves, calling our boy greedy for hogging all the achievements. Their leader, Han Cheonseon, watches with a grimace, thinking Seol Taepyeong should know his place. But as he gets closer, he's left wondering what on earth is going on. Back at the table, our boy has made his decision. Just as the guards arrive and call out for Lady Hyunbi Po, Seol Taepyeong makes his move. With a single stomp, he shatters the wooden bench they were sitting on. The sheer force sends the nearby guards flying, completely blindsided by the sudden attack. He grabs a stunned Po Hwaryong, telling her it's time to go and to just trust him. Before she can even process what's happening, he effortlessly lifts her into his arms. Po Hwaryong's mind goes completely blank as our boy prepares to bolt with her in tow. With a monstrous leap, our boy launches them both clear over the rooftops, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The guards below are left in a cloud of dust, screaming for someone to catch Lady Hyunbi Po. They land gracefully on a roof, with Seol Taepyeong looking calm while Po Hwaryong is still processing the fact she can fly. The vice leader, Han Cheonseon, is completely stunned. Realizing who just pulled off this insane stunt, he immediately declares that their own Special Forces member, Seol Taepyeong, has officially betrayed them. Elsewhere in the palace, his sister Seolin suddenly gets a spine-chilling feeling of dread. While washing clothes with the other maids, she's struck by a terrible premonition she just can't shake. It dawns on her that she hasn't seen her brother in over a month, and she can't help but worry about him. She desperately prays that Taepyeong will just come back quietly and stay out of trouble this time. Too bad for her, because Han Cheonseon is already ordering the chase, seeing this as the perfect excuse to use the Taesung sword. As Po Hwaryong panics about the mess they're in, our boy Taepyeong calmly tells her that escaping won't be a problem. Snapping out of her fear, she quickly comes up with a plan, saying they can easily shake their pursuers by weaving through the city blocks. With a new sense of purpose, she declares their first goal is to get the hell out of Hyunmu City as they leap across the rooftops. They bolt across the tiles, making a swift getaway. Down below, the task force is in an uproar, with one of the men ordering anyone with light foot techniques to get up there and chase them down. Sure enough, two guards manage to scale the buildings and start gaining on them from behind. Po Hwaryong glances back in alarm, realizing their pursuers are right on their tail. One of the guards lunges forward, launching a powerful kick straight at Taepyeong's head. But our boy doesn't even flinch, casually swatting the attack aside with a single hand, the impact echoing through the air. Taepyeong looks utterly unimpressed by the trash-tier attack, leaving Po Hwaryong completely dumbfounded by his monstrous strength. Taepyeong tells her they need to book it before the guards get into proper formation and become a real problem. With a new sense of urgency, Po Hwaryong sprints ahead, trying to navigate them to safety. But she glances back for a second, and her jaw just about hits the roof tiles. Our boy is effortlessly swatting away the other pursuer, which makes her realize he wasn't even trying when he was chasing her. She's left wondering what kind of absolute monster she's teamed up with as they finally land in a deserted alley. Suddenly, she grabs his hand, surprising him as she declares she knows the way from here. She expertly guides him through the labyrinthine palace grounds, pointing them towards the fourth building down the path. They finally arrive at what looks like a secluded building, their potential safe house. Po Hwaryong grunts with effort, struggling to slide open the heavy wooden door. With a final heave, she gets it open and quickly ushers him inside before they're spotted. The heavy door groans shut, plunging them into the suffocating darkness of the warehouse. Our boy suggests they wait for their eyes to adjust, but Po Hwaryong is adamant they press on, asking what this place even is. He explains it's just a deserted rice warehouse, which only makes him more curious about how she found such a perfect hideout. Turns out, this girl is a walking GPS, having memorized the entire layout of the vast Imperial capital. Their brief respite is cut short by the sounds of guards outside, shouting orders to block every alleyway. Taepyeong tenses up, realizing their window of opportunity to escape is closing fast. He turns to see Po Hwaryong struggling to move a massive sack of rice, clearly underestimating its weight. Being the gentleman he is, Taepyeong offers his help, catching her off guard and earning a flustered thank you. With his monstrous strength, they easily move the heavy sacks, revealing a hidden passage beneath the floorboards. She lets out a huge sigh of relief. Their secret escape route finally cleared. Po Hwaryong beams, explaining this was her secret little hideout she used to sneak into all the time. Our boy is confused, asking why they're hiding inside the city when she said their goal was to get out. She coolly admits it was a trick. Her plan is to wait for the guards to lower their alert level before making a break for it, though she's worried they won't let up anytime soon. Taepyeong connects the dots, realizing they won't give up because the legendary Taesung sword is tied to her body, leaving her completely dumbfounded. He explains that to the task force, she's not a person but a walking treasure, which finally makes her understand their terrifyingly desperate pursuit. The gravity of the situation hangs in the air as they both stare at the sacks of rice, the weight of their decision settling in. She asks if he really chose to help her, knowing it meant giving up the Taesung sword, and admits she already has one but is still conflicted. Taepyeong flips the script, asking if turning her over to the martial commander wouldn't have been the smarter, cleaner play for him. She looks down, riddled with guilt, pointing out that he'll face severe consequences for defying the special task force just for her sake. But he just brushes it off, laying out his simple plan. He'll return the sword he has, take a minor punishment, and then personally escort her back to Cheongdo Palace. He then asks if she could vouch for him once she's safely back in Hyunmu Palace, revealing the final piece of his plan. Po Hwaryong is left stammering, but he cuts her off, telling her to just focus on letting go of her regrets. He asks her directly if she truly doesn't understand why he chose to side with her over the safer, more logical option. She turns away, admitting she doesn't get it, thinking that forcing her into the palace would only fill her life with regret. But our boy just smirks, declaring that he lives a life without regrets and never makes a choice he'll second guess. A dark memory flashes by the last time he felt regret was cutting down bandits to protect his sister, a vow he made in blood. He recalls helping Lady Sukbi, knowing it was life-threatening but feeling zero regret for his actions. Even crossing swords with the fiery In Hyeon was a choice he'd make again, despite the complicated aftermath. He tells her his philosophy is simple. It's only natural to help someone in pain, and he believes effort deserves reward. Po Hwaryong is completely dumbfounded, asking what on earth he saw in her, a total stranger, to deserve such a selfless gamble. Our boy flips the script, asking if she didn't also run away from a life of luxury at Cheongdo Palace. He paints a picture of her escape, suggesting she threw away wealth and glory for a faint, lingering bond. He calls her the truly strange one, questioning who in their right mind would abandon the coveted position of a royal concubine. But he says it with understanding, realizing that the person she ran for must have been incredibly precious to her. His words hit her like a ton of bricks, and she's completely overcome with emotion. She admits with a blush that this is the first time anyone has ever understood her so completely. In a quick flashback, she remembers all the whispers and gossip, with people calling her peculiar for running away. Everyone questioned her sanity, wondering why she'd give up a position that every other woman in the palace envied. She knew the answer was simple, that bond was everything, but no one ever bothered to see it, until Seol Taepyeong. With her heart pounding, she clutches her chest, feeling for the first time that she can truly trust this man. The story pans out, revealing that beneath the capital's dazzling glory lies a difficult and unforgiving era. It's a classic tale of two cities. The rich live in luxury, while the poor are left to rot in the slums. Po Hwaryong reveals her past was a product of this cruelty. She was abandoned as a child because her family couldn't afford to treat her high fever. Our boy listens as she explains that a fever like hers was a death sentence, so her family simply left her to die. She was left at the foot of Baeksal Mountain, but just when all hope seemed lost, a kind old woman took her in. This woman was a poor herb picker, but Po Hwaryong remembers her voice being full of warmth and kindness. Even though she barely had enough food for herself, the old woman shared everything and nursed the sick child day after day. But just as her fever was about to break, the old woman had to abandon her too, no longer able to afford another mouth to feed. Miraculously, she survived, and when the fever finally passed, she found herself gifted with incredible strength and a perfect memory. To this day, she can't forget the old woman's face as she held her hand, apologizing over and over for leaving her behind. Po Hwaryong remembers the old woman's tear-streaked face, leaving with nothing but guilt in her heart. The only memento she has of the kind woman is a simple, worn-out piece of cloth. She clutches it tightly, lamenting that while the woman gave her life, all she gave back was a heavy conscience. Our boy Seol Taepyeong listens in silence, his expression unreadable as he takes in her painful story. Turns out, he completely understands her desire to thank her savior, because he feels the exact same way about someone. She explains that for the past month, she's been searching for the old woman, but her house was empty and she vanished without a trace. Though she's safe now, her one burning wish is to find that woman and finally repay her kindness. Suddenly, her entire demeanor shifts from sorrow to fiery determination. She imagines standing before her savior, proudly declaring that the abandoned girl is not only alive but thriving. She'll tell her she became a royal consort and will now provide her with a life of luxury, a job well done. Having heard her story, our boy decides he'll help her out, leaving Po Hwaryong completely stunned. Overjoyed, she swears to repay him, promising to clear his name of any crimes he might be associated with. Seol Tapyong agrees her offer is generous, but tells her he needs one specific promise from her first. A long, awkward silence hangs in the air as he struggles to find the right words. Po Hwaryong starts to get a little uneasy, wondering what could possibly be so hard to ask for. Internally, our boy is cringing, admitting to himself that this is really hard to say out loud. He thinks of Yeonril and his sister Solon, realizing he has to do this for their sake. She watches him, completely baffled by his hesitation and wondering what he's planning. He hypes himself up, deciding to be a man and just get it over with in one go. Finally, he looks her dead in the eye and asks that, just in case, she never falls in love with him. Po Hwaryong is left utterly speechless by his bizarre request. Her expression flattens as she tries to figure out what on earth he's even talking about. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, rumors about our boy are already spreading like wildfire. Ha Deokbi mentions hearing that a warrior from Baekseon Palace was seduced by the Empress. Lady Sukbi worries why he would turn the elite special forces into his enemies over this. But Inhaeon is more concerned that if things escalate, the main palace's spies will get involved. The three of them let out a collective sigh, clearly stressed out by the situation. Turns out, their real concern is for Hyunbi, Po Hwaryong's official title. Ha Deokbi adds that even their maids are worried about the maids of Hyunmu Palace. Just then, Anrim, the head maid of Hyunmu Palace, arrives, assuring them that her master promised to return. Lady Sukbi asks Anrim if she's met Hyunbi, and the head maid just sings praises of her wisdom and beauty. But Sukbi isn't buying it, her mind racing with suspicion about how Hyunbi could possibly sway a warrior from Baekseon Palace. Inhaeon is cut from the same cloth, admitting that this whole situation has been bothering her as well. Ha Deokbi just sips her tea, coolly observing that the other two seem incredibly worried about Hyunbi's predicament. Trying to play it off, Lady Sukbi agrees that Hyunbi must be incredibly persuasive to have pulled this off. Inhaeon, however, remains skeptical, pondering if a few words are really enough to convince a total stranger to risk everything. The political fallout suddenly hits Lady Sukbi, who begins to panic about how the high-ranking officials will react to this mess. That settles it for Inhaeon. She decides to mobilize her own maids from Jujak Palace to get to the bottom of this for Hyunbi's sake. Fired up, Lady Sukbi declares she'll do the same, planning to use her connection with headmaid Hwine to gather intel. Ha Deokbi watches the two rivals team up, silently wondering if the relationships between consorts are always this surprisingly cooperative. Meanwhile, the maids from the other palaces approach headmaid Anrim with a stern warning. Bunryong tells her to be wary of the warrior, Seol Tapyong, who was supposedly swayed by Hyunbi. Anrim admits she never even bothered to learn his name, completely focused on her mistress's safety. Lady Hundang chimes in, cryptically advising caution around our boy for reasons she can't explain. Anrim is dumbfounded, wondering if he's an assassin, but they just vaguely insist she stay on guard to avoid regret. Utterly confused by the vague warnings, Anrim can only let out a frustrated sigh. Lady Hundang then suggests she should just focus on her duties and not get involved in trivial rivalries. Anrim tries to argue, but Lady Hundang shuts her down, declaring the matter settled. Annoyed, Anrim scoffs internally at how low the other headmaids have fallen to be playing such petty mind games. She steals her resolve, deciding to ignore their nonsense and simply trust that her consort will return as promised. Back with our duo, Po Hwaryong quietly admits to herself that Seol Tapyong is a pretty intriguing guy. She tells him that despite his reckless nature, being with him somehow puts her mind at ease. With him by her side, she feels an absolute certainty that they'll achieve their goal and return victorious. She's beaming with hope, completely sure they'll find the kind old woman who raised her in no time at all. But a week later, that optimism has completely evaporated as she throws a tantrum, screaming that they can't find her anywhere. Their search had started on day 1 at the foot of Baekseok Mountain, where they began asking around. A local man tells them he hasn't seen the old woman lately, figuring she either got sick or moved to another mountain. Day 2 was a total bust, as they spent the whole time just trying to escape the special unit hot on their heels. On day 3, they turned to the Doksanbang, the Coastal Intelligence Guild, hoping to buy some information. Po Hwaryong, now disguised, asks about the woman's whereabouts, and the agent simply tells her to come back in a few days. Day 4 rolls around, and it's the same old story. The special unit spots them again, screaming for our boy to stop right there. But Seol Tapyong isn't even fazed, casually grabbing a wooden plank to meet the incoming blade. With a sharp crack, he effortlessly blocks the attack, leaving the elite soldier completely dumbfounded. One quick twist of the wrist sends the soldier's sword flying, ending the fight before it even began. All this running has taken its toll on Po Hwaryong, who's now just huddled in a corner, utterly depressed. With tears in her eyes, she wonders what's going to happen to them, but Seol Tapyong just quietly offers her some food to cheer her up. Suddenly, she looks up with a new resolve, telling him that this is enough. She stands and declares that she has no right to ask for any more of his help, essentially trying to set him free. With a sad smile, she thanks him for everything, saying she's struggled without regrets and is ready to face her fate alone. Seol Taepyeong just listens silently, his expression unreadable as he processes her sudden decision to give up. Our boy breaks the silence, admitting they still haven't heard back from the informant at the Doksunbang Guild. He gently suggests that instead of waiting, they should just head over there and see what's what. Po Hwaryong hesitates for a moment, but then gives a small, determined nod. When they arrive, a cloaked agent cuts right to the chase with the worst possible news. The person she's seeking is dead. The agent reveals the old woman's name was Nam Boyeon, a detail that hits Po Hwaryong like a ton of bricks. He explains her tragic backstory, a former tea plantation owner who lost everything to a natural disaster. The agent continues, stating she died from a plague that swept the capital's outskirts about 7 years ago. As proof, he hands over a bamboo scroll containing the official testimonies regarding her death. Po Hwaryong takes the scroll, her mind reeling as the informant turns to leave. As if the world itself is weeping for her, a sudden heavy downpour begins to fall. Po Hwaryong stares at the scroll, her world completely shattering. The truth dawns on Seol Taepyeong. The old woman didn't abandon her because life was hard. She did it to protect her from the plague, a final act of love. The weight of this revelation finally breaks her, and she collapses into sobs. Our boy simply places a hand on her back, offering what little comfort he can in the pouring rain. They sit in silence for a while before Seol Taepyeong gets up to lead them to shelter. Later that night, he tells her they've accomplished their mission and should return to the palace at sunrise. He feels like a failure, thinking he only led her to this painful, pitiful end. But Po Hwaryong looks up, telling him this journey wasn't meaningless in the slightest. He finally gets it. Knowing she was loved until the very end was the real treasure she was searching for. Our boy is drowning in regret, feeling like all he can do now is escort her back to the palace of failure. When he asks if she regrets coming out here, Po Hwaryong just shakes her head. Her regret is something else entirely. She confesses that when she was sick, she was so miserable she actually wished she would just die. To a discarded girl like her, the old woman was a savior, sharing the little food and medicine she had, even at her own expense. Po Hwaryong felt like a leech, and now she's convinced the old woman didn't just die from the plague, she died because of her. She spells it out. The woman only caught the plague because she traveled to infected villages to find medicine for her. Seol Taepyeong is left speechless as she admits her deepest regret is surviving by gritting her teeth through it all. She recounts a moment when her fever broke, and she planned to run away to stop being a burden. But when she opened the door and saw the vast, scary world outside, she found herself completely frozen. In the end, she couldn't do it, admitting with crushing shame that she was simply too afraid of dying. Our boy listens to her story, his expression unreadable as he processes her crushing guilt. Suddenly, his own traumatic past flashes before his eyes the day his sister screamed that he'd murdered their own father. He remembers the blood on his hands, and the desperate thought that he only did it to survive because that man was evil. Clenching his fist, Seol Taepyeong decides to share a piece of his own broken past. He tells Po Hwaryong that if she's going to regret something, she needs to regret it deeply. He admits that while he acts like he has no regrets, there's one memory that has always weighed him down. The first life he ever took, he confesses, still haunts him like a recurring nightmare. He looks her dead in the eye, wanting her to understand she's not alone in this feeling. He tells her that regret is natural. In fact, it's the very essence of being human, and her tears start to fall. So, he concludes, they should just let themselves regret deeply together, and she quietly agrees. With the rain gone and her spirits lifted, Po Hwaryong declares it's finally time to return to the palace. She knows her maids are worried sick, and she'll have to apologize for the chaos she caused. But before they go, she turns to our boy with one last, important favor to ask. She promises it won't take long, leading him to a quiet spot in the yard. With a solid thud, she drives a wooden post deep into the ground. She then solemnly approaches it, a simple cloth in hand, as Seol Taepyeong watches her work. She explains that he's given her so much, and this small piece of cloth is all she has to offer in return. Tying it around the makeshift grave marker, she makes a vow to live a life she can be proud of. Our boy notices something different, pointing out that she's dropped the formal speech with him. He looks at her, understanding their bond has changed, and simply says of course she doesn't have to. With a newfound resolve, Po Hwaryong declares that she is now the true master of Hyunmu Palace. As they head back towards the palace walls, she reflects on how distant and difficult their recent journey feels. Our boy agrees it was tough, and she happily tells him she's considering a reward for all his help. She asks if there's anything he wants, ready to grant him whatever he desires. But our boy just says he's not interested in climbing ranks, leaving her to ponder what a commoner like her could even offer. He then pivots, saying her lack of knowledge about palace customs is a genuine concern. Seo Taepyeong gives her a cryptic warning. No matter what happens when they enter Taesung Gate, she must not get flustered. She's completely dumbfounded by his sudden, serious tone, wondering what he could possibly mean. Suddenly, a vision flashes through her mind of task force, members shouting and chasing someone down. The terror hits her as she realizes her mistake. She just wanted to check on something, but now she's walking into a trap. Just as he predicted, the trap springs and a guard slams our boy to the ground, identifying him as the warrior from Baekseon Palace. Other guards immediately rush to Po Hwaryong, feigning concern and asking if the Hyunbi is alright. She's completely baffled by the situation, wondering why they're attacking the very person who was helping her. Her eyes widen in horror as she realizes the man they've captured is her only ally. But Seo Taepyeong just lies there calmly, a subtle sign that this is all going according to his plan. The lead guard orders his men to imprison the scoundrel, while Po Hwaryong can only watch, dumbfounded. In his mind, Seo Taepyeong calmly calculates that while he'll be dragged before the High Council, they have zero authority over a Hyunbi. He knows that according to palace law, only the emperor or the crown prince can pass judgment on a consort. And, luckily for them, the crown prince has absolutely no interest in the affairs of the consorts. This political loophole means Po Hwaryong will keep her authority, turning this ambush into a stage for her comeback. Our boy just smirks, a silent confirmation that this is all part of his master plan. As he's dragged away, he thinks to himself that from the very beginning, everything has gone exactly as he predicted. Meanwhile, Po Hwaryong makes her grand return to her residence, the Hyunmu Palace. Her loyal maids, led by head maid Anrim, rush to welcome their mistress back home. Po Hwaryong immediately asks about the warrior who was with her, and Anrim confirms she means Seo Taepyeong. Anrim explains that it's understandable he was arrested, as he betrayed the special forces and fled with a consort for weeks. Po Hwaryong argues that he only helped her, and she should be the one punished. But Anrim calmly states that is for the emperor to decide. But as she's led inside, she can't shake the crushing guilt that he's going to be imprisoned all because of her. She clenches her fists, realizing he only did it to help her ease the lingering regrets of her past, yet is thrown in a cell, while she's welcomed back with open arms, all because of the massive gap in their social status. Po Hwaryong recalls Seo Taepyeong's words, realizing he knew her true intentions from their very first meeting. He understood her better than anyone who'd been by her side for years, a total stranger who saw right through her. Crushed by guilt, she thinks about how he's suffering all because of her selfish wish. Elsewhere, news spreads that the madman from Baekseon Palace has stirred up trouble yet again. Deputy General Jang Seotae tells his subordinate that since Seo Taepyeong saved a lady before, he'll argue for leniency at the council. But it's all a ruse. He's ecstatic, seeing this as the perfect chance to settle a debt and force our boy into his unit. The task falls to Jangre, who is ordered to persuade Seo Taepyeong to accept a lighter sentence by joining the Jokgung military. Jangre sighs, feeling uneasy about having to negotiate with a man who's been thrown in a prison cell. He knows persuasion won't be easy. Trying to sway Seo Taepyeong is like trying to move a mountain of solid rock. Still, he steels his resolve, determined to give it his best shot no matter how impossible it seems. Jangre arrives at the prison, racking his brain for the best way to persuade the infamous battle maniac. He imagines our boy pathetically begging for food, thinking that might be his opening. But he quickly shakes his head, figuring that even the palace wouldn't be cruel enough to starve a prisoner. The warrior leader gets a splitting headache, realizing he's completely forgotten what kind of person he's dealing with. And there he is not brooding, but casually ordering a guard to fetch him some soup because he's hungry. When Seo Taepyeong even requests pickled cabbage, Jangre just accepts his fate. This guy's priorities are something else. Our boy starts giving a ridiculously specific spice recipe, while Jangre just wants him to eat whatever he's given. Elsewhere, a royal decree arrives for Po Hwaryong, addressing her recent unauthorized departure from the palace. Her loyal headmaid, Anrim, reads the verdict. His Majesty will overlook it this time, but it's a stern warning. Anrim lets out a quiet sigh of relief. She was worried sick, but in a way, this threat is a blessing in disguise. It seems the royal pardon hasn't eased Po Hwaryong's mind in the slightest. Anrim notices her lady's dark expression, but Po Hwaryong just claims she was lost in thought. The truth spills out moments later. She's consumed by guilt, admitting someone was imprisoned because of her. Anrim instantly knows she means Seo Taepyeong, and Po Hwaryong confesses he's taking the fall for her escape. With trembling hands, she asks a dreadful question. How severe is a punishment like flogging? Anrim lays out the brutal reality, explaining that even 10 strikes can cripple a strong man, and more could easily be fatal. Po Hwaryong is absolutely horrified, realizing the life-threatening danger our boy is in. The weight of her debt to him hits hard. He helped her so much, and she can't just let this happen. A spark of determination ignites in her eyes as she calls out to her loyal maid. Apologizing for all the trouble, she asks Anrim for one last, desperate favor, leaving her maid completely dumbfounded. Po Hwaryong lays out her two-step plan: apologize to the task force, and then petition for Seol Taepyeong's leniency. But Anrim hits her with a reality check, explaining a Hyunbi can't just send pleading letters to warriors, leaving Po Hwaryong lost. A brilliant idea suddenly flashes in Po Hwaryong's eyes as Anrim prepares to offer a much smarter solution. Anrim's workaround is genius. Send letters to the heads of each palace instead, and she'll handle the formal drafting herself. Needing more firepower, Po Hwaryong asks who else could help, and Anrim suggests the head of our boy's palace, Elder Baekseon. Turns out, Baekseon is the palace's top Taoist priest, a man so respected even the late emperor confided in him. With newfound resolve, Po Hwaryong decides she'll go to Baekseon Palace personally, leaving Anrim completely shocked. Then, another idea strikes her as she remembers the upcoming banquet at her own palace. She declares she's willing to bow her head and beg the other consorts for help if she has to, a shocking move for royalty. Anrim argues it's improper and unlikely to work, but Po Hwaryong is firm, believing they have to at least try. Po Hwaryong clenches her fist, consumed by the thought that our boy is suffering in prison while she lives in luxury. The shame is almost too much for her to bear, fueling her desperate resolve to get him out. Meanwhile, in his cell, Seol Taepyeong takes a deep breath, telling himself to just hang in there a little longer. But it turns out prison life is surprisingly comfortable. And to understand why, we flash back 3 days. A palace officer visits him, revealing that General Jang Seotae will speak for him, but reminds him there's no such thing as a free favor. The price for this support is an order. Once he leaves Baekseon Palace, he must report directly to Jek Palace. Our boy is left speechless, trying to process this sudden and very political proposition. The officer then plays it off, saying it's fine, and that asking a general to vouch for a third-rate warrior is disrespectful anyway. He then probes, asking if Seol has anyone he trusts to advocate for him, leaving our boy to ponder his lack of powerful allies. The officer smirks, explaining that if Seol Taepyeong gets caught, he'll be forced into Jek Palace anyway, leaving Baekseon Palace vulnerable. Before leaving, he adds that this offer will remain open until the council meeting starts, putting our boy on the clock. But the tense atmosphere is shattered when a panicked voice suddenly cries out for Taepyeong. It's his sister, Seolan, having a full-blown meltdown over how thin he's supposedly gotten in prison. The officer, who was just a cold-hearted political player, is now completely stunned by this dramatic family reunion. Seolan shoves food at her brother, who is just dumbfounded, asking how she even managed to get into the Jek Palace prison. Her method was simple. She saw the officer right outside and shamelessly begged him to let her in. A quick flashback shows the tough-as-nails officer blushing, completely disarmed by her desperate, teary-eyed plea. He's still flustered, thinking to himself that the first one to fall in love is always the one who loses. She keeps piling on the gifts, even bringing a blanket she got permission to borrow from the head maid. The officer tries to cut the visit short, but Seolan completely ignores him, rattling off a list of prison survival tips. Hez forced to literally drag her away as she's still shouting advice about staying positive and getting enough sleep. Our boy is left standing there, holding the blanket with a faint, bewildered smile. Later that night, he stares at the moon, thinking to himself that his sister really does worry way too much. The peace is shattered when Elder Baekseon appears out of nowhere, calling him an impossible handful. Taepyeong is completely dumbfounded, wondering how in the world the old man got into the prison. Dropping the playful act, the elder gets serious and asks if he's managed to achieve his goal. Taepyeong looks down, his expression grim as he admits that no, he hasn't. The elder presses him, asking if he stood firm in his beliefs. But Taepyeong admits even that is unclear. Despite this, the old man points out that our boy's expression seems surprisingly relaxed, which catches him off guard. Elder Baekseon then gripes about his useless bodyguards, making Taepyeong wonder how he even snuck out of the palace. He seems satisfied that Taepyeong has learned something, telling him to cook a meal for him once he returns. Our boy cracks a sly grin, already planning the menu, as the elder playfully scolds him for trying to get out of work. The scene shifts to the day of the council meeting, with Taepyeong's first thought being about what kind of meat to cook. Elsewhere, a palace official is sweating bullets over a mountain of documents, confused why a trivial matter has so much attention. Turns out, the petitions are from a who's who of the palace elite, including military leaders and high-ranking concubines. But the final scroll leaves him completely dumbfounded. It's a petition from the crown princess herself, and he can't fathom why. Turns out, the deputy general, Jang Seotae, has been summoned by none other than the Minister of State. The minister, In Seonrok, who also happens to be In Haeyeon's father, wants to have a brief chat. Seonrok mentions that the council discussed the warrior from Baekseon Palace, noting his daughter thinks the kid is a prodigy. He then reminds Seotae how our boy saved his daughter's life, admitting that as a father, he can't possibly remain neutral. But his friendly demeanor drops as he reveals his true thoughts, saying there's something very unusual about this situation. He asks Seotae why Princess Ahyeon, the crown princess, would personally defend some trash-tier warrior. Seode plays dumb, but Seonrock reveals the princess petition hasn't even reached the council yet, meaning this is all backroom politics. The minister then pivots, talking about how the weakening heavenly dragon has allowed evil spirits to rise near the capital. This growing threat, he explains, is why everyone is so interested in our boy, especially since he's from the infamous Hwyong Seol clan. Seonrock's true motive is revealed. He's utterly suspicious of the crown princess for defending a Hwyong Seol with no clear connection, suspecting a hidden agenda. The minister coldly concludes that if the heavenly dragon's energy is weak, the princess is the cause, and might need to be replaced. Elsewhere, the sharp crack of a paddle echoes through the palace grounds, counting off the 15th strike. Our boy, Seol Tapyong, is taking his punishment for sneaking out, though he seems completely unfazed. He then puts on a dramatic show, vowing to engrave this pain into his bones and never be disloyal again, leaving the guard speechless. The blindfolded guard watches him walk off, completely dumbfounded that he's still so lively after 15 full-power strikes. Meanwhile, Seol Tapyong is already over it, casually thinking that some tofu would really hit the spot right now. He reflects that it's been almost 2 months since he returned to Baekseon Palace, feeling like he's been stuck there forever. Realizing everyone must be stressed out because of him, he decides to prepare a special meal to make up for it. His thoughts drift to Yeonril, remembering how she tearfully begged him not to go and how he just ignored her pleas. Now, racked with guilt, he grabs a basket of fresh vegetables, determined to apologize properly with a home-cooked meal. He runs into Yeonril, who seems startled to see him, and he has no idea what's going on. She looks absolutely terrified, and our boy is completely baffled by her panicked expression. Turns out, the runaway concubine Po Hwaryong has escaped from her palace yet again. She claims the walls are just low, but Seol Taepyeong knows the truth. Her skills are just that broken. He tries to lecture her about the rules, but she just says she heard he was punished and came to check on him. She then cheekily comments on his sturdy build for surviving the flogging so well. With a bright smile, she says she's just glad that everything seems to have been resolved. They warn her about being seen, but she's confident in her stealth skills, much to their dismay. Suddenly, the scribe Wang Han bursts in, loudly asking for drinks to celebrate Seol Tapyeong's recent exploits. In a flash of pure panic, our boy slams his face into the ground, trying to hide the fugitive concubine. Po Hwaryong turns to the flustered Wang Han, coolly asking what brings him here and who he is. She then corrects our boy, telling him to address her formally as Warrior Seol, while she internally scoffs at the palace's weird customs. Seol Tapyeong stammers that Wang Han is just an old friend, and Po Hwaryong notes that she doesn't really have any peers herself. She then points out that she and our boy are the same age, much to his surprise. With a bright smile, she completely shatters palace protocol and declares that they should just be friends. Seol Tapyeong's mind just blue screens. He's about to become the world's first trash-tier warrior to befriend an imperial consort. Po Hwaryong teases him for getting so hung up on customs after just a short stay at the palace, deciding she'll just have to get used to it too. The mood shifts as she says he's lucky it was only a flogging, hinting that she intervened at the tea gathering to prevent something worse. Turns out, she rallied the other consorts, convincing a fiery In Haeyeon and a grateful Lady Sukbi to step in and help him. She even admits that Ha Deokbi was hesitant, leaving Seol Taepyeong absolutely speechless that she involved the other palaces in his mess. Po Hwaryong cheerfully explains that even though the consorts should be rivals, they all pitched in to help him, leaving our boy dumbfounded. She muses that In Haeyeon and Lady Sukbi have oddly good things to say about him, but Seol Tapyeong cuts her off with a serious look. He needs to tell her something important, reminding her of a specific conversation they had before. With a dead serious face, he brings up that one time he warned her not to fall for him. Nearby, Wang Han and Yeonril are cringing so hard they can barely watch, and our boy just tells them to stop staring. Po Hwaryong admits that's the kind of line that makes anyone's face twist, but he insists this isn't about being self-conscious. He then drops the bombshell, stating with utter certainty that both In Haeyeon and Lady Sukbi have romantic feelings for him. A deafening silence falls over the room as everyone freezes, trying to process the sheer audacity of his claim. Po Hwaryong is just blank, her mind completely short-circuiting at his words. Snapping out of it, she places a hand on his forehead, genuinely asking if he's seen a physician lately, clearly thinking he's gone mad. Po Hwaryong muses to herself that she's never met anyone who complains about being too popular, but she admits it must have taken guts for him to say it. She calls his blunt confession either straightforward or just plain clumsy. Changing the subject, she notes how formal they are, and suggests he can speak more casually since no one is around. With a sly smile, she asks him to try calling her by her first name, Hwaryong. Our boy is hesitant, warning that it could cause a big problem if someone overheard, but she just waves it off. He reluctantly starts to say her name, looking incredibly awkward about the whole thing. With a dead serious expression, he finally says her full name, Hwaryong. She freezes, completely caught off guard by the sheer intensity in his voice. Her plan backfires spectacularly as she gets flustered, stammering that she didn't expect him to be so serious. Utterly embarrassed, she makes a quick excuse about her headmaid and bolts out of there, leaving him dumbfounded. Seol Tapyong stands there utterly baffled, wondering why it feels so cold despite it being spring. He can't seem to shake the moment, softly repeating her name to himself. Turns out, Po Hwaryong is in the same boat, replaying his intense voice in her head. She walks away, lamenting that her photographic memory is a curse at times like this. Back with our boy, he's still lost in the moment. Muttering her name one last time, Po Hwaryong is practically melting from embarrassment, cringing at her failed attempt to be playful. Her headmaid, Anram, catches up, noting that her lady seems to have many worries. Po Hwaryong brushes it off, but internally admits she's gotten used to playing the clueless girl. Her thoughts drift to the other consorts, like the bold and Haiyan who sometimes says oddly anxious things. Then she thinks of Lady Jin, who always seems to be shooting her an unwelcoming glare for no reason. And finally, there's the ever-smiling Ha Deokbi, who seems pleasant, but is impossible to read. Po Hwaryong sighs, just wishing all the consorts could find a way to get along. Meanwhile, Seol Tapyong is completely blindsided when he's suddenly given a new mission. Elder Baekseon orders him to inspect the formations of the 4 great palaces, especially Cheonryong Palace, where he suspects his talismans have been destroyed. Our boy is dumbfounded, asking why this trash-tier job is falling to him, only to get chided for talking back. He tries to argue that the elder should handle it himself, but gets shot down because the old master has more important matters to deal with. The elder then drops a bombshell. The sacred energy of the heavenly dragon has weakened significantly. That shuts Seol Tapyong up real quick. There's no arguing with a crisis of that scale. The situation is dire, as evil spirits are now appearing even on the sacred Baekseon mountain. It all sinks in for our boy. The real mission is that he's being sent into the lion's den, the 4 great palaces. Wang Han, a scribe from the palace, asks our boy if the 4 great palaces are even more dangerous than a battlefield, and Seol Tapyong grimly agrees. The scribe tries to play it cool, saying it's just a quick in-and-out job, but Seol Tapyong is deeply unsettled by the destroyed talismans. The very thought of it sends a chill down his spine, a feeling his new friend immediately picks up on. He explains that these Taoist talismans are no joke. You'd have to destroy the entire pillar they're attached to just to remove one. Wang Han speculates that perhaps the spell was corrupted by the dark energy of a powerful yokai, but Seol Tapyong lands on the worst-case scenario. Someone with immense skill deliberately took them down. Wang Han is dumbfounded, arguing that it would take someone with at least half of Elder Baekseon's power to even attempt such a feat. He feels frustrated, wishing he could go instead, but admits he's too swamped with his own work to even visit the palace. But that feeling quickly turns to resolve. He declares he can't just abandon his precious friend in a crisis. Throwing an arm around our boy, he starts brainstorming a solution, thinking the rivalries between the consorts might be the key. Wang Han continues his theory, explaining that things get messy if the consorts are intentionally harming our boy while secretly harboring feelings for him. For once, Seol Tapyong has to admit his friend is making some decent points. But before they can strategize further, Yeonril bursts in, declaring that what Tapyong really needs is some good old-fashioned shock therapy. Her grand plan is to tour the 4 palaces and make all the consorts fall for him, giving our boy traumatic flashbacks to her last scheme. She calls it a scouting mission, her sheer determination practically blinding him as she volunteers to be his guide. The objective is to learn what each consort despises most, and then act exactly like that for all to see. But she warns him with a deadly serious glare that he cannot, under any circumstances, let them figure out his real intentions. She then gets lost in her own fantasy, thinking how attractive he'll be while trying so hard to make others hate him. Seol Tapyong gets her logic. He has to become so genuinely repulsive that no one could ever guess his true motives. With a chilling glint in her eyes, Yeonril leans in and tells him to trust her, because she has a plan. And so, Yeonril's grand operation begins as summer arrives, bringing the heat to the palace. The consorts gather, with In Haeyeon and Ha Deokbi, discussing the upcoming Heavenly Dragon Festival. Po Hwaryong chimes in, praising Lady Jin's renowned skills in Taoist divination. But the lady in question, Sukbi Jin, remains silent and withdrawn, a stark contrast to her reputation. The other consorts are taken aback when she modestly denies the extent of their praise. Lady Jin just smiles demurely, insisting she still has a long way to go. In Haeyeon isn't buying it, her mind racing as she wonders why Lady Jin is so wary, even of Po Hwaryong. Her thoughts then drift to our boy, questioning why Po Hwaryong defended him so fiercely. Suddenly, Po Hwaryong is put on the spot, asked directly if she knows Seol Tapyong. Just as she freezes, Lady Jin cleverly interrupts, claiming she just had the hiccups, diffusing the tension. Po Hwaryong tries to play it off, saying she knows the warrior from Baekseon Palace because he helped her submit a petition. In Haeyeon, not missing a beat, asks her why she's so curious about him all of a sudden. Trying way too hard to sound casual, Po Hwaryong claims she just wants a sparring match with him later, which only deepens the suspicion. She's internally freaking out, realizing that both In Haeyeon and Lady Jin have feelings for our boy, and this whole situation is a minefield. She quickly tries to backtrack, saying he's probably too busy anyway, and Ha Deokbi chimes in to agree, trying to ease the tension. But Lady Jin cuts through the chatter, coldly asking why they're so concerned with the schedule of a trash-tier warrior. In Haeyeon immediately claps back, lecturing that if you don't pay attention to the foundation, the entire structure will collapse. Po Hwaryong is practically melting, feeling like she's walking on thin ice and just praying for this conversation to end. Just then, a maid enters, announcing a visitor from Baekseon Palace who's here to inspect the formations of the 4 great palaces. The consorts are all dumbfounded. Someone from Seol Taepyeong's home base is here, right as they were talking about him. The maid explains that, while it's bad timing with the consorts gathered, the issue is urgent. Yeonril agrees, telling the scribe Wang Han that since it's a safety issue, they need to go in now. Wang Han is internally screaming, wishing they could just turn around and leave this hornet's nest. Steeling himself, he enters the tense atmosphere and politely apologizes for the interruption. He formally requests permission to check the talisman room, trying to keep his composure. Lady Jin greets him, casually remarking that he's arrived earlier than she expected. Her words immediately set off alarm bells for Wang Han. He realizes her divination was the cause. Lady Jin tries to backtrack, claiming the formation was likely damaged by accident while she was practicing. Wang Han just stares blankly, his mind racing as he connects all the dots. Seeing his reaction, Lady Jin instantly panics, realizing she just talked her way into a trap. Turns out, Lady Jin's whole plan was to accidentally touch the formation to get some alone time with our boy. But with Wang Han here, her scheme is toast, so she forces a smile and invites him in. The scene cuts to the 4 concubines gathered in one room, the air thick enough to cut with a knife. Ha Deokbi calmly sips her tea, announcing her family is co-hosting the upcoming Celestial Dragon Festival. In Haeyeon looks totally flustered by this power move, but quickly insists that everything is fine. She tries to probe Ha Deokbi about performing, but gets shot down. She's only there to release a sky lantern. The mention of sky lanterns makes Lady Jin a bit nostalgic, remembering she hasn't done that since she was a kid. Po Hwaryong just watches this whole exchange silently, taking it all in. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes as someone completely loses their footing, and just like that, Yeonril trips and falls right into Seol Taepyeong's arms, leaving them both dumbfounded. Yeonril lets out a silent scream as the 3 consorts shoot her a look that could kill. Our boy, completely oblivious to the murderous aura, just tells her to watch her step as he helps her up. Yeonril is losing her mind, thinking this idiot is trying to get them both executed and just shaved a decade off her lifespan from sheer terror. After that chaos, Seol Taepyeong reports that he's examined the room's formation and sees no major issues. But Ha Deokbi is watching him, her mind racing as she finally puts a face to the name Seol Taepyeong. She can't help but notice the bizarre way the other ladies treat this warrior. It's a secret she's being forced to uncover. To her, he looks like a run-of-the-mill martial artist, yet he's at the center of everything, and she knows there's a piece of the puzzle she's missing. She concludes that the other consorts aren't careless. There must be a damn good reason they're backing this seemingly third-rate warrior. Just as Seol Taepyeong decides to wrap up and check the outer talismans, he pauses, sensing something is off. That's when Lady Jin steps in, asking him to check the training grounds near her palace, a request that feels anything but simple. But before he can leave, Lady Sukbi gets all shy, suggesting he wait and practice his spiritual arts to see if her own power is causing the interference. She immediately panics, realizing how flimsy that excuse sounds when someone else calls her out on it. That someone is In Haeyeon, who cuts in smoothly, mentioning that her own palace has formation issues that are a serious safety concern. She reminds our boy that his original mission was to inspect all the palaces, and he just blankly agrees, caught in the crossfire. In Haeyeon then expertly corners Lady Sukbi, pointing out that inspecting Jujak Palace is just as important and that a spiritual expert would be better for her specific problem anyway. With a sly look, she proposes that after this, he should come to her palace next, maybe even for a little one-on-one sparring session. Just as Lady Sukbi tries to stammer out a protest, In Haeyeon's plan gets completely derailed, because Po Hwaryong suddenly appears, looking distressed, and announcing a massive problem with the formation at her Hyunmu Palace. She suggests he inspect her palace first, leaving Lady Sukbi fuming as she realizes this isn't about formations at all. In Haeyeon just smirks, her mind racing as she confirms her suspicions. Po Hwaryong is definitely after our boy too. Po Hwaryong tells herself her excuse is solid. Lady Sukbi seems unwell, so she has to get our boy's attention immediately. The air crackles as she and In Haeyeon lock eyes, both silently vowing to protect Seol Taepyeong for their own reasons. The argument kicks off, with each of the 3 concubines making a case for why their palace's urgent issue should come first. It devolves into a chaotic shouting match. Cheonryong Palace, Jujak Palace, Hyunmu Palace, all fighting for our boy's time. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the noise as Ha Deokbi, the lady of Baeko Palace, asks if these formation issues are truly so critical. She watches the bickering trio with a cool, unimpressed expression, clearly seeing through their flimsy excuses. Our boy Seal Tapyong just sweats, thinking that it's only natural for them to be this cautious when it comes to their safety. Ha Deokbi then drops a logic bomb, suggesting that a real formation expert from Baekseon Palace should be the one to make the final judgment. Both In Hyeon and Po Hwaryong are caught off guard but have to agree that her point makes perfect sense. Seeing her chance, Lady Sukbi puts Seol Taepyeong on the spot, demanding he himself decide which palace is the most efficient to inspect next. Po Hwaryong beams, absolutely certain he'll choose his friend first. Lady Sukbi looks on anxiously, hoping he isn't even considering going anywhere else. Meanwhile, In Haeon is confident he'll come to his most trusted ally her. Caught in the crossfire, our boy can only stammer, completely at a loss. He tries to play it safe, stating that all 3 palaces need to be inspected properly. But before anyone can argue, Ha Deokbi cuts in, suggesting he check her safe palace first, leaving the others dumbfounded. Seol Taepyeong, desperate for an out, immediately agrees with her logical plan. Ha Deokbi smirks internally, realizing this boy's strange favor towards her could be politically useful. She puts on a sweet act, saying how reassured she feels having such a reliable warrior on the case. She then invites him for tea, a reward that makes Taepyeong panic, knowing she's just provoked the other consorts. As the other consorts glare, Taepyeong's mind suddenly flashes back to the novel he read. He remembers that while there were many popular characters, there was one who was universally hated. That person was none other than the woman standing before him, Ha Deokbi. She was the story's ultimate villain, a power-hungry snob who constantly tormented the heroine, Seolin. In the novel's climax, she even went as far as to plot the poisoning of the most powerful consort, In Haeon. Our boy never finished the story, but he knows a character that Vile was destined for a miserable end. Back in the present, he arrives at her palace, the Baeko Palace, his heart pounding in his chest. The head maid, Yerim, nervously asks if he's sure, suggesting they should wait for Elder Baekseon. Taepyeong puts on a brave face, saying he'll just do a quick check of the talismans to not bother her lady. But he's totally freaking out, realizing he just willingly walked into the main villain's headquarters. To his surprise, our boy finds that Baeko Palace feels strangely comfortable and peaceful. He tells Yeonril the formation here is stable, unlike Cheongdegung, which was warped by Lady Sukbi's power. But as he relaxes, Yeonril suddenly flinches, seeing the head maid in the distance. She quickly pulls him aside and whispers for him to keep his distance from her while they're here. Dumbfounded, Taepyeong asks why, and she reminds him of the tea gathering where she felt her life was in genuine danger. She bluntly calls him a walking plague that erases all the women around him, much to his disbelief. Taepyeong can only offer a sarcastic thanks as Yeonril says they need to plan their next move for the other palaces. But before they can, the headmaid Yerim pops up, announcing that Lady Ha Deokbi herself wants to serve them tea. Turns out, the villainess has been wanting to thank Elder Baekseon for a while now. Since the elder is busy, she's decided to treat his subordinates with a disarmingly sweet smile instead. Ha Deokbi insists they make themselves comfortable, saying that serving them is the same as showing respect to Elder Baekseon. But her sweet smile is just a mask as her eyes narrow, ready to get down to the real reason for this meeting. She casually mentions how Po Hwaryong fought tooth and nail to lessen Taepyeong's punishment, making Yeonril nearly choke on her tea. While Yeonril tries to brush it off, Ha Deokbi presses further, asking what kind of help he offered to have all the consorts in his debt. Our boy, being painfully honest, starts listing his good deeds, beginning with how he helped treat Lady Sukbi's deadly illness. He continues, recounting how he protected the fiery In Haeon from a vicious demon attack during the Baekseon incident. And to top it off, he explains that he assisted Po Hwaryong in finding someone she had been desperately searching for. Ha Deokbi listens, admitting he's resourceful but openly questions if those favors were really enough to make them risk their political standing for him. Taepyeong gets flustered, stammering that it's just because they're all kind people, and that he owes them a debt for life. Hiding a smirk behind her fan, she calls him truly humble, but her eyes scream that she's not buying his trash-tier excuses for a second. After his clumsy denial, Ha Deokbi falls silent, her mind clearly piecing together the puzzle. She grips her fan, her thoughts laser-focused on the man she calls Warrior Seal. With a deceptively sweet smile, she asks if he was ever troubled by the attention of many women in his youth. Our boy, dense as a rock, immediately denies it, while poor Yeonril looks like she's about to have a heart attack. Ha Deokbi smoothly dismisses them, claiming she just wanted to offer tea and won't keep them from their business. As they leave, Taepyeong glances back, a flicker of confusion on his face, finally sensing something is off. The second they're out of sight, Ha Deokbi sits alone, her friendly mask completely gone. A cold, calculating smirk appears. She knows she's onto something big. Her inner monologue confirms it. She's beginning to understand the web of connections surrounding him. Elsewhere, Yeonril is absolutely losing her mind, realizing that if Ha Deokbi starts investigating for real, their entire plan is toast. Yeonril knows all too well that Lady Ha would do anything to climb the ladder of power. The worst-case scenario plays out in her mind. If Ha Deokbi finds out about the other consort's feelings, she'll use it to destroy them, and Yeonril will be caught in the crossfire. She frantically tells Tapyeong they need a plan, but they both know they're up against the formidable master of Baeko Palace. All the fight drains out of her as she realizes there might be nothing they can do to stop what's coming. Even our boy Tapyeong starts to lose hope, a cold dread washing over him as he wonders if this is truly the end. His mind flashes to a grim future where he's bound and kneeling, facing a pathetic and tragic execution. But just as he's about to give up, a sudden jolt snaps him back to reality, as if the world itself is telling him to keep fighting. He looks up, dumbfounded, as Yeonril declares that she has a plan. She tells him they'll figure out the details on the fly, because right now, the only thing that matters is keeping their heads. A brilliant spark ignites in her eyes. She's just had a stroke of genius that might save them all. With tears in her eyes, Yeonril screams that they have to survive, even if it's just for one more moment. She gives our boy a fiery speech, reminding him that life is a struggle and they have to fight to live. Now, completely serious, she tells him to listen closely as she lays out her desperate plan. Without warning, she grabs him, pulling him close to explain her next move. She tells him that at this point, getting 3 or 4 more people involved won't make their situation any worse. Taepyeong is completely lost, wondering what on earth she could possibly mean by that. Her plan flashes through his mind. She's gathered his sister Seolan and the scribe Wang Han for a secret meeting. With a decisive slap, a scroll is unfurled, revealing the core of her insane strategy. Yeonril declares that the entire purpose of this gathering is to save Seol Tapyeong. The plan's name is revealed: the White Tiger Hunt, a high-stakes event they must now seize to survive. Wang Han sits in stunned silence, the weight of their insane plan crashing down on him. He can't help but wonder if they're making a catastrophic mistake that will get them all killed. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the concubine Ha Deokbi is quietly making her own moves under the moonlight. She asks her headmaid, Ye Rim, for an update on contacting her family's retainers. Ye Rim reports that they'll arrive for the festival, but couldn't secure all the requested items. Turns out, smuggling poison into the palace is a capital offense, and no one wants to risk their neck. But Ye Rim has a solution. They can disguise a substance called Yo Wol Hyang as a simple medicinal herb. A wicked little smile creeps across Ha Deokbi's face. The plan is back on track. She gazes at the full moon, musing on how utterly unpredictable and foolish humans can be. It amuses her that these high and mighty ladies are all fawning over a lowly warrior like him. She sees this whole mess as a golden opportunity to finally deal with that red-haired fox from Jujak Palace. But first, she's decided she must bring Baekseon Palace's Seol Taepyeong under her control. Back with our boys' crew, Wang Han predicts that if Ha Deokbi has figured things out, she'll definitely approach Taepyeong again. He explains that simply claiming the noble consort has feelings for Taepyeong is useless without proof, which makes Yeonril realize she'll try to find some. Wang Han grimly agrees, adding that she might even try to fabricate evidence, and there are countless ways to do it. He turns to Taepyeong, telling him they'll soon find an excuse to summon him to Baeko Palace. Gripping his shoulder, Wang Han tells him that according to Yeonri's plan, he must seize that chance. The plan? To use his charming looks and supernatural ability to captivate women's hearts. Taepyeong is left absolutely dumbfounded as Wang Han tells him to completely melt Ha Deokbi's heart. He turns to Yeonril in disbelief, but she just points out that since he charmed 3 princess candidates in a year, he must have some kind of secret weapon for high-ranking women. Taepyeong can't believe they're risking his life on a vague guess, but Yeonril reminds him his life is already on the line anyway. Suddenly, his sister Seolan grabs his hand, promising that if it all goes wrong, they'll just run away in the dead of night. She reminds him they've survived as beggars before and could easily find work at a border inn. With stars in her eyes, she declares her new dream is to become the greatest inn waitress in the world. Our boy is horrified. The novel's heroine, destined to be a celestial maiden, would throw it all away for him? Absolutely not. That's all the motivation he needs. Clenching his fist, he decides he has nothing to lose and will give their plan a shot. He turns to Yeonril, stating that since time is short, his only move is to make Ha Deokbi see him as a romantic interest immediately. The sheer audacity of his plan leaves the room in stunned silence. Yeonril is the first to recover, thinking he's gone completely insane no matter how desperate they are. But Wang Han cuts in, admitting that while the plan sounds crazy, it might just be a pretty good one. And so, the scene shifts to Baeko Palace, where our boy is about to put his ludicrous plan into action. Hess immediately greeted by none other than Ha Deokbi herself, who bows deeply and says she's been waiting for him. Our boy is a bit flustered by the formal treatment, but she insists that anyone respected by her is respected by her maids too. Her headmaid announces his arrival, and Ha Deokbi's voice graciously invites him inside. Once they're settled, she apologizes for calling him so frequently while he's busy inspecting the other consort's formations. With a dazzling smile, she claims it's because of diligent warriors like him that she can live in peace. Seol Tapyong, feeling the pressure, decides to get straight to the point and keep things brief. Ha Deokbi then reveals the real reason for the meeting. Her family is hosting the Celestial Dragon Festival, and she wants a grand performance. She brings up In Haeyeon, vividly remembering her spectacular duel from the last festival. It's her sincere wish, she says, for all the people to witness In Haeyeon's magnificent sword dance on a grand stage. Ha Deokbi asks if He'd be willing to duel In Haeyeon again, but our boy tries to deflect, saying In Haeyeon's opinion is what truly matters. She just smiles, seeing right through him, and says that persuading him first might be the real key to making it happen. Feeling cornered, Seol Tapyong nervously wrings his hands as she insists she wants his opinion right now. After a tense silence, he looks her dead in the eye and flatly refuses her request. Ha Deokbi is completely dumbfounded by his blunt rejection and immediately demands to know his reason. He gives a vague answer about loyalty, which she takes as pure rudeness, calling him out for his lack of palace etiquette. Her demeanor turns ice cold as she hides behind her fan, challenging him to speak up if she orders it. As Yeonreal panics in the background, Ha Deokbi coldly tells him not to make her repeat her order. Realizing he stepped on a landmine, Seol Taepyeong immediately gets up from his seat. He drops into a deep bow, exclaiming that he has committed a grave sin against her. He explains that as a warrior of Cheongdo Palace, his life has been dedicated to upholding loyalty. Our boy then launches into the most dramatic excuse ever, declaring that while his loyalty is commendable, there's a huge problem. He recalls her heavenly dragon dance at the festival, claiming her celestial grace was etched into his very eyelids. Then, he drops the bomb. Despite being a trash-tier warrior, he has let feelings for her grow in his heart. He argues that if he keeps seeing her, this unloyalty will snowball out of control, leaving Ha Deokbi completely speechless. This, he proclaims, is the real reason he cannot obey her orders, a classic Baekseon-style confess and get scolded maneuver. Internally, he pats himself on the back, thinking the momentum was good, even if the sudden confession was a bit awkward. His master plan is simple. The person being confessed to gets flustered, then starts seeing him as dependable, a logic that makes zero sense right now. Ha Deokbi is just dumbfounded, thinking this is straight out of a rom-com, and she can't believe a third-rate warrior has the audacity to do this. She snaps her fan shut, trying to keep her composure, realizing she can't just yell at him without thinking this through. Meanwhile, Wang Han explains to a worried Yeonreal that no matter how angry she gets, Ha Deokbi will never be able to push Taepyeong away. He lays it out plain and simple. To Ha Deokbi, our boy is a priceless sword she can use to metaphorically behead her rival, In Haeyeon. In a flashback, we see Wang Han coaching Taepyeong for this exact moment, telling him to play along unless she tries to pull a fast one. The strategy hinges on one fact. In Haeyeon is a flawless consort with only one weakness, and that weakness is Seol Taepyeong himself. Back in the present, Taepyeong doubles down on the drama, begging Ha Deokbi to punish him for his unforgivable disloyalty. He screams that he has committed a deadly sin, a performance so over the top it leaves her completely rattled. Ha Deokbi struggles to process the situation, thinking to herself that his insolence definitely warrants a harsh punishment. But his absurd confession has her second-guessing, wondering if the human heart can truly be bound by duty alone. Seeing his chance, Taepyeong starts bawling, asking if she's really going to forgive him, forcing her to frantically shush him. He wails about her overwhelming mercy, moving him to tears, while a mortified Ha Deokbi begs him to lower his voice. He lays it on thick, claiming even the heavenly emperor wouldn't turn a blind eye to his sins, leaving Ha Deokbi utterly dumbfounded. Our boy then bellows that he will confess everything and accept the strict punishment he deserves. She desperately tells him to wait, but he just screams over her, vowing to never forget her merciful heart even in agony. Having completely lost her composure, Ha Deokbi finally snaps and just yells at him to stay still for a moment. Nearby, Yeonreal watches in horror as Ha Deokbi regains a sliver of control, announcing she'll pass judgment herself. She pivots, reminding him of his desire to live without shame, and says the only way is to cooperate with her for the Celestial Dragon Festival. The deal is that he must help enhance the atmosphere during the sword sparring event, an offer he can't possibly refuse. He plays his part, asking if she's sure about keeping a sinner like him around, but she coldly states his thoughts don't matter. She smugly thinks that as long as she keeps her wits about her, she can control the situation and prevent any more chaos. With that, she officially forgives him, telling him to live with gratitude before arranging to meet him at the festival. Back at the residence, Seolon's worried voice calls out, asking if her brother is okay after that whole ordeal. Our boy Taepyeong is completely drained, thinking he's never wanted to die from pure cringe more in his entire life. Yeonreal reports to Wang Han that his prediction was spot on. Ha Deokbi can't just toss Taepyeong aside now. But there's a catch. She's forcing Taepyeong to participate in the festival, specifically against Gwibi, the noble consort. Wang Han is dumbfounded, needing a second to process that Ha Deokbi is pitting Taepyeong against In Hyeon. Seolan, listening in, immediately thinks the whole arrangement feels incredibly suspicious. Later, Taepyeong mulls it over, knowing that being forced to face In Hyeon in front of a crowd is a trap. He realizes this festival is a major event from the original novel, the stage where his sister's story truly began. It's where Seolan was destined to have her first fateful meeting with the crown prince, Hyunwon. The festival was also where she met Jeong Gray, setting the stage for the entire past arc of the original novel to unfold. He also remembers a crucial detail. This is where Seolan gets the Jangram Black Pearl, a legendary item that resists illusion magic. Our boy knows this pearl is a game changer, a key item for any woman aiming to become the celestial princess. Just then, Seolan interrupts his thoughts, asking if he'll be at Nyeonyeon Terrace during the festival. She explains that she has no choice but to be there, since her lady, In Hyeon, is making a personal appearance. Taepyeong calmly tells her to just focus on her duties, which leaves his sister absolutely dumbfounded. She argues that this is a matter of life and death for him, but he reminds her that she can't just abandon her post. He tries to reassure her, telling her to focus on her own responsibilities while he and Baekseon Palace handle his mess. Internally, however, he knows this festival is a critical turning point for both of them, and they need to be ready. He formulates a plan. His sister must follow the original plot, connect with the White Taoist master, An Cheon, and secure the Black Pearl. As for himself, he's accepted his insane fate he will face in Hyeon head-on. Meanwhile, at Jujak Palace, Lady Hundang reports that a letter has arrived from Ha Deokbi of Baeko Palace. In Hyeon confirms she's read it, her expression unreadable as she holds the message. She realizes Ha Deokbi is essentially asking for a rematch against our boy, Seol Taepyeong. Her mind tells her that rejecting this is the smart, political move, but her heart is another story. She tries to justify it, thinking it's not about pride, but a perfect chance to sharpen her own martial skills. Just then, her maid presents a gift from Baeko Palace, a scented sachet personally embroidered by Ha Deokbi herself. Opening the box, In Hyeon has to admit the craftsmanship is exquisite, a clear sign of respect from her rival. A wide grin spreads across her face. With a personal gift this thoughtful, refusing would be a massive insult. She makes her decision, telling her maid to tie the sachet to the hilt of her sword as an ornament. As she hums a happy tune, her maid looks on, completely baffled by her lady's sudden cheerful mood. Our boy Seol Taepyeong mulls over his options, thinking that winning Ha Deokbi's heart would certainly smooth things over. But he has another, more ruthless plan he's kept secret to avoid dragging his friends into the mess. His real strategy is to find proof of Ha Deokbi's schemes and pressure her. Though he knows mere authority won't be enough, he'll have to play a dangerous game, ready to cut down either side, and even thinks about roping in Lady Sukbi for help. With a sigh, he admits this political gambit is far more realistic than trying to seduce the ice-cold dancer. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, startling him by asking if he's already awake. It's Elder Baekseon, who has returned late and complains he's starving after a trip to Baeksak Mountain. Seol Taepyeong offers to wake the maid, but the elder waves him off, claiming his old body has endured every hardship imaginable. That one phrase hits our boy like a ton of bricks. His eyes widen as a sudden suspicion takes root. He cautiously calls out to the elder, who answers simply, but Seol Taepyeong knows something is deeply wrong. As he offers to wake the maid, Seol Taepyeong's eyes lock onto the hem of the elder's robe, realizing with a jolt that it's stained with demon blood. The old man just scoffs, brushing it off as nothing and sternly telling our boy not to ask any dumb questions. Instead of explaining himself, Elder Baekseon just mutters that the energy of the celestial dragon has grown much weaker. He then switches topics, asking Taepyeong to confirm that the Celestial Dragon Festival is just around the corner. After our boy agrees, the elder gives him a cryptic order: make sure his cold iron heavy sword is ready for that day. The tense moment breaks as the elder clutches his stomach, complaining he's starving, and Taepyeong quickly agrees to prepare a meal. But as he walks away, our boy is deeply unsettled. He knows the cold iron heavy sword has no business being at the festival, and a bad feeling takes root. Meanwhile, in another opulent corner of the palace, a voice declares the upcoming festival a golden opportunity for the Inbong Ha family to seize more power. We meet Uebi Ha Che-rim, a high-ranking consort who laments that she never had such chances to gain influence back when she was a lower-ranked concubine. Turns out, she's speaking to Ha Deokbi, reminding her that the entire Ha family has massive expectations riding on her performance at the festival. Ha Deokbi silently takes in the warning, knowing she can't afford to let her guard down for a second. And just like that, the Celestial Dragon Festival kicks off with a booming announcement for everyone to make way. The crowd absolutely erupts with excitement for the main event. Watching from a nearby wall, Yeonril is amazed by the sheer noise of the celebration. She immediately tries to drag our boy to the street vendors, but he reminds her about her duties back at the palace. Turns out, she's one step ahead, proudly declaring she cleared her schedule just for this rare occasion. With no more excuses, Seol Tapyong gets pulled along into the heart of the festival. The two grab some skewers, enjoying a brief moment of normalcy amidst the chaos. But our boy can't relax, noting how strangely quiet the main stage is, with nothing of importance happening yet. His instincts scream that something is off, especially since he knows Ha Deokbi is involved in this whole affair. Just as our boy reminds himself to stay focused, a voice cuts through the noise, noting how much he's enjoying the festival. Snapped out of his thoughts, Seol Tapyong is startled to see the warrior leader of the Red Bow, Jangre, and quickly apologizes. But Jangre isn't here to scold him. Instead, he says our boy arrived at the perfect time and asks for directions to the main platform. He hands over a wooden identity tag, explaining that this will grant him access past the guards, a seriously high-level pass. With his new credentials, Seol Tapyong approaches the heavily guarded platform and announces his arrival from Baekseon Palace. Now, seated in what looks like a VIP area, he takes a moment to process the honor of being invited to such a place. His quiet reflection is shattered when he spots none other than In Hyeon getting her hair done by her headmaid, Lady Hundang. The noble consort's face absolutely lights up with joy, and she's about to shout his name for the whole world to hear. But she catches herself at the last second, clearing her throat to regain that noble composure she's known for. Putting on a stern mask, she remarks that he hasn't changed at all, to which he can only agree that he's still got a long way to go. Feeling awkward, our boy apologizes for intruding on her preparations and tries to make a quick exit. But In Hyeon immediately stops him in his tracks, telling him to wait right there. She puts him on blast, asking who gave him permission to leave and calling him out for his lack of respect. She knows he's just trying to push her away to protect her, but she's tired of him being overly cautious. So, she gives him a direct order. He must take a real sword and ascend the platform with her. He hesitates, and she presses him, coldly asking if he's actually trying to refuse her command. Her maids whisper amongst themselves, wondering how this guy has connections to Cheongdo Palace with such trash-tier manners. In Haeon's gaze sharpens as she asks if there's a specific reason he refuses to draw a real sword. Seol Tapyong looks cornered, about to reveal the truth behind his hesitation. But the mere mention of swords triggers a painful memory for In Hyeon, a deep wound from her childhood that still aches. Despite her harsh tone, our boy is genuinely touched that In Hyeon would go to such lengths for him. She calls his hesitation a cheeky game and declares she'll use this chance to fix his cowardly mindset for good. Promising a flawless performance, she then coldly dismisses him from her quarters. With no other choice, Seol Tapyong agrees to meet her on the platform and takes his leave. Stepping outside, he lets out a sigh, trying to process the intense confrontation he just survived. He can't help but think this is just like her, knowing deep down that only she could pull off such a bold move. Suddenly, the grand ceremony begins, the sounds of the festival echoing through the palace grounds. His attention is immediately drawn toward the main stage where the event is kicking off. And there she is, In Hyeon, making her grand entrance with all the elegance befitting the noble consort of Jujak Palace. She addresses the crowd, offering a prayer for the kingdom before announcing her intent to display her martial arts for all to see. With a smooth motion, In Hyeon draws her ceremonial sword. She whips the blade through the air, a clear challenge aimed right at our boy. Seol Tapyong, however, doesn't even flinch, his expression calm and collected. He draws his own blade in response, ready to play along. He formally announces himself as the warrior from Baekseon Palace, accepting her challenge. A smirk crosses her face as she tells him to come at her. Without a moment's hesitation, he closes the distance between them. Their swords meet in a flash, and he's surprised by the solid weight behind her block. He presses the attack, their blades locking in a fierce but elegant struggle. But the force of their clash shatters a small pouch on her hilt, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, the duel grinds to a halt as In Hyeon stumbles back, clearly in distress. Our boy is completely baffled, wondering what just happened to his opponent. Her sword clatters to the ground as she begins to cough, her body trembling uncontrollably. She clutches at her chest, struggling to breathe, much to the alarm of the onlookers. Seeing her about to collapse, Seol Tapyong abandons the duel and rushes to catch her. He offers to help her off the stage, but she just stares at him, her face flushed and dazed. That's when he notices a strange, sweet scent wafting up from the broken pouch on the floor. He tries to check if she's coherent, and she weakly confirms she knows has Seol Tapyong. Relieved, he tries to help her up, but she grabs his arm, whispering that she could never forget him. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, she yanks him by the collar, declaring she's never once forgotten him. With a deep blush, she makes an insane request, asking if he could just embrace her once. She presses closer, asking if he'll grant her this one wish, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded. Panicking, Seol Tapyong shouts to the crowd that she's just suffering from the heat and he's taking her to a tent. As he leads her away, she whispers that it would have been simpler to just hug her, but he begs her to keep her voice down. Suddenly, her headmaid, Lady Hundang, appears right in front of them, her expression sharp and worried. Lady Hundang immediately takes command, ordering everyone to make way as Warrior Seal is supporting the ailing consort. She takes In Heian from him, demanding to know what's wrong with her lady. The headmaid's mind races, realizing this could be poison, something that causes fever or clouds the mind. She instructs Seol Taepyeong to watch her breathing, but all In Heian can do is murmur his name softly. Lady Hundang freezes as her lady dreamily comments on how pleasant Seol Taepyeong's name sounds, confirming she's completely out of it. In Heian just mumbles that she wanted to try saying his name too, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded and sweating bullets. Having heard more than enough, Lady Hundang slaps a hand over her lady's mouth to stop any more disastrous confessions from spilling out. With a sharp glare, she announces they're moving the consort to a private tent immediately, trying her best to control the damage. They rush her away from the festival, with only the consort's dazed groans echoing as they find a secluded spot. Once inside, the headmaid's face turns grim. She declares this isn't a normal illness and orders the tent sealed, suspecting poison. As Lady Hundang secures the entrance, Seol Taepyeong carries the barely conscious In Hyeon deeper into the tent. But our boy gets a closer look and realizes her symptoms are all wrong. For poison, she looks like she's wasted on some trash-tier liquor. Lady Hundang knows better though. Her lady never loses her composure, no matter how drunk she gets, meaning something is definitely off. Seol Taepyeong asks if she has any leads, and just as she's about to voice her suspicions, In Hyeon starts dreamily calling his name again. Utterly flustered, he tries to settle her down, telling her to just hold on to the table while he gets a blanket ready. He quickly grabs a blanket, just wanting to get this awkward situation over with. But as he lays it down, she grabs him, her voice still calling his name in a daze. Our boy freezes, a sudden chill running down his spine as he realizes this isn't just some drunken stupor. Before he can even process it, she shoves him backwards with surprising force. He lands on his back, completely pinned down by the noble consort, his mind racing in panic. And then she just leans in and steals a kiss, leaving our boy utterly dumbfounded. Outside the tent, Lady Hundang is frozen solid, her brain completely short-circuiting from the sounds within. In Heian pulls back, a satisfied and dreamy look on her face. She tells him that while he has the eyes of a beast on the battlefield, right now, he just looks like a cute boy. He's a mess, stammering that this is completely wrong, but she just pouts, wondering why the kiss was so short. Before he can even recover, she lunges in for another kiss, leaving our boy completely shell-shocked. He tries to push her away, but she grabs his head, determined to get what she wants. Seol Taepyeong finally breaks free, scrambling backwards and practically bowing on the floor to escape her grasp. Suddenly, Lady Hundang bursts in, worriedly asking if he's okay after hearing the scuffle. In Heian, completely ignoring her maid, asks Seol Taepyeong to hold her, saying his arms look so reliable. He tries to reason with her, pointing out she's lost all composure, but she just asks what's wrong with that. She then switches tactics, looking downcast and asking if his resistance means he dislikes her. Our boy is a flustered wreck, trying to explain that now isn't the time, as she leans against him, asking him to be her partner. Done playing games, she pulls rank, commanding him as the owner of Jujak Palace and threatening severe punishment if he disobeys. With a fiery aura, she gives him a final, terrifying order. No matter what she does next, he is forbidden to resist. With a heavy stomp, In Heian closes the distance, her intentions crystal clear. Our boy Seol Taepyeong is sweating bullets, completely frozen by her aggressive advance. Her eyes glow with a terrifying intensity as she declares she's had enough of his games. All his survival instincts scream at him at once. He has to get out of there, now. But before he can bolt, Lady Hundang throws herself to the ground, begging for forgiveness on her lady's behalf. Suddenly, In Heian collapses, gasping for air as her headmaid rushes to support her. Seol Taepyeong can only offer his deepest apologies for the chaos, as In Heian weakly calls for her maid. He awkwardly tries to help, telling her to take deep breaths and calm down. Turns out, she pushed herself too hard and passed out, a situation that could have been genuinely dangerous. Later, a gloomy Seol Taepyeong tells Lady Hundang he owes her his life, but she says with this, their debts are finally settled. Lady Hundang then spills the beans, revealing she suspects Ha Deokbi of Baeko Palace is the mastermind behind this whole mess. She asks our boy if he noticed the scented pouch hanging from In Hyeon's sword during the festival. The pouch itself was clearly tampered with, spilling some kind of powder. In Heian herself had looked flustered about it, a detail that now clicks into place. Seol Taepyeong confirms her theory, stating that the pouch was indeed a gift from Ha Deokbi. A light bulb goes off in his head. He's finally found a weakness he can exploit to take her down, but a strange feeling washes over him, a nagging sense that this is all way too easy. He remembers from the novel that Ha Deokbi was a major villain, a power-hungry monster who gets her comeuppance later. But thinking back, he realizes the story never explained how his sister, who wasn't even the celestial princess yet, could possibly defeat someone so powerful. Our boy's face hardens as he realizes the truth. There's definitely something more going on here than what the novel told him. He remembers the official story. Lady Consort in Haiyan collapsed on stage due to simple heat stroke, but our boy's instincts are screaming that something is seriously wrong with that explanation. The palace was already buzzing with rumors about her, but the heat stroke excuse feels way too convenient, which is why he's now kneeling in her tent, having rushed over the second he pieced things together. The silence is deafening as he, In Haiyan, and her headmaid just stare at each other. In Haiyan, completely flustered, calls him cruel for barging in without giving her a moment to collect herself. He quickly apologizes, explaining that he had something incredibly urgent he needed to confirm with her. She tries to regain her composure, asking him to forget her earlier emotional display. She then confirms his theory, stating her improper behavior was caused by tampered incense in the sachet. He already knows Ha Deokbi was the culprit, but tells her that even so, this whole setup feels off. He points out that Ha Deokbi is known for her meticulous schemes, and this sloppy execution just doesn't add up. In Haiyan agrees, adding that a woman like her would never risk her own neck on such a poorly laid trap. Her maid, Lady Hundang, chimes in, revealing the sachet came from someone wearing a Baeko Palace uniform. In Haiyan promises to investigate, realizing someone could have stolen the uniform to frame them. With the serious talk over, she suddenly gets incredibly flustered, trying to change the subject. Our boy tries to apologize for the danger she was in, but she insists they just need to punish the one who cast the spell. Then, beet red, she tells him to just pretend that whole stealing your lips thing never even happened. She desperately tries to write it off as an accident caused by the incense, leaving him utterly speechless. To make things worse, she walks back her confession, telling him her words weren't sincere and he shouldn't misunderstand. The two are left in a state of pure agony, with her dying of embarrassment and him having no clue how to respond. The air is thick with agonizing awkwardness as In Haiyan tries to convince herself he must be just as flustered as she is. Suddenly, she snaps out of it, declaring they should just forget what happened and focus on the real priority, that cursed sachet. Just then, her maid Lady Hundang arrives, cutting through the tension to report that the palace warriors have found the item on stage. It gets more serious when Hundang adds that they've requested an audience, and the deputy general also wants to speak with her. Our boy, still completely out of his depth, just quietly agrees to whatever she says. In Haiyan, now back in her element, lays out the plan. Investigating this will prove if Ha Deokbi was behind the whole mess. She then hands him a stunningly carved wooden tablet, the Red Phoenix plaque, a high-level pass only given to her most trusted aides. She tasks him with a mission. Take the plaque and head straight to the Baeko Palace, because something must have happened to Ha Deokbi. Blushing, she admits she's breaking protocol by trusting him, but asks him to be her eyes and ears for now. With a new, dangerous mission in hand, our boy steps out into the moonlit night. Meanwhile, back at Baekseon Palace, Wang Han is surprised to see the elder out and about during the festival. He urges the old man to rest, but the elder just tells him to sit down and shut it. Turns out, he's just waiting for the fireworks to start, musing about the romantic night ahead, but he immediately cuts through the fluff, guessing that their boy Taepyeong has gotten himself into another life-threatening mess. Wang Han tries to play it cool, guaranteeing Taepyeong will survive, but the elder asks how he could possibly know that. He explains it's not just a hunch. There's a solid reason for his confidence. His master plan? To hit up a gambling den and win big, since it's the festival and all. The elder is completely unimpressed, figuring he's just going to lose all his money like a fool. But as our boy's voice echoes in his mind, asking about gambling, the elder remembers his own past. He clenches his fist, explaining that to win, you have to bet big when that one crucial moment arrives. He warns that if you hesitate when it's time to go all in, you'll just get chipped away to nothing. In a flashback, Wang Han confidently told the elder that this time, he was definitely going to win. The elder scoffs, saying he talks a good game, but Wang Han just laughs it off. Looking at the moon, the elder muses that a man of his insight would of course understand the parallels between power struggles and gambling. The scene shifts to a game board, where the pieces are powerful figures like Uebi Ha Cherim and Deokbi Ha Deokbi. Wang Han's face turns serious as he explains that in this kind of game, a sacrificial piece is sometimes necessary. The camera cuts to Ha Deokbi, as a voice tells her it's time to head over to the Hunyan Pavilion. A woman, Ha Charim, notices that Ha Deokbi seems to be deep in thought, asking what's on her mind. Ha Deokbi just looks out at the pavilion, staying silent as she processes her orders. Steeling herself, she realizes she has no other choice but to play the part she's been given. Her mind races, thinking about the poison she was supposed to receive through her family. It still hasn't arrived. A cold dread washes over her. She's certain someone must have intercepted the delivery. Suddenly, a strange, sparkling red energy slices through the air, making her gut churn with a sense of wrongness. Just then, her headmaid, Ye Rim, rushes in to deliver some absolutely shocking news. She reports that Uebi Ha Cherim herself has just arrived at the Baeko Palace, and Ha Deokbi is dumbfounded. She can't believe it, questioning if the Yuebi really came all the way here in person. Ye-rim confirms it, adding the chilling detail that Hacharim is accompanied by a group of unknown, dangerous-looking martial artists. This triggers a dark memory of her family's philosophy. Stepping back was just a pretty way of saying someone was being sacrificed. She remembers her uncle, who was told the same thing before being exiled to the provinces, never to be seen again. And another retainer, promised freedom for taking the blame, who was left to rot until his execution day. She now understands the brutal truth of her clan. To survive, you must trample on others and cling to life, no matter the cost. Stepping outside, Hadiokbi puts on a brave face and asks the Yuebi what brings her here so late during the festival. Peeking over her fan, Hacharim coolly replies that she only came because the matter is incredibly serious. Her eyes narrow as she gestures towards the entourage she brought with her. Hadiokbi's blood runs cold. These aren't just any guards, they're the infamous Ghost Hand, an elite unit loyal only to the Imperial family. Hacharim then drops the bombshell, asking if she's heard the news that Lady Gwibi collapsed at the platform. She explains that a scented pouch filled with poison was found at the scene, and unfortunately, it was a gift from the Baiko Palace. Hacharim claims she had to rush over as a fellow family member, but Hadaokbi desperately asks what would happen if she denied ever sending such a gift. But Hacharim just gives a slight, unimpressed glance, completely unfazed by the denial. She simply states they'll investigate to find the truth before turning her back, leaving Hadaokbi utterly trapped. Realizing she's trapped, Hadaokbi orders her headmaid, Ye-rim, to take the others and go inside, leaving the poor girl dumbfounded. She snaps at the maid, repeating the order with a sharp intensity that shocks Ye-rim into silence. With her attendants gone, Hadaokbi's expression hardens. She's been steeling herself for this moment her whole life. She calmly admits she only ever sought a higher position in the palace, just to survive a little longer. Across from her, Hacharim listens with a cold, calculating gaze, her fan hiding any hint of emotion. Hadaokbi then laments to Ha-wol that her plan with the scent failed, admitting Seol Tapyong was far more clever than she expected. Hearing this, Hacharim's lips curl into a smirk behind her fan, mockingly asking if this is a confession. She patronizingly calls it a wise choice, reminding Hadaokbi that as family, they should go beg for mercy together. But Hadaokbi sees right through the act, a bitter smile on her face as she asks if Hacharim orchestrated this whole trap. The friendly facade shatters instantly, Hacharim's eyes turning to ice as she scolds her for daring to speak so ungratefully. Hacharim continues her verbal assault, mockingly asking if Hadaokbi remembers all the help she received and if the family head approved of this little scheme. She even questions if their family head would ever agree to use her as a disposable pawn, twisting the knife deeper. With a smug smile, she asks if Hadaokbi is afraid of the day she'll eventually be cast aside like trash. But Hadaokbi isn't rattled, calmly stating that despite everything, she isn't angry at all. In fact, she pities Hacharim, admitting they're cut from the same cloth and she would have done the exact same thing. She reflects on her failure, realizing she committed a grave sin by underestimating Seol Tapyong, who saw through her plan from the start. Hacharim offers a fake olive branch, promising to plead for mercy together, a solution that would surely lead to death. But Hadaokbi sees right through the lie, and behind her back, a fiery red energy begins to form in her hand. Hacharim is completely dumbfounded as she senses the surge of power, realizing with horror that it's Taoist magic. With a flick of her wrist, Hadaokbi unleashes the fireball, finally showing her true colors and turning the tables on her stunned relative. Turns out, Hadaokbi's plan was far more insane than just a simple fireball. She targeted the festival explosives. The entire palace erupts in a massive explosion, and Hacharim realizes the maid evacuation was to clear the blast zone. Before she can even react, the elite Ghost Hand unit appears from the shadows and seizes the stunned Hacharim. She can only watch in horror as the flames consume the palace, thinking her cousin has completely lost her mind. The Ghost Hand unit springs into action, ordering a full search of Baiko Palace for the fugitive. Their primary target is clear as they shout for the capture of the perpetrator, Hadaokbi. Meanwhile, Hadaokbi stumbles through the chaos, battered and bleeding from the force of her own explosion. The shockwave has clearly taken its toll, leaving her disoriented and in pain. But she grits her teeth, knowing she can't stop now. She has to get past the guards and reach the carriage to escape. Her mind races with a plan to sell her jewels and disappear from the capital for good. But her battered body gives out, and she stumbles, the shockwave's true toll finally hitting her. She's dumbfounded. The self-inflicted damage is far worse than she ever imagined. A wave of agony washes over her, making it almost impossible to even stand. Panic sets in as she wonders if this is the end, if she's just going to die right here. Shaking it off, she reminds herself that her knowledge of Baiko Palace is her only advantage now. She moves towards her planned escape route through the kitchen, but a wall of fire erupts, blocking her path. With the kitchen exit now a death trap, she desperately scans for another way out. Her eyes lock onto the second-floor storage room, It's a reckless leap, but it's her only option left. With her body screaming in protest, Ha Deokbi steels herself for the impossible jump. She launches herself through the air, a last-ditch effort to reach the second-floor window. She crashes through, the landing sending a fresh jolt of agony through her battered frame. For a fleeting moment, she thinks she's done it, that the heavens have finally smiled upon her. But her relief evaporates when she looks up and sees a familiar figure waiting for her. It's none other than our boy, Seol Tapyoung, standing there amidst the flames like it's just another Tuesday. All hope drains from Ha Deokbi's face. She realizes the heavens haven't saved her, they've sent her executioner. But instead of a blade, Seol Tapyoung extends a hand, offering to help her up. She's utterly dumbfounded when he calmly suggests they should just leave the palace together. Amidst the chaos, Ha Deokbi demands to know how he, a prisoner, managed to get into the heavily guarded inner palace. Our boy casually explains that In Hyeon gave him the Jujak token, a high-level pass that leaves Ha Deokbi utterly dumbfounded. He continues, even offering her sanctuary in Baekseon Palace once they get out of this mess. This act of kindness is the last thing she expected. She has to ask why on earth he's helping her. She questions if he's figured out her entire scheme, and he confirms it, referencing the sachet she used to frame him. But then he drops a bombshell, revealing he knew all along the plan was too sloppy to have been orchestrated by her alone. He tells her straight up that a meticulous planner like her would never have been exposed so easily. Turns out, Seol Tapyoung remembers her from the original novel. She was fated for a miserable downfall. But the execution felt all wrong. He recalls her true nature as a careful strategist, deducing that for her to be cornered like this, it had to be an inside job. He looks her dead in the eye and asks the million-dollar question. Was she caught in a power struggle within her own Inbongha family? Our boy tells her to listen up because he's got good news. Even the Gwibi, who was almost a victim, is now aware of the scheme. He explains that she's gone to meet the deputy general, so if Ha Deokbi can just survive this, the tides might turn in her favor. But she just smirks grimly, revealing that it's too late for that the palace assassins themselves have been sent to hunt her down. Seol Tapyoung is dumbfounded. The official assassins coming after a concubine is a move that makes absolutely no sense. She explains her original plan was to go before the emperor and clear her name, but he cuts her off, asking whose trash-tier idea that was. With a look of pure dread, she reveals the name of the mastermind behind her downfall, Weebi Ha-Cherim. Turns out, Ha-Cherim is the fourth consort and the absolute top dog of the Inbongha family, a political monster. The trap is perfect. Since the incriminating sachet was a gift from her palace, even In Hyeon can't defend her without evidence. Ha Deokbi knows that if Ha-Cherim presses the issue, she has no logical way to defend herself and is completely doomed. She looks at him, defeated, and asks if he can still save her. But our boy just says it's not that complicated and he just has one question for her. He cuts through all the political nonsense, asking her a single, direct question. Was she the one who did it? The scene flashes back to the two of them, escaping the fiery chaos she had unleashed just moments before. She stops dead in her tracks, her voice barely a whisper as she begins to answer him. With tears welling in her eyes, Ha Deokbi finally admits that no, she did not commit the crime she's accused of. Our boy simply grabs her wrist, telling her that her answer is the only thing that matters. He respects that she lives by her own convictions, a refreshing change from all the schemers in the palace. She's completely taken aback by his simple trust, thinking him foolish but also incredibly admirable. But the stress and her injuries are too much, and her body finally gives out as she starts to fall. Seol Tapyoung catches her instantly, alarmed as she collapses against him without warning. As he offers to carry her, she looks up and admits that she truly envies his straightforward strength. Ha Deokbi just stares blankly, completely thrown by his simple act of trust. Our boy is dumbfounded, wondering why on earth she's suddenly saying she envies him. She pushes him away, telling him to leave her behind and report that she was the mastermind behind everything. She warns him that in the grand game of the palace, clinging to a discarded piece like her is a fool's errand. Seol Tapyoung is left speechless, unable to comprehend her cold, calculating logic. Her mind races, realizing the irony. Her family's scheme will backfire and damage their own reputation if she's cast out. It all clicks into place for her. Everyone is the same, driven only by self-preservation. She looks at him again, explaining that she envies him because he's a man who follows his convictions to the bitter end. Grabbing his hand, she tells him that living so honestly is a choice only someone truly strong can make. She finally admits her own weakness, confessing that she is not strong like him at all. She continues her confession, admitting that, for the weak to survive, they must use cowardly tactics and ignore their conscience. It's a life of barely scraping by, which is precisely why she envies him so much. With the assassins closing in, she sees no way out and resigns herself to her fate. But our boy isn't having it, telling her to stop with the strange talk because he's already come up with an idea. She's dumbfounded as he grabs her, insisting that no matter what, surviving is their only priority right now. He asks her if she understands, his voice firm even as the palace burns behind them. Meanwhile, A high-ranking lady, Ha Cherim, is briefed on the situation by a shadowy figure. The man, Unbek, the chief of the Ghost Hand unit, expresses relief that she wasn't seriously injured in the chaos. He confirms his elite unit will handle detaining Ha Deokbi, as they've already surrounded the concubines' quarters. But Unbek warns they're on the clock. Once the main palace soldiers arrive to fight the fire, their target will be lost in the crowd. Unbek gets a report that Ha Deokbi has been spotted near the main gate, figuring this will be over soon. The plan is to restrain her and report back, but his subordinate hesitates with some bad news. He explains they lost their target because some strange guard is blocking the way, leaving Unbek furious. Turns out that guard is our boy, Seol Tapyoung, who has already laid out several of these elite assassins. Back in the moment, he looks at Ha Deokbi, his message clear: they have to survive this. She's still reeling from the chaos, utterly dumbfounded by his unwavering confidence. But his words finally sink in, and she steels her resolve to escape first and deal with the consequences later. The scene shifts to a different part of the city, where a man is surprised by a noble consort's visit. Deputy General Jong Seote is completely flustered, apologizing for being caught in a state of undress. But In Hyeon cuts him off, her expression dead serious, stating she's here on urgent business. He asks if she's recovered from her fainting spell, but In Hyeon has no time for small talk. She gets straight to the point, revealing that someone poisoned the incense sachet tied to her sword. The Deputy General is completely floored by the accusation, and she confirms it was just discovered. With the palace investigation barely started, she already has a prime suspect in mind. She leans in and drops a bombshell, suggesting Ha Deokbi, the owner of Baiko Palace, is involved. Jong Seote is dumbfounded, unable to believe Ha Deokbi would do something so reckless. But In Hyeon clarifies the situation isn't that simple, and asks him to conduct his own separate investigation. He immediately understands the implications. The official military is already moving, and she needs an ally she can trust. He then connects her urgent visit to the massive fire that just erupted from Baiko Palace. He confirms that elite shadow agents were dispatched, realizing they were sent to apprehend Ha Deokbi. In Hyeon's face pales as she asks if the shadow guards have truly entered Baiko Palace. The Deputy General, sensing her distress, asks why she's so concerned about this particular detail. Turns out, she's worried because she personally entrusted her authority token to our boy, Seol Tapyoung, and sent him there. She voices her fear, hoping he won't get caught in the crossfire with the elite guards. But Jeong Seotae gives her a grim reality check, explaining their leader, Unbak, is a ruthless man who will stop at nothing. A wave of dread washes over her as she clenches her fists, the full weight of her decision hitting her like a truck. She's filled with instant regret, realizing she may have just sent the man she likes to his doom. Panicked, she begs the Deputy General to accompany her to Baiko Palace immediately. She knows this situation is a ticking time bomb that's about to get a whole lot worse. Meanwhile, at Baiko Palace, chaos erupts as the fire rages and people start to panic. A palace guard tries to calm the festival crowd, announcing that the fire is a minor issue being handled. But Seolin, working nearby, can't shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. A senior maid suddenly sends her on an errand to fetch some jade, pulling her away from the commotion. As she leaves, a wave of dread washes over her. Her instincts are screaming that this is no ordinary fire, and she's right, because a massive plume of smoke billows from the palace, a sign of the absolute chaos unfolding within. Elsewhere, a battered and exhausted Ha Deokbi is on the run, gasping for breath. She's losing hope, knowing that even a beast like Seol Tapyoung can't possibly fend off 20 elite shadow guards alone. Every step feels pointless, as she believes their capture is only a matter of time. But then she grits her teeth, realizing she can't just give up when our boy is fighting and dying for her sake. Looking to the sky, she prays for a miracle, and just as she does, a mysterious voice calls out her name. Dumbfounded, Ha Deokbi looks up to see her saviors, her mind reeling from the cruelty of her fate. It's In Hyeon and her guard, Jong Seotae, and she can't help but feel a bitter irony in being saved by the very woman she was jealous of. Jong Seotae rushes forward to support the collapsing Ha Deokbi, offering to help her without a second thought. He quietly warns his lady that assisting a fugitive like her is a one-way ticket to severe punishment, but In Hyeon is dead set, telling him she's aware of the risks and to just get it done. As she catches her breath, Ha Deokbi asks if In Hyeon was the one who sent her that mysterious incense sachet. The question sends In Hyeon down memory lane, as she admits to herself she was incredibly envious of the noble consort. For someone like her who had to fight tooth and nail just to survive, Ha Deokbi seemed like an untouchable, perfect being. Her own scarred hands were a constant reminder that she was trashed here compared to the flawless image of the noble consort. But seeing her now, battered and broken, In Hyeon realizes that perfect image was nothing but a fantasy. Barely conscious, Ha Deokbi weakly insists she's innocent of whatever crime she's being accused of. She then reveals her prime suspect, the Uibi, Ha Cherim, who personally led the shadow guards to her palace. Jong Seotae is completely dumbfounded, A consort commanding the elite shadow guards is an absolute impossibility. Inheon explains that only the Emperor and the 3 highest-ranking ministers have the authority to command that unit. Her deputy confirms 2 of the ministers have ironclad alibis, as he saw them busy with festival duties himself. The gears in Inheon's mind begin to turn as she realizes who the only remaining suspect could be. The horrifying truth dawns on her. It's the Minister of State, in Seonrock, the head of her own family. She's left speechless, realizing her own father is tangled up in this political nightmare with Ha Cherim. It was a perfect scheme. Her father sacrificed the shadow guards to punish Ha Deokbi, a move that benefits him no matter what. Inheon clenches her fist, the cold, hard truth of her father's ruthless ambition finally sinking in. The focus shifts to the very man at the center of this conspiracy, the Minister of State. A palace guard approaches, in Seonrock, asking if he's heard about the massive fire in the inner palace. He calmly sets down his drink, the picture of tranquility amidst the chaos. In Seonrock plays it cool, claiming he hasn't heard a single thing about the incident. Elsewhere, a beaten Ha Deokbi reflects on her hopeless situation, knowing she's been perfectly framed. She thinks about the poisoned sachet, a supposed gift from her palace that sealed her fate. Inheon had no choice but to admit she received the gift, unknowingly tightening the noose. Ha Deokbi knows someone else disguised the item, but with all evidence gone, the truth is buried forever. She realizes that if she cries out her innocence now, it'll just look like a pathetic, last-minute denial. Utterly defeated, she understands the scheme was flawless, leaving her no option but to plead for mercy and look even more guilty. Her mind races, desperately trying to figure out how to prove she didn't send that poisoned sachet. But as she looks at her sorry state, she realizes she's completely out of options. Just then, Inheon and Deputy General Jong Seotae appear, and Ha Deokbi can't fathom why they're here. Inheon remains silent, letting the old warrior speak first. He explains the only reason they're even considering her innocence is because our boy Seol Tapyong sensed something was off, leaving Ha Deokbi dumbfounded. Inheon adds that he was the first one to question whether she would really use such a crude, obvious scheme. She remembers him voicing his suspicion that Ha Deokbi wasn't the mastermind behind this mess. The Deputy General bluntly tells her that, to be honest, he finds it hard to believe a single word she says, but Inheon cuts in, offering a glimmer of hope in this trash-tier situation. She declares that Warrior Seol is someone she trusts completely, so she'll try to trust Ha Deokbi, the person he believes in. Ha Deokbi is utterly speechless, unable to process this sudden act of faith. She clenches her fist, thinking that in a desperate situation like this, she's found an unlikely ally. She can't help but wonder how Inheon can look so righteous and unwavering, even now. But Inheon brings her back to reality, warning that she's not sure how much she can defend her before the Emperor. After all, she can't lie to His Majesty, and with that, she turns to leave. Ha Deokbi's heart sinks, wishing she had just a little more time to prepare some kind of proof. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them, and the Deputy General yells out, demanding to know who's there. 2 figures emerge from the darkness, the Ghost Hand, the Emperor's elite unit, announcing they're on official business. Ha Deokbi's face pales. She knows exactly what this means for her. The elite guards state their mission is to escort her to His Majesty, and it's clear this isn't a request. Ha Deokbi realizes her fate is sealed. It's all come down to this. She closes her eyes in resignation, believing the messengers of death have finally come for her. Under the cold moonlight, she is swiftly transported away from the forest. Her destination is none other than Cheonryong Palace, the very heart of Imperial power. Bound and defeated, she's dragged through the palace grounds without any resistance. The grand doors to the throne room swing open, revealing the immense pressure waiting inside. And there he is, sitting on the throne, the Emperor himself, his gaze piercing and cold. Unbeck announces that, as reported, they've apprehended Lady Ha during her attempt to flee the inner palace. A cold sweat drips down her face as the full weight of her situation finally crashes down on her. From the side, In Seonrock watches the proceedings with a calm, almost satisfied expression. Ha Deokbi looks on, thinking to herself that just as she expected, there's truly no one on her side. With her head hung low, she resigns herself to her fate, believing this is how her story ends. She even manages a bitter smile, musing that this is a fitting conclusion for a villain. But far away, someone else is thinking the exact opposite, realizing they must go defend her at all costs. Inheon, worried sick, pleads with Deputy General Jong Seotae to investigate Bako Palace, and he agrees without hesitation. The Deputy General immediately rushes through the palace grounds, sensing the urgency. He arrives at his destination, his face grim, but what he finds is far worse than he imagined. His eyes pop wide open in disbelief at the scene laid out before him. The entire courtyard is a graveyard of bodies. The elite guards have all been neutralized. He's completely dumbfounded, wondering how in the world the dispatched shadow guards were all taken out. Meanwhile, Inheon has a chilling realization. The one she sent to investigate was Seol Tapyong himself. But back at the palace, Deputy General Jiang Xiaote is still scanning the carnage, wondering where the culprit is. He figures they must have fled, since there's no body in the wreckage of the burning palace. Just as he thinks this, his eyes catch something that makes his blood run cold. A trail of fresh blood stains the ground, a clear path leading away from the chaos. He immediately follows the gruesome trail, his mind racing. To his absolute horror, he realizes the bloodstains lead directly toward the Emperor's pavilion. Inside the grand hall, the atmosphere is heavy enough to crush a man. The Emperor sits silently on his throne, his face an unreadable mask of authority. Kneeling before him is a battered Ha Deokbi, who is simply told to defend herself. Ha Deokbi knows there's no point in making excuses. This is a kangaroo court. One of the officials confirms her fears, thinking this isn't about truth, it's about a predetermined verdict. She understands this isn't a trial, it's a stage set for her punishment. As the owner of Baiko Palace, she refuses to beg or act pitifully, no matter how dire things get. Showing a weak side now would just be too miserable for her to bear. She closes her eyes, steeling her resolve against the inevitable. She imagines everyone expects her to break down before being dragged to the execution grounds. With her hands bound, she decides to accept her fate with the grace befitting her station. But just as she prepares for the end, a strange sound echoes through the silent hall. Her eyes snap open in utter shock, completely dumbfounded by what she's hearing. Feigning submission, Ha Deokbi announces she will obey the Emperor's command. But inside, her spirit rages. There's no way she's accepting this trash, tear-ending so easily. She remembers all the shameful things she's done just to survive until this point. Fueled by that memory, she screams that this is all a trap, and someone has framed her. The officials just shake their heads, completely unmoved by her desperate outburst. She pleads directly to the Emperor, insisting she's been wrongfully accused. But as she's shouting for her life, another voice suddenly cuts through the hall. It's Ha Chirim, the Uebi, stepping forward to declare she has something to say. The entire court is thrown into chaos, the officials whispering in disbelief. Even the Emperor is dumbfounded, asking why the high-ranking Ubi is suddenly here. Ha Chirim addresses the Emperor, claiming that when it comes to Ha Deokbi's conduct, she isn't entirely blameless herself. Watching this unfold, Ha Deokbi realizes this is a power play. Ha Chirim knew she wouldn't give up, so she's stepping in first. In Heian, however, is seething from the sidelines, wondering how anyone could possibly forgive these crimes. The Emperor remains silent, his face unreadable as he takes in this unexpected development. In Heian thinks that Ha Deokbi is still young, but the one who orchestrated this deserves the harshest punishment. With a hand to her chest, Ha Chirim begins her masterclass in political theater. She puts on a tearful performance, insisting that this mess isn't solely Ha Deokbi's fault. She reminds everyone of her former authority and her family ties, implying she should have monitored her kinswoman more closely. She continues the act, lamenting that she failed to teach the girl the strict laws of the palace. Finally, she turns away, declaring to the entire court that this incident is largely her own fault. The Emperor commands Ha Chirim to raise her head, but she refuses, continuing her performance. She tearfully claims that the one who fails to teach is more at fault than the one who is disloyal. She begs him to reduce Ha Deokbi's sentence and allow her to share in the punishment. Watching this, Ha Deokbi is disgusted, thinking to herself how utterly wicked this display is. But then it hits her, Ha Chirim is just trying to paint herself as the culprit to protect her. She realizes the whole plan is to make the Emperor pity Ha Chirim and go easy on them both. However, Ha Deokbi isn't about to let this slide. She suddenly shouts that this entire scheme was orchestrated by none other than Lady Uebi herself. She reveals that Ha Chirim even used the elite ghost guards to hunt her down and capture her. Ha Chirim is left dumbfounded as the court processes this wild accusation against the very person defending her. Ha Chirim is completely floored, muttering about how Ha Deokbi could be so disloyal. But Ha Deokbi isn't having it, yelling that she saw Ha Chirim commanding the ghost guards with her own two eyes. Ha Chirim fires back with palace protocol, stating the ghost guards only move on the Emperor's direct order. The moment the words leave her mouth, she realizes she might have just talked herself into a corner. She tries to backtrack, asking if technicalities really matter when she was just trying to help. The Emperor, however, isn't buying it for a second. He can tell something is seriously off with her story. Ha Deokbi presses her advantage, explaining the guards were waiting for her immediately, as if it were an ambush. Playing the victim, Ha Chirim cries out, asking how Ha Deokbi could betray her like this. She then spins a new story, claiming a minister assigned her the guards after she pleaded for help to set Ha Deokbi straight. The Emperor's gaze immediately shifts to the Minister of State, In Seonrock, demanding to know if this is true. With all eyes on him, In Seonrock confirms Ha Chirim's story, stating she came to him for help to apprehend Ha Deokbi. This completely throws Ha Deokbi, who blurts out that she never sent any scented pouch in the first place. Ha Chirim immediately cuts her off, playing the victim and telling her to stop with the pointless lies so they can beg for mercy. But Ha Deokbi is done playing games, dropping a bombshell that it was Ha-Cherim who sent the pouch using a disguised maid. Seonrok feels the contemptuous glares from the court but steels his resolve, refusing to falter. Meanwhile, Ha-Deokbi knows this is it. This throne room is her final stage in a desperate struggle for survival. Her accusation hangs heavy in the air. The sachet was a setup orchestrated by Ha-Cherim from the very beginning. She fiercely repeats that she never gave any such order to her maids, staking her life on her innocence. The two women now stand before the throne, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. The Emperor just watches, his face a stone mask as he listens to this absolute mess of a situation. To settle the matter, the Emperor cuts through the noise and summons Lady In-Haeyeon to the stand. She walks forward, the weight of the entire court on her shoulders, as the Emperor asks if she truly received the sachet as a gift. With a heavy heart, In-Haeyeon bows her head and confirms that his statement is correct. She recounts how the sachet came via her headmaid and that she tied it to her sword hilt herself. The palace officials start whispering amongst themselves. This testimony is a nail in Ha-Deokbi's coffin. The Emperor presses on, asking if this means the gift definitely came from Baeko Palace, and she can only confirm what she was told. Internally, In-Haeyeon is torn. She knows her words are damning for Lady Ha, but she can't bring herself to lie before His Majesty. Even as the image of a desperate Ha-Deokbi flashes in her mind, she thinks to herself, wondering if there's any way to defend the woman without perjuring herself. Then, a thought strikes her. The whole scheme just felt too clumsy and obvious to have been orchestrated by someone as cunning as Lady Ha. The Emperor leans forward, his patience wearing thin, and demands she explain her reasoning in detail. In-Haeyeon lays out her thoughts, explaining that the scheme was far too obvious. If discovered, it would corner Lady Ha with no escape. She reasons that a woman as calculating as Ha-Deokbi would never use such clumsy trickery without considering every possible outcome. Stealing her resolve, In-Haeyeon decides to voice her speculation, hoping it might give Lady Ha a fighting chance. But before she can speak, Ha-Deokbi herself bursts into the court, shouting that the whole situation is unnatural and she's been framed. She immediately points the finger at the Uibi, Ha-Cherim, claiming she had free access to Baeko Palace and orchestrated the entire setup. A shocked Ha-Cherim appears, her voice trembling as she calls out Ha-Deokbi's name in disbelief. Playing the victim, Ha-Cherim confronts her, asking how she could possibly betray her like this after everything. But Ha-Deokbi isn't buying the act for a second, telling her to stop the fake tears because emotional appeals won't save her. Ha-Cherim looks genuinely heartbroken, retorting that Ha-Deokbi is the one making a scene and appealing to emotion. Ha-Cherim scoffs, pointing out that with the poison confirmed, Ha-Deokbi's desperate accusations are completely unconvincing. Cornered and out of options, a disheveled Ha-Deokbi can only cry out to the Emperor for a chance to speak. She begs him to let her examine the sachet, arguing that if she'd truly made it, she would have done the embroidery herself. She stakes her life on it, claiming she knows her own stitching and can prove the sachet is a fake. The Emperor, his expression hidden behind his beaded crown, seems intrigued by her desperate gambit and asks if she's telling the truth. Ha-Deokbi freezes, her entire future hanging on this one. Incredibly risky bluff. Internally, she's screaming she just said that to survive. A complete shot in the dark. She realizes with chilling certainty that if she can't back up this claim, she's a dead woman. Wondering if she can really bet her life on this, she calls out for the Master of Arms, Jangre, to be brought forward. The Emperor immediately turns to Jangre, demanding to know if he was the one who recovered the poison sachet from the platform. Jangre looks down in shame, admitting to the Emperor that his testimony is useless. He explains that despite searching the platform thoroughly, he was completely unable to find the sachet, crushing Ha-Deokbi's last hope. Ha-Deokbi is left dumbfounded, but before she can process it, another voice cuts through the tension. It's Ha-Cherim, who sneers that of course the sachet wasn't found because Ha-Deokbi hid it herself. She grabs Ha-Deokbi's bound hands, accusing her of trying to frame her after all the pity she'd shown. Ha-Cherim puts on a masterclass performance, crying about how she cherished her as a fellow clan member. It's a fatal blow, and Ha-Deokbi's spirit just breaks. She knows it's all over now. She's seen as nothing more than a cornered rat, struggling pathetically until the very end. In the court's eyes, she's a villain among villains for daring to frame the one person who supposedly had her back. Ha-Cherim continues her masterful performance, hiding her face as if she's weeping in sorrow. But behind her sleeve, her eyes are cold, watching Ha-Deokbi's final moments of freedom. A cruel, triumphant smirk spreads across her face. She knows she's already won. The court is silent, the atmosphere heavy with the impending judgment. The Emperor himself gazes down, asking the condemned if she has anything left to say. With her spirit completely crushed, Ha-Deokbi simply bows her head, ready to accept her fate. But suddenly, the massive doors to the throne room are blasted open with a deafening crash. Everyone is dumbfounded, and Ha-Cherim whips around, demanding to know who the intruder is. Even Ha-Deokbi looks up in shock, wondering what kind of monster could possess such strength. A single, blood-stained foot steps inside, and a guard screams at our boy, asking if he knows where he is. But our boy ignores the fodder, slamming a blood-soaked box down and demanding the entire proceeding halt immediately. In the gallery, In-haeyeon is absolutely floored. While Ha Deokbi can't believe the one person who could show up actually did, Seol Tapyong stands his ground, battered and bleeding but radiating an unbreakable will to see this through. The entire court erupts, enraged by this unprecedented act of defiance. The guard gets right in his face, screaming at him for his insolence and threatening him with his spear. But even this palace guard hesitates, feeling the sheer pressure coming from a man who just fought his way through hell. Stepping through the chaos is Jeongre, the warrior leader of the Red Bow, who calmly identifies the intruder. He pulls rank, warning Seol Tapyong to leave this sacred place before he's forced to punish him as a superior. Seol Tapyong looks him dead in the eye, admitting his actions are rude but insisting he has a vital delivery to make. His sheer conviction gives even the warrior leader pause, who now listens intently to what this madman has to say. The entire court buzzes with confusion as our boy stands firm before the warrior leader. All the officials can do is whisper amongst themselves, completely dumbfounded by this unprecedented chaos. But instead of escalating the fight, Seol Tapyong gives the man a deep, respectful bow. In a shocking move, Jeongre acknowledges his conviction and simply steps out of the way. He's actually letting him pass, giving this madman a direct path to the throne. Seol Tapyong strides forward without hesitation, leaving bloody footprints on the immaculate floor. He comes to a stop before the most powerful man in the empire, the emperor himself, who watches with an iron gaze. Our boy immediately drops to his knees, apologizing profusely to his majesty for overstepping his bounds. From the crowd, In-haeyeon watches in disbelief, her heart pounding for the man who saved her life. Nearby, Ha Deokbi is just as stunned as he explains to the emperor that this matter was too urgent to follow protocol. He introduces himself as a mere third-rate warrior but declares he's brought crucial, overlooked evidence. The fresh, bloody gashes on his arm are a testament to the hell he just walked through to get here. With a steady hand, he presents a small, scorched pouch, claiming it's the key to everything. Ha Cherim freezes in place, her face a mask of pure shock as she recognizes the item instantly. She tries to dismiss it, asking for proof, but In-haeyeon's voice cuts through the tension. In-haeyeon confirms it for the entire court, stating that pouch was the one tied to her sword. She explains that even though it's burnt, there's no doubt in her mind that it's the same one. A split second later, she's hit by a wave of regret, realizing she blurted that out without thinking, but it's too late. Her confident declaration has just cemented the pouch presence at the crime scene. The emperor, having listened to this entire exchange, calmly asks if what she says is true. Ha Cherim is absolutely losing it, realizing In-haeyeon just accidentally corroborated the evidence against her. The emperor turns his imposing gaze to Ha Deokbi, reminding her that she claimed this pouch was her ticket to freedom. Battered and bruised, Ha Deokbi weakly confirms it. This was supposed to be her trump card. But the emperor isn't buying it, challenging her to describe the embroidery on the burnt fabric to prove it's really hers. Her hands start to tremble uncontrollably as the weight of the entire court bears down on her. Taking a shaky breath, she begins to address the emperor, trying to explain the situation. But a look of pure despair washes over her as she realizes the fatal flaw in her plan. She admits that the pouch is so utterly scorched and damaged from the fire that she can't make out a single thread of the embroidery, and her last hope evaporates. From the sidelines, Minister In Seonrak can barely contain his satisfaction as everything unfolds just as he planned. But from the crowd, Ha Cherim's eyes widen as she watches her rival's plan crumble. A triumphant grin spreads across her face. She knew this was exactly how it would play out. She thinks to herself that Ha Deokbi must have known the embroidery was destroyed. Otherwise, she never would have presented it with such misplaced confidence it was a failed bluff. For Ha Cherim, this is a life-or-death moment. If she can't finish her now, she's the one who's doomed. She realizes she has to drag Ha Deokbi down into the abyss before she gets dragged down herself. Stepping forward, she loudly questions the emperor, asking what the point is if the accused can't even identify her own evidence. Suddenly, our boy Seol Tapyong steps in, urging the emperor not to be swayed by claims without proof. He argues that bending the rules for unsubstantiated stories will only weaken the law of the land. A cold smile touches Ha Cherim's lips as she realizes the situation is now completely under her control. She smirks, thinking it doesn't matter how our boy got the pouch if he can't prove it's authentic. But a sudden, chilling thought hits her as a bead of sweat rolls down her face. Her guards had searched the entire platform and found nothing. So how on earth did he get his hands on it? The question echoes in her mind as she stares at the kneeling, bloodied man. Seol Tapyong then addresses the emperor, turning the tables with a single question for Ha Cherim. He asks if she has any idea where he actually found this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. Without waiting for an answer, our boy drops an absolute bombshell on the entire court. He declares that the pouch was discovered hidden within the garments of Unbek, the leader of the Shadow Warriors. The entire throne room falls into a stunned, deafening silence at the accusation. Turns out, Unbek, the chief of the elite ghost hand, had secretly retrieved the pouch and concealed it himself. Seol Taepyeong then poses the million-dollar question: who on earth has the authority to order the chief of the ghost hand? A flashback reveals Ha Cherim telling Ha Deokbi she was only trying to correct her, using ghost warriors assigned by the Minister of State. The Minister of State, in Seonrak, confirms it, stating he acted on Ha Cherim's urgent request to apprehend Ha Deokbi. Back in the present, Ha Cherim is completely rattled, the color draining from her face as her alibi shatters. The entire throne room erupts into a wave of shocked whispers and murmurs. Even the emperor leans forward, his gaze fixed and unreadable from behind his beaded crown. Ha Cherim's mind races, realizing Seol Taepyeong must have personally taken down Unbek. That's why he's been completely unreachable. Our boy neutralized the chief of the ghost hand himself. She clutches her head, desperately trying to fight off the rising tide of panic. She tells herself it's not over yet. Public opinion hasn't completely turned. There might still be a way out of this mess. Ha Cherim shouts that it's all nonsense, questioning how a trash-tier warrior could ever steal from the ghost hand leader. But our boy simply points forward, his gaze unwavering as he prepares to drop another bombshell. He calmly suggests that if they have any doubts, they can simply ask the ghost hand leader himself. The palace officials are stumped. The warrior looks suspicious, but his story is just too wild to be a lie. They can't wrap their heads around how a nobody could go toe-to-toe with the chief of an elite Imperial unit. Suddenly, it all clicks for Ha Cherim as a memory of her own orders flashes through her mind. In a flashback, she's seen instructing Unbek to retrieve a tampered sachet near the festival platform. When Unbek questioned its importance, she claimed it was evidence to frame Ha Deokbi for using trickery. She put on a good show, saying it was an essential item needed to make Ha Deokbi accept her judgment peacefully. But her true motive was to destroy the evidence before Ha Deokbi's sharp eyes recognized the royal embroidery and reported it. Her entire plan hinged on getting that sachet in her hands so she could destroy the evidence within. But her scheme went up in flames, literally, when that bastard started a fire in Baeko Palace and ruined everything. Back in the present, the emperor's cold voice cuts through the tension, demanding his consort speak up. Ha Cherim flinches, clearly not prepared to be put on the spot like this. Cornered, she confesses that yes, she did order the ghost hand leader to retrieve the sachet. The entire court watches her, waiting to see how she'll possibly explain this away. She pauses for a moment, ready to pivot the conversation with a carefully placed, however. Then, in a masterful bit of political theater, she dramatically throws herself to the floor. Looking up with feigned desperation, she asks the emperor how such a simple request could possibly be a crime. She claims her only goal was to secure evidence of Ha Deokbi's disloyalty to the throne. She inwardly admits that heaven must have helped her, since the fire at Baeko Palace meant she didn't have to tamper with the sachet herself. But her face twists in fury, realizing none of this would be happening if her original plan had just worked out. She blames it all on that meddling warrior, Seol Taepyeong, whose interference completely ruined her entire scheme. Snapping back to the present, she puts on a desperate show, pleading with the emperor to believe in her sincerity. But she's caught completely off guard when he cuts through her act with a simple question. The emperor looks down, his voice cold as ice, and asks why she didn't just speak up sooner. He presses the point, demanding to know why she kept the sachet's existence a secret until this very moment. Flustered, she stammers that the palace warriors were already running around frantically trying to find the thing. But the emperor isn't having it. He says the ghost hand leader might get a pass, but she, the Yuibi, knew everything. He goes right for the throat, asking if maybe it was just inconvenient for her that the sachet was found at all. Suddenly, Unbek, the chief of the ghost hand, speaks up, telling the emperor that Lady Ha pleaded earnestly. Ha Deokbi herself makes a desperate gambit, asking to inspect the sachet to prove it wasn't hers. She claims she can identify her own unique stitching, a detail that would instantly clear her name. But as she speaks, her mind flashes back to why she's fighting so hard just to shamelessly live a little longer. She remembers our boy, Seol Taepyeong, and his simple, powerful words. They must survive. He had told her to struggle for every second, no matter how ugly or lowly it seemed. His voice echoes in her memory, promising that meaning will bloom from even the most pointless endurance. Drawing strength from that promise, she steels her resolve in the face of the emperor's judgment. Unbek, however, realizes a fatal flaw in her plan. The sachet is far too damaged to inspect any embroidery. Yet, recalling her unwavering confidence, he can't help but feel this whole situation is completely unnatural. The palace officials murmur amongst themselves, agreeing that Unbek's point about the sachet is rock solid. But the emperor isn't done yet. His gaze pierces through the room, landing squarely on Ha Deokbi. He demands to know why, if she knew about the sachet, she kept her mouth shut this entire time. Ha Deokbi's confident facade shatters instantly, her mind racing for a plausible excuse. She stammers, completely caught off guard by the direct and damning question. Finally, she blurts out the only thing she can think of. claiming her memory isn't what it used to be. She pathetically insists that in the chaos of it all, she had simply forgotten about its location. The throne room falls into a dead, awkward silence as her flimsy excuse hangs in the air. Suddenly, the Emperor's voice booms, his face a mask of pure fury and contempt. He declares how truly disappointed he is in her, leaving Ha Deokbi utterly speechless and defeated. But before the sentence can be passed, a desperate voice cries out to the Emperor. It's Ha Cherim, held back by guards, screaming for him to reconsider because something is terribly wrong. She points the finger directly at Ha Deokbi, calling her a wicked fox from Baeko Palace who's plotting to get rid of her. Ha Cherim claims her rival has been scheming to drive her out and seize the highest rank in their family. She hysterically insists that she knows Ha Deokbi is the kind of woman who would sell her soul for power. Hearing this, Ha Deokbi just hangs her head, realizing any further struggle is completely meaningless. She thinks to herself that it's only human nature to flail desperately at the end, just like she did moments ago. Still, she makes one last, pathetic plea, begging the Emperor to just hear her out this one time. But her words are cut short as a guard grabs her, silencing her for good. She's thrown to the floor, collapsing in a heap as her fate is sealed. Just as all hope seems lost, Ha Deokbi's head snaps up, hearing an unexpected voice. The Emperor remains utterly silent, his expression hidden behind the beaded curtain of his crown. With a subtle shake of his head, he delivers his final, unspoken verdict. But suddenly, an elderly woman with piercing eyes steps forward, her gaze locked on the scene. She calls out to Ha Deokbi, who looks on, completely dumbfounded by this new arrival. The old woman then turns, covering her face as she desperately pleads with someone else in the room. She begs this Lord Ha to listen, insisting he knows Ha Deokbi's true nature better than anyone. But a furious chief eunuch cuts her off, screaming at the guards for just standing around. A guard's hand immediately clamps down on Ha Deokbi's arm, silencing her final plea. She's then dragged away by two guards, screaming for the Emperor as her fate is sealed. With her last ounce of strength, Ha Deokbi begs the Emperor to listen to her. She looks up, a sliver of hope in her eyes, praying he'll see the truth. But the Emperor's face is a cold, unmoving mask. His judgment is final. From the crowd, In-haeyeon watches the whole spectacle with a satisfied smirk. Even Jang-rae seems taken aback, muttering about the turn of events. Just then, Ha Deokbi's eyes widen in utter disbelief. Her gaze lands on a figure in the distance. It's our boy, Seol Taepyeong, looking like he just walked through hell. Her mind flashes back. He told her he was going to fight the Ghost Hand commander. Seeing him now, battered and bloody, she realizes just how insane that battle must have been. But as she stares, a new thought cuts through her despair. She glances down at her own battered state, realizing she's not in much better shape than him. A heavy silence falls as the gravity of their failure sinks in. But instead of breaking, a faint, defiant smirk plays on her lips. The scene cuts to the intimidating silence of the Emperor's throne room. The Emperor's voice echoes, commanding Lady Ha to raise her head and face him. Looking like a shadow of her former self, Ha Deokbi slowly lifts her gaze. The court remembers her as Lady Ha-wol, a woman once praised as a celestial maiden. The Emperor reflects on how everyone placed her on a pedestal, forgetting a simple truth. Beneath all the titles and expectations, she was, and is, merely human. He looks at her broken form and thinks to himself that against all odds, she survived. The Emperor reflects that he once saw her as a detached goddess, but her desperate struggle to survive proved her humanity. In the end, she's just a 17-year-old girl who has been pushed far beyond her limits. Standing behind her, our boy Seol Taepyeong watches her finally break down in silence. His expression is grim, taking in the full weight of their so-called victory. The scene shifts away from the throne room to a quiet palace rooftop at night. We're then taken to another grand Imperial building, the center of all power. A voice announces that Unbaek, the commander of the Ghost Hand, has arrived for an audience. The Emperor listens stone-faced as Unbaek enters, immediately apologizing for his disgraceful state. The feared commander bows his head, declaring he is ready to accept any judgment, even execution, for his failure. But the Emperor cuts him off, uninterested in excuses. He wants to know if the warrior who beat his best man was truly that exceptional. Unbaek admits that for his age, our boy's skill was extraordinary, but he wasn't some polished, peak-level master. He explains it wasn't a refined technique, but something more primal, a fighting style born from pure, raw instinct. The Emperor listens intently as Unbaek clarifies that Seol Taepyeong is a natural who just instinctively knows how to win a fight. Hearing this, the Emperor muses that this kid sounds less like a general and more like a perfect fit for the Ghost Hand unit. He then tests his commander, asking if this upstart could potentially become an even better leader for the Ghost Hand than Unbaek himself. Unbaek, however, calmly replies that you don't raise a talent like that. A man like him will always forge his own path. The Emperor turns away, a shadow crossing his thoughts as he remembers one crucial detail. Our boy is from the infamous Hwayong Seol clan. Despite the risk, his curiosity is overwhelming. The Emperor decides he absolutely must meet this man for himself.